all set? All set in the back? Well, I'd like to thank you all very much for coming. My name's Russ Carlson. Abby's in the office, and we've got a full complement of phone bidders. My son Josh is here running the floor today. We're expecting Garrett Platel any day now. He'll be showing up. Jake is here, as is Ryan. And they will be glad to assist you after you've made your purchases. Terms of the sale are cash, qualified check, Visa, MasterCard, or Discover. There is a 20% buyer's premium. Please bid accordingly. A couple of announcements. We had a pair of very large glass urns over here and 4 paintings that were withdrawn yesterday by the consignor. Just turn it up. How's that? Is that better? Okay. I don't want to blow you out. Sorry, folks. Okay. So, terms of the sale, let's see. Buyer's premium. I guess we're ready to go. Do we have? Are we all set on the phones as far as the car is concerned? Okay. Lot number 1 is a 2019 Subaru Forester. It is from the estate of Lawrence Klein from Stuyvesant, New York. Gentleman has 22,000 original miles. Heated and cooled seats, steering, navigation, Bluetooth, backup camera, full power. It is loaded and in really immaculate condition. Needs a good cleaning, but that's about all. And how much for it? Bidding has to start. I've got a number of left bids, and eliminating the underbidders. Bidding starts at $15,000 and $16,000. What do you go? $15,000's bidding $16,000. Anybody like to be in for 16? 16, thank you. 17, 18, 19,000. 19,000 on the phones. 20,000, 21, 21, 22, 23,000. Back to you, Barbara, for 23. I have 22, 23, 24,000, 25,000, Barb. $25,000, you've got to be 25. I've got 20, 25, 26,000, 26,000, 25,500, 25,500. See if I can help you. 25,500, 26,000, Barb. $26,000. Would you go 26? I've got 25,500 on the floor, and $26,000. You've got to be 26, 26, 26, 26,500, 26,500. Any advance on 26,000? I've got 26,000 once. 26,000 twice. Fair warning, hammer is up. $26,000 buys it. Number 425, the buyer, 425. Next lot. 2 medallions. First of the medallion lots. A silver Joseph II, 1764, the election of the Roman Emperor, and a Maria Theresa bronze. And how much for those? Someone give me $500 for them. $200 and start them. Any 200, thank you. And 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like them for 2 1/4? Now a half. 2 1/2 and 275. 250's been 275 now. $300, 3 1/4. I'm sorry, 3 1/2. Would you go 3 1/2? Now 400. $400. You've got to be 400. 3 1/2 is bidden 4. Would you go 4? Anybody else for 400? I've got 350 bid and 400. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $350 to the internet. Number 902. Thank you very much. 902. Frederick II, silver medal, the Peace of Hertzberg, 1763. Beautiful condition on this. And how much for it? Somebody give me $500 to open. $500. Anybody like over 5? Got to be $300. $200 and get it going. 200. I'm sorry? 225 and 250. Would you go? 2 1/4 is bidden. 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody 2 1/2 and 275? 275 should be hands in the air. 275 now 300. 300 now 350. 350 now 400. $400 450. 450. Would you go 450 now 500? $500. Would you go 5? Anybody like it for 5? 450's bidden. $500. Anybody like to be in for 500? Would you go $500? Anybody want to be in for 5? $450. Buys it number 902. Lot number 4, 3 bronze medallions. Louis the 14th, Louis the 15th, and Napoleon. These are 3 rulers of France. And how much for this? Somebody give me about 300 for them. 300, $200 and get them going. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? $100, 150, thank you, and 175. Would you go? 150's bidding 175. Would you go 175? Anybody 175 now? 200. $200. Would you go 200? 175 is bidding 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 2? Fair warning. 175 and 200. Under the money now. Down it goes. $175. And your buyer number, please. 902. Lot number 5. Charles X Coronation Medal, 1825, and a Frederick III Bronze, 1880, by Schwartzer, and $300 for this lot. 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is 150 and 175. Now 200. 200 now 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 225? 225 now 250. 250. Would you go 250 now 275? 275. You've got to be 275 now 300. $300. You're bidding 3. Would you go $300? 300 now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? You've got to be 350 now 400. $400. You're bidding 400. 350's bidding 400 now 450. 400's bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like them for 450? I've got $400 offered and 450. Fair warning. 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 buys. Number 902. Lot number 6. 5 German medallions. The Hour of Reckoning by K. Goetz. The 1914 mobilization of the German Army. 1917 The Laughing Heirs. And the 1919 Census Satirical Medallion. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about 300 for it. 250, thank you, and 275. 275 is bid now now 300. $300. You're bidding 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like it for 300? They should be bringing that a piece. $300. Anybody like it for 3? Would you go $300? Anybody want to be in for 300? I've got 300 now 350. 350. Would you go $350? You've got to be 350. 350 now 400. $400. You've got to be 4. Would you go 400 now 450? 400 and 450. Any advance on 400 and 450? Once, twice. $400 buys. Number 5235. 5235. 1725, George I Silver Medal for the Revival of the Order of Bath. This is by Croker. And $300 for this lot. 300, 200. 100's bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, now 200. $200, you've got to be 2. Would you go 200? 200's bidding 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4 now? 2 1/2 and 275. Back to you for 275. 275 now 300. $300. Are you bidding 300? $300. Anybody else for 3? Would you go $300? Anybody like it for 3? Would you go to be 300 now 350? 300 and 350. Would you go 350? You've got to be 350. I've got 300 bid and 350. 300 and 350. Once, 350 in time. Now 400. $400. You've got to be 4. Would you go $400? You've got to be 400. New fire. Now 450. 400 and 450. You're out in the back at 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? $400 your way. Number 5235. Rare 36 Olympian bronze medal by Carl Goetz. This was the Berlin Olympics. Jesse Owens and Hitler. Fabled Olympic contest. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. 500, 300, thank you, 350. 300 and 350. Would you go 3 1/2? Anybody like to be in for 3 1/2? 300's bidding 350. Would you go 300? 350 now 400. $400. You're bidding 400 now 450. 450. Would you go 450? Anyone else for 450? 400 and 450. 450 now 500. $500. You've got to be 5. Would you go 500 now 550? 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? I've got 500 bid and 550. Fair warning. Once, twice. $500 buys. Number 5235. We've got $29.50, face value $half. These are all, sorry, folks. These are all standing Liberty halves and assorted conditions and dates. Someone give me about $500 for them. 400, thank you. And 450 now. 500. $500. Would you go five? Anybody like them for 500? 500 now. 550. 500 and 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? I've got $500 offered and 550. Fair warning. Once, twice. $500. Number 22. The buyer 22. Lot 10. 36.55 in face value, pre-64 coinage, assorted years and denominations. You've got dimes and quarters and halves. And $300 for this lot. 350 is bid and 400. 400 now 450. 400 is bid and 450. Would you go 400? 450 now 500. $500 you've got to be 5. 450 is bid and 5. We've got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? I've got 4.5 offered and 500. Fair warning. Once, twice, $450. Number 22, the buyer 22. Lot 11 are 83 silver certificates of assorted years and conditions. Most of them are Douglas Dillon, but a nice bunch of silver certificates. And how much for those? Someone give me $100 to start. $80 to start. 80, thank you. And 90. Now 100. 100. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. 175. 150's bid, 175, now $200. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 has been 2. We got to be 2. Anybody else for 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning. 175 buys, 22, the buyer, 22. Lot 12 is 4 red seal $5 notes, 1953 and 1963. And, well, we know they're worth $20. How about someone give me $30? $30 where? Anybody like to be in for 30? Would you go $30? Anybody want to be in for $30? I've got 20 bid here in the book, and 30, would you go? 30, now 40. 30's bid and 40, you got to be 40. Would you go $40? Anybody else like it for $40? 30 is bid and 40, you got to be 40. $30, Dan, you bought them number 5. 516, thank you, 516. Lot 13, there are 51 $2 bills. And somebody give me $100 for them. 100's bid and 150, 160. 150's bid and 160. Would you go $160? Anybody else for 160? 150 is bid and 160. Would you go 160? 160, 170. 170, Nate, get it back at 170. Anybody else for 170? I've got 160 bid and 170. Fair warning. Once, twice. 160 buys. Number 26, the buyer, 26. Lot 14 is a $10 1928 gold certificate. Not in the best of shape, so somebody give me $20 for it. $10 is where? 10 I have, and I've got 10 ahead of you. Would you go 15? 10 and 20. Anybody like it for 20? 20 is in the back seated. 20, now 30, Jack. 30. 20 is bid and $30. Anybody else for 30? I've got 20 on the phones, and 30, would you go? Anybody like to be in for $30? Fair warning. $20. 516, the buyer, 516. Lot 15, proof sets, including 5 bicentennial silver coin sets, and $30 quick for this lot. How much? 50 and 60. 50 is bid and 60. Would you go $60? Anyone else for 60? Now 70. We got to be 70. Would you go $70? Anybody like it for 70? 60's bid and 70. Would you go $70? $60. Away back, number 7, the buyer, 7. Lot 16, silver medallions, including Disney, Norman Rockwell. Now, this says approximately 16 ounces. Please, can you let them know online that I think it's only about 12 ounces. So if anybody wants to change their bids, 12 ounces of silver. That's what we've been able to determine thus far. And somebody give me about, I don't know, $150. 150. Would you go 150? Would you go 175? Now 200. 175 is bid and 2. You got to be 200 now. 2 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? I've got 200 bid and 2 1/4. $200 away it goes. Away number 912. 912. Next lot. There's a rare Carson City silver dollar, and I've got a little bit of interest in this. Bidding starts at $200 and 2.25. Would you go? 2.25, 2.5, 275 now. Back to you for 270, 275. Now 300, 300. Now 350. Now 400. 400. Would you go 400? 3.5 is bidding. 4. Going to be 4. Would you go $400? Would you go 400? 400. Now 450. 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got $400 offered at 450. Fair warning. 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400. 22. The buyer. 22. 50th anniversary silver paperweight. This is 12 troy ounces, which is a troy pound, okay? There's not 16 ounces in a troy pound, something I discovered. But 12 ounces is a troy pound. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about 200 for it? $100 for it. Everybody. How about somebody give me 1.25? 1.5, 175, now 200. 200, what do you go, $200? Anybody else for 200? Now 2.25, 2.5. 2.5, would you go 2.5? 2.25 is bid, and 2.5 would you go? Anybody else like it for 2.5, 2.25, 2.5? Fair warning. 2.25 buys. Number 23, the buyer 23. What do we have? Lot 19. 20 Morgan Head silver dollars. There is one that is at 1878S. Everything else is 1887. They are in near mint condition. They're in beautiful, beautiful condition. How much for this lot? For the 20s Morgan silver head dollars. Someone give me about $1,000 for them. 500 for them. Anybody like to? 550. Thank you. And 600. What do you go? 600 and 650. 650, I have 650 standing ahead of you. 650, 700, back to the internet for 700. I've got 650 standing and 7. Would you go $700? Anybody like it for 700? 6.5 has been 700. Now 750. 750, Jack. 750. Now 800, sir. 800. 750's bid and 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else for 800? I've got only 7.5 offered and $800. Anybody like to be in for 8? Fair warning, 800. $750 buys. Number 22, the buyer 22. Next lot. Oh, this is the bronze cast iron New York City West Side Highway rondelle shown down here. The seal of New Netherland. Evidently, every bridge that crossed the West Side Highway in metropolitan New York had one of these rondelles on it, and there were 5 different assorted seals. This one is the seal of New Netherland, and I should think $500 for it. 5, got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 for it. 300. 200, thank you. And 2.25, would you go? 200's bidden, 2.25. Anybody else for 225? 2.25, now 2.5. 2.5 and 275. 275, would you go 275? Now 300. 300, now 350. 300 and 350, would you go $350? Anybody else like it for 350? I've got $300 offered and 350. Fair warning, 300 and 350, 350, now 400, 400. I was up on the ladder in the middle of the night tearing this off the bridge, and I'm looking for $400. 350's bid and $400. Anyone else for 400? Sold it, $350. And your way number? 914. Lot 21, Cartier, Paris. 3-inch diameter covered box with gold bandings, multicolored. There is an old repair, so you buy it as you see it, but a lovely, lovely box. How much for it? Someone give me 300 for it? $200 for it. Anybody got 200 bid and 2.25? 2.25, 2.5 now. 2.5, would you go 2.5? 275. 275, yes? 270. Now 300, sir. 300, would you go 300? This is just like an auction. 300. Now 350. 350, wrong answer. 350. 300 and 350. Would you go 350 on the internet? 350. Now 400. Back to you for 400. 3.5 and 4. Got to be 4. Would you go 400? Now 450. 400 and 450. 450. Now 500. 500. Would you go 500? 450's bid and $500. Any advance on 450 and 500. Once, twice. $450. Your way number? 916. 916. Lot 22 is 5 walking sticks with silver, horn, bone, and porcelain handles. Kind of nice. And I've got $150 bid and $175. Now 200. 200, now 2.25, 2.5. 2.5. Anybody like them for 2.5, 2.25, 2.5? It's got to be 2.5 and 275. 275, would you go 275? Got to be 275. 275 ahead of you, now 300. Back to you for 300. Would you go 300, 300, now 350. 350, Leah. Get it back at 350. Would you go 350, Leah? 300 and 350, now 400. $400 online, 400. Would you go 400? I've got 350 online and $400. Any advance, 350 and 400. Once, twice, $350. Your way number? 916, the buyer, 916. Bronze by C. Richelli, the Wounded Fawn, shown back here. Off a lawn in Hunter, New York. Beautiful, beautiful gardens up there. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it. I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like it for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 and get it going. $300 for the Richelli. Anybody? 300, thank you, and 350. 300 and 350. Now 400. 400. Would you go 400? 3.5 is bidden. 4. Got to be 4. Would you go 400? Now 450. Now 500. Back to you for 500. 450's bid and 500. 500. Now 550. Back to you, Nate, for 550. I've got 500 bid. 550. Now 600. $600. Would you go 6? 5.5 and 6. Now 650. 650, Nate. 650. Now 700. Back to you for 700. 6.5. 700. Now 750. 750, the hard way. 750, now 800. $800, would you go 800? 800, now 850. Back to you for 850. I have 800 bid and 850. You're bidding 850. Bid and 850. Fair warning. 800 and 850. Hammers up. Once, twice. $800 buys. Number? 529 to the phones at 529. Oil-line canvas, 19th century genre scene, Saving Baby Birds, unsigned, but lovely little English school painting, 19th century old. And how much for it? I've got a little bit of interest. It opens at 400 and 450. Would you go? 400 I have in 450. Would you go 4.5? Anybody like to be in for 4.5? 4.5 and now 500. 500's here in the book. Now 550. Back to you for 550. 500's bid in 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? Now 600. Back to you for 650. 600's bid in 650. Are you bidding 650? I've got 600 bid. 650. Now the book is out. 700. Back to my original bidder for 700. Would you go 700? Anyone else for 700? I've got 650 bid and 700. Fair warning, 650 and 700. Down it goes, $650 to the internet number 3339. Lot 25 is a New York City. This is Fife School, 5-legged, reeded leg card table, plumb bob feet. The casters become an extension of the plumb bob foot, just as Fife would have done it. How much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. 500 for a Duncan Fife card table. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go 500? 300 for it. My goodness. $300. Any interest in it? $300. Anybody want to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? $200 and start it. 200. Thank you. And 2.25. Would you go? 200's bidding 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Anybody else like it for 2.25? I've got only $200 offered for a Fife card table, 2.25. Now a half, and now 75, 275. Now 300. Back to you for 300. 275 is bidding 3. Got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anyone else for 300? 275 is bidding 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like it for 300? $275 buys. Number 21, the buyer. 21. Next lot. Pair of 18th century silk works, probably English, about 1790, nicely framed and presented. And how much for those? Someone give me about 500 for them. 500, $200 and get them going. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200, $100 and start them? Pair of English silk works for 100s bid and 1.25. Anybody like to be in for 1.25? Would you go 125? Anybody want to be in for 1.25? 100's bid and a quarter, now a half. Half and 75. 1.5 is bid and 75. You got to be 70. Would you go 75? 175. 150 buys. Number 924. In New York City, right across from Lincoln Center, there was a jazz club named the Iridium. And they special ordered these. These were designed by Gordon Mosier, these chairs. They're in original upholstery. They're steel and aluminum, I believe, is the framework. And they are called ballet chairs because Mosier, the designer, tried to incorporate the fluid movements of a ballerina in the actual chair, the form of the chair. They're really sculptural quality. And how much for those? Somebody give me $1,000 for the 4 of them? I've got 1,000 bid and 1,100. Would you go? 1,000 I have and 11. Would you go $1,100? Anybody like 11 and now 1,200? $1,200 going to be 12. Would you go $1,200? Anybody like them for 1,200? 11 is bid and 1,200. 12 and 13. 13 and 1,400 now. $1,400. He bidding 14. I've got 13 bid and $1,400. Anyone else like them for 14? I've got $1,300 bidding 14, now 1,500, 15, now 1,600. 15 is bidding 1,600. There's a set of 6 on first dibs for only 22,000. So 16, thank you, and 1,700. 17, now 1,800. $1,800, you're bidding 18. 18, now 1,900. 1,900, now 2,000. $2,000, you're bidding 2,000. Now 2,100. $2,100, you're bidding 2,100. 2,000's bidding 2,250, I guess it should be, right? 2,250. Would you go 2,250? I've got 2,000 bidding 2,250 and 2,500. 2,500 now. 2,500 and 2,750. 2,750. These are in original upholstery. Hello, Stephen. How are you? Good to see you. 2,750. Now 3,000. $3,000. You're bidding 3,000. 2,750's bid and 3. Would you go $3,000? You've got to be 3,000. Get it back, Nate, at 3,000. I've got 2,750 bid and 3,000. Fair warning. 2,750. 3,000. Now 3,250. 3,250. Would you go 3,250? You've got to be 3,250 now. 3,000 is bid and 3,250. I've got 3,000 and 32. Yes? No? You've got a problem? 3,000 is bid and 3,250. Fair warning. Once, twice, hammers up. 3,000 and down it goes. $3,000 buys, number 914. Thank you. Mixed Media, The Female Wrestler by Lewis Smith. He was a folk artist. I think he was born in Georgia and ended up here somewhere. 1907 to 1998. Nicely rendered, beautiful condition, and I should think $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for the outsider art. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300, 200? $100 is where? 150, 175 now. 150 is bid and 175. Would you go 175? Anyone else for 175? 150 is bid and 175. Fair warning, 150 and 175. Down it goes, $150. Your weight number? 926. 926, the buyer. 29. Early glazed pottery lamp. I believe that this is probably an Oriental pottery lamp. Beautifully glazed. And how much for it? Someone give me 300 for it. We've got 300 bid and 3.5. Would you go? 300's bid and 3.5. Would you go 3.5? Anybody like to be in for 350? 300's bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? 300 and 350. Fair warning. 300 and 350. $300 to the order bid, number 538, the buyer, 538. Lot 30, Shreve and Company, San Francisco. Crystal regulator clock in working order with a porcelain dial, quite nice, right over here. And how much for it? Someone give me 400 for it. $400. Anybody like to be in for 4? Got to be $300. Anybody like it for 200? $100 is where? $100 and get it on the road. Anybody like to be in for $100? Beautiful working order clock, crystal regulator, all the glass is good. 100's bid and 1.25. 100's bid and 1.25. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1.25? 100's bid and 1.25. Fair warning, 100 and 1.25. Wow, nice buy. $100 buys it. Number 14, the buyer. 14. Lot 31, vintage Garrett Rietveld design, iconic chair and table, both signed Alavar. We believe that these were probably fabricated in the 1970s. And how much for them? We've got a little bit of interest in them. They open at $800 and $850. Would you go? 800's bid and $850. Would you go $850? Anybody like them for $850? Now $900. 900's here in the book and $950. Back to you for $950. Now $1,000. Now $1,100. Back to you for $1,100. I've got $1,000 bid and $1,100. Anyone else for $1,100? $1,000's bid and $1,100. Anybody want to be in for $1,100? $1,000 is bid and $1,100. Would you go $1,100? $1,100. Anybody like to be in for $1,100? $1,100, would you go 1,100? Fair warning, $1,000 is offered at 1,100, once, twice, down they go, $1,000 to the order bid, bid card 502, the buyer 502, next lot. Mixed media on paper, Stephen Olin Dow's, Spring Glenburn, Providence, the William Macbeth Gallery, New York, kind of nice. And $300 quick for it. $300, $200 and get it going. $200, would you go two? Got to be two. Would you go $200? $100 and start it. Now a quarter. 100 is bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100 is bidding 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2 and 175. 150 is bidding 175. Now 200. $200 you're bidding two. Would you go $200? 175 is bidding two. Got to be two. Would you go $200? Anyone else for 200? I've got 175 and 200 once, twice. $175 buys number 5241, lot 33. Angela Warner, 1826, architectural sampler with an ABC and a poem. That also has a note on the back indicating that it came from Flat Creek, New York, out near Schoharie, I guess, Flat Creek, and gives lineage on the entire family. And how much for it? Someone give me $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be able to go $200, $100 and get it going? 150, 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150 is bidding 175. Now $200. You got to be 200. Now 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200 is bidding now a quarter. Now a half. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2 and 75. 250 is bidding 275. Any advance? 250 is bid and 275. We've got to be 275. Now 300. 300 where we should have started. $300 now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? You've got to be 350. I've got 300 and 350. Fair warning, 300 and 350. Once, twice. Down it goes. $300 your way. Number 932. Lot 34. 4 pieces of Tiffany silver, including 2 bowls, a scallop shell, and a beautiful square tray. Lovely bunch here, 21 ounces. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about 500 for it. 500, 300. Everybody. I'll take the gentleman seated on the floor for 3. The internet's going to have to be 350. 350, now 400. $400, would he go 400? 400, now 450. 400 is bidding 450. Would he go $450? We've got to be 450. Tiffany silver, 450. Would he go 400? 450, now 500. 500, one of you. Anybody like it for 500? 500, now 550. 550, would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? 500 and 550, would you go 550? $500. Buys number 933. Satsuma jar with, this is beautiful, beautiful piece of Satsuma. Salamander, dragons, ancestral portraits all the way around it. Beautiful condition. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. $200 for it. And 2 1/4, would you go? 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Now a half. 2 1/2 and 75 and 300. Now 350. About 400. Now 450. Now 500. Now 550. 550. Would you go 550? You've got to be $550. Think it over. 500 is bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? I've got only $500 offered and 550. Fair warning. Once, twice. $500 buys. Number 14. The buyer. 14. Lot 36. You talk about a beautiful table. Double pedestal table, granted, not an antique, but penwork design on a big, wide satinwood banding. 3 leaves, continuous decoration all the way around. Beautiful condition. How much for it? Someone give me about $3,000 for it. $2,000 for it. Anybody like to be in for $2,000? $1,000 is where? 1,000's bidding. 1,100. Would you go? 1,000. I have an $1,100. You got to be 11. Would you go $1,100? Anybody like it for 1,100? 1,000's bidding. 1,100. Now 1,200. You've got to be 12. Now $1,300. 1,300. 1,300 is with me, and $1,400. You've got to be 14. Would you go 1,400? 13 is bidding. 14. Would you go $1,400? Anyone else for 1,400? 1,400. Now 1,500 is with me. Back to you for 1,600. 15 is bid and $1,600. 16, now 1,700. I've got to be 1,800. Would you go 1,900? 1,800, $1,900. You've got to be 19. I've got $1,800 offered and $1,900. 1,900. The book is out now. $1,900, now $2,000. $2,000, anyone else for $2,000? I've got 19 bid and 2,000. Fair warning, $1,900 and 2,000. Once, twice, $1,900. You wait, number? 936, the buyer, 936. James Abbott McNeil Whistler, Alderney Street. This is an etching, Gazette de Beaux Arts edition, 1881. Nice condition. How much for it? Someone give me about, I should think, $600. Nice starting place. Anybody like to be in for $600? $500 for it then. $300 for the Whistler. Anybody like to be in for $300? $200 and get it going? My goodness, giving it away now. $100. $100 for Whistler etching. Anybody like to be in for $100? Would it go $100? Anybody like to be in for $100? $100. Would it go $100? Anybody like to be in for $100? $50 for it. 50 and 60 and 70, 70 and 80, 80 and 90. $90. Would he go 90, 80 bidden? $90. Price of a good bottle of Cabernet. $90. Anyone else for 90? Now 100. 100, yes. 100. 1 1/4. 100's bidden 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody else for 1 1/4? 100's bidden 125. John, you bought it $100. Number 2, the buyer, 2. Abercrombie and Fitch leather pig footstool, 25 inches long and 15 inches high, shown on the other side of the room, and $500 quick for it. $500, $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4, 2 1/2? Anybody like it for $250? 2 1/4's bidden, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and $275. Anybody like to be in for $275? $250's bidden, $275. It's got to be $275. Anybody like to be in for $275? $250 and $275. $250. Your way number? 938, the buyer. 938. 39. This is a Carlton House desk by James Schoolbrid, London. Edwardian, Edwardian period, about 1900 or so. Beautiful, beautiful desk. Wonderful condition. Nicely signed on the lip of the drawer as you pull it out across the top near the lock. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 for the Carlton House desk. Anybody like to be in for $500? Going to be $500. Would it going to be $300 to start it? $300 for that desk. Thank you. And $350. Would he go? $300 I have and 3 1/2. It's going to be 3 1/2. Would he go 3 1/2? Anybody like to be in for 3 1/2? And now 4 1/2. Now $400. $400. Would he go $400? Now $450. $400 and $450. Anybody else for $450? I've got only $400 offered and $450. Seems like under the money now at $400 and $450. Wow. Once, twice, fair warning, $400 and $450. $400 buys, number 26. Beautiful buy. Wonderful buy. Next lot. Schnapps Hideaway in the form of a stack of books. The little Schnapps Hideaway in the form of a stack of books. And how much for it? Somebody give me a $300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for $200? $100's bidden. 1 1/4. Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? $100's bidden. 1 1/4 go. 1 1/4 got to be 1 1/4 now. 1/2. 1 1/2 and $175. Back to you for $175. $150's bid. $175 now. $200. Would he go $200? $175. Now 2 1/4. $200's on the internet now. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/2. 2 1/2. He bidding 2 1/2. 2 1/4's bidding 2 1/2 and $275 now. $275. Back to you for $275. $250 and $275. Back to the phones for $275. Once, twice, $275. Now $300. Back to you for $300. $275 and $300. Now $350. $300 now $350. Would you go $350? Now $400. Back to you for $400. $350's bid and $400 now $450. $400 now $450. Would you go $450? $450 now $500. $500. You've got to be $5. $450's bid and $500. Any advance? $500 now $550. $500 and $550. $550 now $600. $550's bid and $600. Would he go $600? Fair. $600 now $650. $600 and $650. Would he go $650? Dan, get it back to $650. Now $700. Back to you for $700. 6 1/2 and $700. Are you bidding $700? Fair warning. Once, twice. $650. Buys number 505. 505 the buyer. 41. 4-drawer Merrick spool chest. All original stencil decorated. Nice 3-drawer spool chest. And for shuttle cotton, I guess it's 4 drawers actually. Somebody give me about $300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like it for $100? Hundreds bid 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 125. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Now a half. What do you go? 1 1/2. Anybody like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4. 1 1/2. Anybody want to bid for 1 1/2? Fair warning. Once, twice. 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys. Number 941. 42. Early English double bin tea caddy. Kind of a nice serpentine form. And $300 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for $300? $200 and start it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go 200? $100 is where 100's bid. 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. 175. 175. Now 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bid in 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Anybody want it for 2 1/2? Fair warning. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Down it goes. 2 1/4 buys. Number 942. 43. 24 pieces of Canton dinnerware, most in good condition. The Mazarine and the Sawtooth Bowl both show staple repairs. Some pieces with very minor roughage, but negligible. And bidding has to start at $550 and $600. Would you go? $550's bidding. $6. Would you go? $600. Anybody else like it for $600? $600. $650. I've got to be $700. Would you go $750, Barb? $700. $750. $750. The book is out. $750. Now $800. Anybody like it for $800? 7 1/2 is bid in 8. Would you go $800? Anybody like to be in for $800? 750's bid in 800. 750's bid in $800. Once, twice. $750 buys. Number, what is it? 511. The buyer. 511. Thank you. A beautiful pair. These are gorgeous. Interior ferns. These are bronze. They could be used in a formal garden setting as well. After Claude Michel Clodion, Egyptian Revival urns shown right down here. They're large, 20-inch diameters, and 29 inches tall. So how much for those? Someone give me $1,000 for them? $500. I've got 800 bid and 850. Would you go? 800's bid and 850. Would you go $850? Anybody like them for 850? I've got 800 bid and 850. Would you go $850? They love these in Troy. 850. Would you go $850? 800 and 850. Any advance on 800 and 850? Fair warning. 800 and 850. Once, twice. Down they go. 946. The buyer. 946. Lot 45 is the Robert M. Decker Adirondack Landscape. Now, we're not sure if that's the Adirondacks. That could somewhere here in the Hudson Valley, though. A lovely, lovely painting. Adirondack Landscape by Robert Decker. We sold a small one of his in the last sale. And bidding on this has to start at $500 and $550. Would you go? 500's bidding. $550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for $550? $550. Now $600. Back to you for $650. Back to me for $700. Back to you for now $800. $750's bid and $800. Anyone else for $800? $800. Would you like to go $800? Hassan, you're out at $800. You're bidding $800. $750's bid and $800. Anyone else for $800? Would you go $800? 7 1/2 and $800. Fair warning. $750 on the internet and $800. Once, twice. $750 buys. Number 5117. Thank you. 46 is a 4-piece sterling silver dresser set, including 2 beautiful crystal jars, a brush and mirror. Very heavy repoussé. And how much for this lot? Someone give me $500 for it? $200 to start it. 2 1/4's bid and 2 1/2. Would you go? 2 1/2 and 275 now. 250, 275. Any advance on 250? 275, 275. Now 300. Now 350. 300 and 350. Where we should have started at 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? I've got $300 offered and 350. I thought we'd be going right along. 350. Now 400. Now 450. Back to you for 450. I've got 400 offered and 450. Would you go 450? You've got to be 450. I've got 400 bid and 450. Once, twice. Down it goes. $400 buys it. Number 948. 948. The buyer. Next lot. 2 Subas and a Japanese Sagamono. That's a tobacco box. And that has an in-row pipe holder along with it. And someone give me about, I don't know, $300 for the Subas. Anybody like to be in for $300? $200. Thank you. And 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4, would you go? 2 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? One is Pactong and the other one was mixed metals. 200 and 2 1/4. Once, twice, down it goes. $200 buys it. Number? 921, the buyer, 921. Oil on board, fishing in Lake George, initialed with a monogram and dated 1875. And I've got a little bit of interest in this. It opens at 300 and 350 I've got 500 and 550 and 600. Back to you for 600, now 650, now 700. 700, 750, now 800. 850, now 900. 950, 1000, 1100. 1,200, 1,300, 1,200 is bidding 13. Would he go $1,300? Anyone else for 13? 13 on the phones. Now 1,400. One of you. $1,400. Would he go 14? Anyone else? 14. Now 1,500. Back to you, Leah, for 15. Would he go $1,500? You've got to be 15. 15 is on the floor. Now 1,600. 15 is bidding 16. Would he go $1,600? Any advance of 15 and 16? Fair warning. Hammers up. 15 and 16, 1,500 buys. Number 14, the buyer, 14. 49, pair of period Chippendale wingback chairs. We sold these in the rough years ago. The woman had them reupholstered, beautifully reupholstered in like a Burberry fabric. They're in very, very good sound, usable condition. They are period chairs. These are 18th century chairs. And how much for those? Someone give me about $2,000 for them. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 and get them going. Anybody like to be in for $500? Got to be $500. Would got to be $500. Anybody want to be in for $500? $300. I've got 400 bid and 450. Would he go? 400 is bid and 450. Would he go $450? Anybody like to be in for 450? A fraction of the cost of reupholstering them. I've got 400 bid and 450. Would he go $450? Anyone else for 450? 400 and 450. 450. Now 500. Now 500. I should have been a dentist. 500. 450's bid and $500. 500. Anybody? Any advance on 450 and 500? Wow. $450 buys. Number? 3215. Lot 50, 19th century mahogany cheese boat with ormolu mounts, kind of nice, and $300 quick for it. 3, we got to be 3. Would he go 300, 200 for it? 200, $100, get it going. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 1 1/4, now a half. Would he go 1 1/2? You've got to be 1 1/2 and 75. 175, now 200. 200, now 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. 2 1/2, would he go 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bid and 2 1/2 and 275. Now 300. Now 300. Would he go 300, 275 and 3? Would he go $300? Anybody else for 300? Fair warning. 275 and 300. Once, twice. $275 buys. Number? 950. 950. 51 is an Art Nouveau KPM figure of a female nude holding a koi carp. This has the blue scepter mark. Quite nice. And $300 for it. 300, 200 KPM. $100 is where? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody else like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Got to be 125. Anybody want it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Now a half. Judy, 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bid. Almost owned it. 1 1/2. You got to be 150. Would you go 150? 150. 175. 175. 150's bid and 175. Fair warning. Once, twice. $150. Judy, your number, please. 34, is it? 34. 52. This is the Koeniger. This is dated 1925, winter landscape. And it's in an original Carrig-Rohan frame. Vos, who also handled Koeniger, bought out Carrig-Rohan. And the frame is also dated 25. So we presume that they started out in life together. And someone give me about, I should think, $4,000, $3,000, $2,000 to start. Anybody like to be in for $2,000? 1,000 is bid and 1,100. Would you go 1,000? I have an $1,100. Would you go 1,100? Now 1,200. Now 1,300, 1,400. You've got to be 14. 14, now 1,500, 15, now 1,600, $1,600, would you go 16? 16, now 1,700, now 1,800, one of 18 on the phones, 1,900, now 2,000. Back to you, Kenneth, for 2,000, 2,000. I've got 2,250 here in the book. Would you go 2,500, one of you? 2,500, 2,250's bid, and 20, I have 2,500 on Ken. Would you go, and I've got 2,750. Would you go 3,000? Would you go 3,000? You've got to be 3,000, Ken. $3,000, you're bidding 3,000, 3,000. I've got 3,200. Would you go 3,400, Ken? 3,400. I've got $3,200 bid and $3,400. Any advance on 3,200? 3,400. 3,200's bid and $3,400. You're bidding, Ken, 3,400. 3,400's on the internet, and the book is out. 3,400 now. 30. Let's make it 3,500. Get me back on even money at $3,500. Would you go 35? Would it going to be 35? Anybody else like it for 3,500? 3,500. Anybody want to be in for 3,500? Fair warning. 3,400 is bid, and 3,500 once, twice. $3,400 buys. Number 945. 53. Set of figural lady Orientalist girandoles. There's 2 3-branch and 1 5-branch. All complete set of prisms, I believe, and $300 quick for it. 300. $200 for that set of girandoles. Anybody like to be in for 200? $200. $100 for that set of girandoles. Hundreds bid and 1 1/4. Now a half. Half. We've got to be 1 1/2 and 75. 175. Now 200. $200. Would you go 200? 175 and 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 is bid and 2. We've got to be 2. Would you go 200? Fair warning. 200. 175 buys. 19 the buyer. 19. 54. 3-draw Sheraton timbre desk. This is an old one. This is a period desk. Beautiful. It is cherry with mahogany veneers. Beautiful little desk. The timbre operates smoothly and silently. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think $1,000, but I'll take $500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5? You got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 to get it going. $300 on the timbre desk. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? $200 is where? $200 on that timbre desk. And 2, thank you, and 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 is bidden 2 1/4. Now a half. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Anybody else like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody else like it to be in for 2 1/2? I have $225 on a period timbre secretary. Anybody like it for 250? 250. Now 275. 275. You've got to be 275. 250 is bid and 275. No money at all. 275. You've got to be $275. Anyone else for 275? 275. Now 300. Back to you for 300. $300. You've got to be 3. Would you go $300? 275 is bid and 3. You got to be 3. Would you go 300? Anyone else for 300? 275 and 300. $275. Buys number 21. The buyer 21. Next lot. 55. Gorham sterling silver salt and pepper pots, and a pair of low Kirk and Son candlesticks with repoussé floral decorations. How much for this lot? Somebody give me 300 for the lot. 300, 200, beautiful condition on them. 200, $100 for them. I got 150, 175, now 200. $200, you've got to be 2. Would you go 200? Anybody else like it for 200? I got 175 bid and 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like to be in for 2? 175 buys. Number 23, the buyer 23. Lot 56, 18th century bullseye mirror with girandole candle arms shown over the fireplace in the back, and $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 and get it going. 5 is bid and 550. Would you go? 5 and 550. Would you go? $550 and 550, 600, 650, 700, 700. One of you. 700, 700, 750, 800. One of you. $800. You've got to be 800 on Dan. 850. 900 now. Back to you for 900 on Barbara. 950. Now 1,000. $1,000. Would you go 1,000? 1,000 on Dan. 1,100. $1,100. Would you go 1,100? 1,000 is bidden 11. Would you go $1,100? Anybody else for 11? 10 is bidden 1,100. $1,000 owns it. Number 505. Is it, Dan? 505, thank you. 505, the buyer. Tumlin and Gale, brass-bound jewelry casket, Coromandel veneers, beautiful, beautiful jewelry casket shown over by Josh. And how much for it? About 1870 old, and $500 quick for it. $500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? Would you go $300, $200 to start it? $200. You can find these on the internet for $1,000, $1,200, $1,400. Somebody give me $100 to open it. Anybody like it for $100? Any interest at $100? Where will you put your jewelry? Think about it. Hundreds bid, 1 1/4, would you go? 100's bid, 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 125? 100's bid, 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? $100 buys, number? 4678. Lot 58, Gorham Sterling Silver Deep Dish, approximately 17 1/4 troy ounces, not a wrinkle or a dent in it, and $300 quick for it. $300. $200 for it. Thank you. And 2 1/4, would you go? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. Now $300. 300. Would you go 300? 275 is bidding. 3. Would you go $300? Anyone else for 300? 275 is bidding. 3. Got to be 3. Would you go 300? Are you bidding? 300. Now 350. 300. 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? I've got $300 bid and 350. $300 buys. Number 14, the buyer. 14. 59 is a pair of Oliver Clare's fruit still life oil paintings shown over here. Wally Finley Gallery, Provenance. They were originally part of the Lady Churchill collection. Lady Churchill was an American. That was Winston's mother. And how much for it? A bidding has to start at $850 and $900. Would you go? $850's bid and $900. Anybody like it for 9? Got to be 9. Would you go $900? Anybody like to be in for 900? Now 1,000. Back to you for 1,100. $1,100. Would you go 1,100? 11. Now 1,200. $1,200. The book is out. Anybody else like them for 1,200? I've got only $1,100 bid and 12. Got to be 12. Would you go $1,200? If you buy them for less than 2,000, you're buying them right. I've got $1,100 offered and $1,200. Would you go 12? Anybody like to be in for 12? Got to be 12. Would you go 1,200? Once, twice, fair warning. $1,100 buys. Number 960. The buyer. 960. 61. 2 Worcester baskets and 5 Continental porcelain boxes to go as a lot, and $300 for this lot. $300. $200 and get it going. Would you go 200? 100's bid and 1 1/4. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like them for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Would you go 125? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Any advance on $100 and 1 1/4? $100 buys. Number 908. 908, the buyer. 62 is 2 Bisquet open mouth dolls. Now we've got a bunch of doll lots. Number 2, Bisquet open mouth, probably French Jumeau doll, paperweight eyes, and $500 quick for her. 500. 500, thank you. And 550, would you go? 500's bid and 550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for 550? 550 now 600. $600, would you go 600? 600, 650. 600 and 650, would you go 650? Now 700. $700 bidding 7, would you go 700? Now 750. 700 and 750, would you go 750? Now 800. 800, it's all on the internet now. 800 and 850. 800's bid in 850, now 900. 850's bid in $900 bidding 900, now 950. 900 and 950, would you go 950? Now 1,000. $1,000, you've got to be 1,000, now 1,100. $1,100 bidding 1,100, now 1,200. 11 is bid and $1,200, 12, now 1,300. $1,300, you're bidding 13, would you go 13, now 1,400. $1,400, got to be 14, would you go 1,400? 13 is bidding 14, at 1,400, now 1,500. 1,400 is bidding $1,500, you're bidding 15, would you go $1,500? Anybody else for 15? 1,400 is bidding $1,500, anybody like it for 1,500? Fair warning, once, twice, $1,400 your way, Nate, number? 963. 63. 5 Bisquet dolls, including handwork, Simon & Halbig, Armand Marseille, and they run from 12 to 20 inches long. The only one that I saw with any damages, there is a tight hairline in the back of the little, oh no, that's not the lot. I think all of these are good. All of these are okay. Somebody give me about let's see. Let me have $500 to open them. $5? I have 1,000 bid. Never thought of that. 1,100. 1,100. Now 1,200. 11 is bid and $1,200. Anyone else for 12? Now 1,300. $1,300. You got to be 13. $1,300. 1,300. Now 1,400. The room is voraciously bidding this up. 1,400. 13 is bid and $1,400. Any advance on 1,300 and 14? Fair warning. 1,300 and 1,400. Once, twice. $1,300 buys. Number 964. 64. Bisqued closed mouth pouty doll marked 5. We believe it's a Kestner. And $300 quick for it. 300. 400 bid and 450. Now 500. 500. Now 550. 500 is 550. Now 600. 600. Now 650. 600 and 650. Now 700. 700. 700. Now 750. 750. Now 800. 800. Now 850. I'm getting to like dolls more and more. 800. Now 850. 800 is bid. 850. Now 900. 900. 950. 900 is bid and 950. What do you go? 950. Now 1,000. $1,000. You're bidding 1,000. 1,000. Now 1,100. 1,000. 11. Now 1,200. 11 is bid and $1,200. Anyone else for 1,200? I have $1,100 offered and 1,200. Fair warning. 1,100 and 1,200. Once, twice. Down it goes. $1,100. 965. Not lot 65 is 4 Bisqued dolls. Now this one has the little googly eye doll has a little tight hairline right in the back above the 323 mold mark. Everything else looks pretty good as far as the heads are concerned. And $300 quick for this lot. 300. 650 and 700. 650 is bid and $700. What do you go? 650 is bid and $700. Anybody like it for 700? 6.5 is bid and 7. Now 750. 700 is bid and 750. What do you go? 750. Anybody like to be in for 750? 700 is bid and 750. 700 and 750. Once, twice. $700 buys. Number 964. Lot 66. Bisqued pouty, possibly a Kestner, and $300 quick for it. 500's bid and 550. Would he go? 500's bid and 550. Would he go? $550. Anyone else for 550? Now $600. Would he go? 600. $600. Would he go? $600. $600. Anybody else like it for 600? I've got 550 bid and 600. 600. Now 650. 600 and 650. Would he go? 650. Fair warning. 650. Now 700. $700. Would he go? 700. I've got 6.5 offered. 700. Now 750. 700 is bidding 750. Would he go? 750. Now 800. $800. You're bidding 800. 7.5 and 8. Would he go? $800. Anybody else for 800? 7.5 and 800. Fair warning. 800. 850. 800 is bidding 850. Fair warning again. 800 and 850. Now 900. $900. You've got to be 900. $850 is offered in 900. Fair warning. Once, twice. $850 buys. Number 962. 962 this time. And I think this is the last, or next to the last lot of dolls. 67. 8 dolls, all Bisqued. There's a vinyl doll in there even. Made in Japan, Germany, etc. 3.5 to 11 inches long, and $100 quick for it. 100 where? Anybody like this lot for 100? Would you go $50 for it all? 50 and 60. 50 and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? Fair warning. $50. You're waiting 8. Number 964. 68. Walnut tilting top breakfast table. Burl veneers. If you could just tip that up and show them the beautiful burl. It's a gorgeous table. And somebody give me $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 for it. $500 and get it going. 5. You got to be 5. We got to be 500. 3 is bid and 350. Now 400. Now 450. 400 is bid and 450. What do you go? 450. Now 500. Now 550. Back to you for now 600. Now 650. 650. Now 700. 650 is bid and $700. Anyone else for 700? I've got 650 offered and 7. What do you go? $700. Anybody else like it for 700? $650 your way. Number 924. 69. Kirk Repoussé Sterling is a beautiful set of flatware. A beautiful. I don't think it was probably used Christmas and Easter, that sort of thing. Beautiful set of Kirk Reposé sterling flatware for 12. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 3,000, 2,000, 1,000 is bid, and 1,100, now 1,200. $1,200, you've got to be 12 and 1,300. $1,300, what do you go? 13, now 14, now 15, 1,500, 1,600. $1,600, what do you go? 16, 15, and 16. 15 is bid, and $1,600, you're bidding 16. 16, now 1,700. $1,700, wrong answer. $1,700, stay with me. 17, what do you go? 1,700. Anybody else for 1,700? I've got $1,600 offered. $1,700. Anybody like it for 17? 16 is bid, and 1,700. Once, twice. $1,600 buys. Number 505. Is it 505? Next lot. 70 mahogany triple pedestal table with reeded legs, 2 leaves. Nice, 52 inches wide. Beautiful, beautiful table. Wonderful wood. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 3,000 for it. 3,000, $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where. Anybody like it for 1,000? Would you go $1,000? $800 then. 800, thank you. And 850, what do you go? 800 is bidding 850. What do you go? $850. Anybody else for 850? 800 is bid 9. I've got 850 on the internet. Would you go 900? I got 900 ahead of you. Would you, 1,000? Would you go $1,000, Dan? $1,000? 1,000. Now 1,100. 1,000's been 1,100. One of you, $1,100. Bidding 1,100. What do you go? 1,100. Now 1,200. Dan, get it back at 12. We're going to be 1,200. Now 1,300. Back to the internet for 13. 13. I'll check with you. $1,300. You're bidding 13. I got 1,200 bidding. $1,300. 13. Now 1,400. Back to you, Dan, for 14. 1,400. Now 1,500. $1,500. You're bidding 15. 1,400 is bidding $1,500. What do you go? 1,500. Anybody else for 1,500? I've got $1,400 on the phone and $1,500. Fair warning. 1,415. Once, twice. $1,400 buys. 505 the buyer. 505. Next lot. 71 oil on board. Manosha. Tranquil Meadow. Signed in reverse. Pretty nice. Bidding starts on this at $125 and $150. What do you go? I've got 2 1/4 bid and 2 1/2 and 275 now. 275 now. 300. $300. What do you go? 300 now. 350. 300 and 350. What do you go? $350. Anyone else for 350? I've got 300 bid and 350. Anybody else like it for 350? Fair warning. 300 and 350. Once, twice. Down it goes. $300. Your weight number? 952? 952. Next lot. Sterling silver presentation tray from Troy, New York. Troy City Savings Bank to William Sieber. He was the 1934 president of that bank. And weighs 30 ounces. So how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. $300 for it. 300's bid and 3 1/4. Would you go? I'm sorry, 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 3 1/2, and 400. 400 new fire. 450, 500. 500, one of you. $500, you're going to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 450's bidding 500. 500, 500, 550, 550, 600, $600, 650, 650, 700. Says no, $700. Anyone else for 700? 6 1/2 bid and 7. Would you go $700? Anybody else like it for 700? 650 buys. Number 19, the buyer, 19. 73 is a Federal mahogany period Beaufront corner cabinet with inlay shown in the far corner. This is probably George III. Nicely inlaid. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it, 500 for it. $300 to start it. Anybody like it for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? My goodness. $200. 200, thank you, and 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? Now a half. You got to be 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2 and 275? Back to you for 275. 250 is bidding 275. Now 300. Now $300. You bidding 3? Would you go $300? Anyone else for 300? Wow. Nice buy. 275 buys it. Number 505, the buyer, 505. 74, 19th century French bronze of a seated fawn on a marble base after Houdbine. 8 1/4 inches tall, kind of nice. And how much for it? Beautiful cabinet piece. Someone give me about 500 for it. 300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 300? $200 and get it going. $200, bid and 2 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4, 2 1/4, now a half. 2 1/2, would you go 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, now 300, 300, now 350. Now 350, would you go $350? Rouge marble base, kind of nice. 350 on the phones. Now 400, 400, now 450. Back to you, Leah, for 450. Would you go $450? You got to be 450. 400 and 450. Would it 450 now 500? $500. Would you go 500? 4 1/2 and 5. Would you go 5? Anybody else like it for 500? 4 1/2 and 500. $450. Buys it. Number 539. 539.75. Sterling Silver. Change your tune. Sterling Silver. Tea and coffee service. Abercorn pattern, with a matching Sheffield hot water kettle. This is about 1860 old. And it's Benjamin Preston. He was a London silversmith. A beautiful, beautiful set. How much for it? I've got bidding has to start at $1,400 and $1,500. Would you go? 1,400 is bidding 15. Would you go $1,500? Anybody else for 1,500? 1,400 is bidding 15. Would you go 1,500? Now 1,600. $1,600. You've got to be 16. Would you go $1,600? Anyone else for 1,600? I've got 1,500 bidding $1,600. Anybody like to be in for 1,600? 1,500 is bidding $1,600. Anybody like to be in for 1,600? Fair warning. 1,500 and 1,600. Once, twice. Fair warning. $1,500. Buys number 921. 76 is 1810 New York City Sheraton sideboard with book-matched veneers. Beautiful sideboard, wonderful condition from the surgeon's house in Albany. And I should think $1,000, but I'll take $800 to open. Anybody like to be in for 8? Would you go $800? $500 to start it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Would you go $500? Anybody like it? $300? $300 for it. A lot of furniture for $300. Would you go $300? $200 and get it going. Would you go 2? Got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? Any interest on the floor at $100 for this fine piece of furniture? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Got to be 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Now 150. 150. Would you go $150? Now 175. 150's bidding 175. Anybody want to be in for 175? Now 200. They're going to be back to you for 200. 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275. Would you go 275, 250, and 275? It's a gift. 275 now 300, 300 now 350, 350. Would you go 350, 350? No, 350. Anyone else for 350? I've got $300 and 350, 300 and 350. Once, twice. Fair warning. $300 buys number 9. Number 9. Oil on canvas, 19th century Continental officer in uniform. Feel like you want to salute him. And a couple of $100 quick for it. 200 where? Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 and get it going. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like a quarter? Now a half. Half and 75 now 2. 200, 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anyone? 2 1/4 now 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 275. Want to be 275. 250's bidding 275. Anybody like 275? Now 300. 300 now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? You've got to be 350. I've got 300 bidding 350. 300 and 350. Once, twice. Fair warning. $300 buys number 9. The buyer 9. Lot 78. Oil on canvas. View of Woodstock Valley. Signed Henry Leno. 18 by 26 inches. Beautiful autumnal foliage in this painting. Nicely executed oil on canvas. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I think, $500 for it. 300 then. $200 to start it off. 200, thank you. And 2 1/4, would you go? 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 225? Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 225. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Fair warning. 200 and 2 1/4. Down it goes. $200 your weight number. 974. 79. Is the French monstrance, 17 inches tall. This is French, probably 950 sterling, 17 inches tall, about 18 ounces, with a beautiful gold wash on it. And $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody? 250, thank you, and 275. Anybody like it with 275? 250's bidding, 275. We're going to be 275. We're going to be 275. Now 300. Back to you for $300. You're bidding 300. Now 350. 300 and 350. What do you go? 350 now. 400. 350's bidding. $400. You're bidding 400. 400 now. 450. 400 and 450. What do you go? 450 now. 500. $500. You've got to be 500 now. 550. 500 and 550, what do you go, $550, any advance, 550, now 600, 550 and 600, now 650, 600's bid and 650, what do you go, 650, now 700, 700, now 750, 700's bid and 750, now 800, $800, you're bidding 800, 800, now 850, 800's bid and 850, now 900, $900, you're bidding 900, $900, what do you go, 9? Anybody else for 900? I've got $900, I've got 850 bid and 900. Fair warning. Once, twice, hammers up, and down it goes. $850 to bid card 919, 919. A beautiful French two-door, one-drawer marble top cabinet with ormolu mounts. Somebody came in the other day and said it was too good to be French. Someone give me about $1,000 for it. Bidding has to start at $550 and $600. Where do you go? 600 now 650. 600's the book is out. I had two bids very close to each other. 600, 650. What do you go? $650. Any advance? I have only $600 offered and 650. What do you go? $650. Anybody else for 650? 600 and 650. Once, twice. Fair warning. $600 buys. Number 14, is it? 14, the buyer. Thank you. Lot 81, Federal Period Looking Glass with quadrifoil and half columns, probably New York City, about 1820, 1825. A lovely mirror, and I've got a little bit of a left bid on this. Somebody give me about 500 to start. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. What do you go? 500, 300, 300. Thank you. 350 is in the book. Now 400. Now 450. Now 500. Back to you for 500. 450's bidding $500. You're bidding 5. Anyone else for 500? 500. Now 550. What do you go? 600. $600. You've got to be 600. 5.5 is in the book, and $600. You've got to be 600. Now 650. What do you go? 700. $700. You're bidding 700. I've got 650 bidding $700. 700. Now 800. You've got to be 850. 800 is bidding $850. What do you go? $850. Anybody else like it for $850? 800 is bidding $850. What do you go? $850. The book is out. $850. It's on the internet now at $850. Now $900. What do you go? $900. 8.5 is bidding $9. What do you go? $900. Anyone else for $900? 850 is bidding $900. 900. Once, twice. $850. Buys number 944. Lot 82 is an early oil on panel, an early Santos of St. Agnes. St. Agnes of Rome is she's the patron saint of engaged couples and victims of sexual abuse. And gardeners, by the way, gardeners. Quite a dossier. So, someone give me about, I should think $1,000, but I take 500 to open. It's a beautiful early on panel. A little bit of a curve to the panel. 18th century portrait of St. Agnes. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go $300? Anybody would like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? My goodness, $200 for it. $200. Anybody like it for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 is where 100's a quarter and a half, 1.5. Dan, you've got to be 150. 150. Would you go 150? I got 1 1/4 on the floor and 1.5. You got to be 150. Would you go 150? 150. 175. Now 200. 200. 200. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2.5. 2.5. Would you go 2.5? It's a lovely object. 2.5. Would you go 2.5? 2 1/4 is bidding 2.5. You got to be 250. 250. Now it's internet against internet. 250. 275. 250 bidding 275. Now 300. Now $300. Would you go 3? Got to be 3. Would you go $300? Now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Would you go 350? I've got $300 offered and 350. Once, twice, fair warning. 300 and 350. Down it goes. $300. 919. 919. A set of 8 brass inlaid rosewood chairs. These have Scalamandra Leopardo velvet seats, all in good order, clean as a bean, and ready to go. Lovely, lovely condition. 1 arm, 7 sides. And how much for those? Somebody give me about $3,000 for them. That fabric on the seats is $900 a yard. Somebody give me $1,000 for all of them. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $1,000 to start them. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 then. $800, thank you. And $850, what do you go? $800's been $850 and $900. $900 on Dan. Well, $1,000, $1,000, $1,100 is in the book. Now you've got to be $1,200, Dan. $1,200, one of you. I've got 12 on Dan. You've got to be 13. I've got 13. Actually, I got 14. Would you go 1,500, Dan? 15 is on the internet. Would you go 1,600, Dan? 1,600. 16, now 1,700. Back to the internet for 17. Now 1,800. 1,800, Dan. Would you go 18? 18, now 1,900. $1,900, but 19, now 2,000. Back to you, Dan, for 2,000. Now 2,250. 2,250, now 2,500, Dan. 2,500, 2,750. Back to you for 2,750. Now 3,000, Dan. 3,000, now 3,250. 3,250, what do you go, 3,250? 3,500, Dan. Back to you for 3,500. Now 3,750. 3,750, now 4,000. 4,000, Dan. 4,000, 4,250. 4,250, 4,500. 4,500, 4,500, 4,750. Back to you for $5,000. 5,000, 5,500. 55, $6,000. $6,000, you've got to be 6,000. 6,500. 6,500, you're bidding 6,500. 6,000's bidding $6,500. Anybody else like them for 6,500? I've got 6,000 bidding 6,500. Fair warning. Once, twice, $6,000 buys. 505 the buyer, 505. Lot 84, French 19th century gilt and enamel top perfume casket. This has 2 bottles on the interior. One of those bottles has a corner knocked out of it, out of the bottom of it. But it's a beautiful object, absolutely gorgeous enamel decoration, and $300 quick for it. $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go $200? $100 to get it going. 100's been 1 1/4, now a half and 75. 175, would you go 175, 150, 175, now 200, now 2 1/4. You've got to be 2 1/4. Are you bidding 2 1/4? 250, now 275. 275, 275, would you go 275, 250's bidding 275. 275, any advance on 250 and 275? Fair warning. 275, now 300, now 350. 300's bidding 350, would you go 350? 300 and 350. We can always knock another corner out if you 350. 300 and 350. $300 buys number 3073. Number 85. I love these. 6 very early portraits on either tin or copper of Italian royalty in gessoed frames. They look like they're absolutely ancient, probably 17th century or 18th century. They're just wonderful. How much for them? Somebody give me 2,000. $1,000 is where. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? Would you go $1,000? Anybody like them for 1,000? Well, 500 then. 600. Well, I've got 700. Would you go 800 or 750? Anybody like them for 750? I've got 750. I've got 750 ahead of you. You've got to be 800. 8, now 850. Back to you for 850, Dan. 850, now 900. $900, 9, now 950. Back to you, Dan, for 950. Now 1,000. $1,000, now 1,100. $1,100, Dan, get it back at 11. Now 1,200. $1,200, would you go 12? We've got to be 12. Would you go $1,200? Anybody else like them for 1,200? 11 has been 1,200. 12, now 1,300. $1,300, a new nation. 13, now 1,400. $1,400, you're bidding 14. Now 1,500. Back to you for 1,500. Now 1,600. $1,600, you're bidding 16. Would you go 1,600? I've got $1,500 offered in 16. Now 1,700. Back to you for 1,700. Now 1,800. $1,800, would you go 18, 17, and 18? Any advance on 1,700 and 1,800? Fair warning, 1,700 and 18, once, twice, 1,700 buys. Number 505, the buyer, 505. 86, pair of cast iron Campagna urns. Kind of nice, shown right down here. One needs a bolt and a nut, you know, but there's no damage. It just needs the bolt, washer, and nut. And $300 for this lot. 300, thank you, and 350. What do you go? 350 now, 400. 350 is bidding for. Going to be for. What do you go? $400. Anybody else like them for 400? 3.5 is bidding for. Going to be for. What do you go? $400. Anyone at 400 now? 450. 400 and 450. What do you go? $450. Anybody else like them for 450? I've got 450 now. 500. 450 is bidding 5. Going to be 5. What do you go? $500. Anybody else for 500? 450 is bid and 500 once, twice. $450 your way. Number 986. 87. Pair of 19th century inlaid walnut salon chairs, kind of nice, shown over there. The very comfortable chairs. Josh is in one right now. And $500 for those. Nicely inlaid, nicely upholstered. $300 for those. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go $200 and get it going? 200 is bidding 2.25. Anybody like them for 2.25? 2 is bidding 225. Anybody like to be in for 2.25? 2.25 now, 2.5. 2.5 and 75. 275. Anybody like them for 300? No, I'm sorry, 275. You got to be 275. We got 250 and 275. Fair warning. 250 buys. Number 984. 88. Rare 19th century Egyptian revival mirror with the ebonized elements. Kind of nice. And this opens at 400 and 450. What do you go? 400 is bidding 450, 500, 550. I'm sorry, 550. You've got to be 600. 600, 650, 700. 700, 750, 750, 750, 800, one of you. 800, 800, 850, 850. What do you go? $850. You're bidding 850. Now 900. $900. You're bidding 900, 950. 950. What do you go? 950, 950. Now 1,000. 1,000 now 1,100. $1,100. You've got to be 11. 11 now 1,200. 12 now 1,300. $1,300. You're bidding 13. Now 1,400. $1,400. You're bidding 14. Would you go 1,400, 13, and 14? Anyone else on the phones in the back at 14? 14 now 1,500. Back to you for 15. Would you go 15? 15 now 1,600. One of you. $1,600. Anyone else for 1,600? Fair warning. I've got $1,500 and 16 once, twice. Now it goes. $1,500 buys. You win the race. 504. Thank you. 504 the buyer. Early image of a soldier in uniform, kind of nice. Then somebody give me about 200 to open it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 is where? $100 to open up that early tin image of the soldier in uniform. $100. $50 is bid and 60. Would you go 60? I haven't said. I've got 80. I've got 80. Would you go 90? 90 now 100. $100. Anybody like them for 100? 90 is bid and 100 where? 100 on Ken. Now 1.25, 1.5. 1.5, Kenny. What do you go? 1.5, 1.25 is bid and 1.5. Got to be 150. What do you go? 150. 150, 175 now. 150 is bid and 175. Any advance on 150 and 175? Fair warning. 150, 175. Down it goes. $150. 534 is it? 534. Thank you. Number 90. 2 silver boxes. 1 round French repoussé and a beautiful little snuff box. And somebody give me about $300 for the 2 of them. 300, 200. I've got 150 bid and 175. Where do you go? 175 now. $200. What do you go? 200, 175 and 2. Anybody else for 200? 175 is bid and 2. Got to be 2. Would you go? $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? Haven't bought the snuff box yet. 175 and 200. $175. Number 14, the buyer. 14. Good day to buy, fellas. Next lot. Ebonized Regency sofa with 2 armorial discs in the apron and beautiful down cushions. It has been sprung, but the medial brace is still there. Nice Regency sofa. First quarter, 19th century. How much for it? Someone give me about $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 and get it going. I've got 5 bid and 550. What do you go? 500's bid and 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody else for 5? And I've got 600. Where do you go? 650, Dan. 650. 650, one of you. 650. I've got 650 on Dan. I've got 700. I've got 750. You've got to be 800, Dan. I have 800 on the internet. You've got to be 850, Dan. 850. You've got to be 900, Dan. 900, 950, Dan. 910. What? 1,000 is bid. 1,100, Dan. 11. Now 1,200. 1,200. 1,300. Back to you for 1,300. 12 and 13. Now 1,400. 1,400. 14. Now 1,500. $1,500 bidding 15, now 1,600. 16, we got to be 16, now 1,700. 1,700, Dan, now 1,800. 1,800, 1,900. $1,900, now 2,000. $2,000, now 2,250. 2,250, you're bidding 2,250. I've got 2,000 bid and 2,250, you're bidding 2,250. Fair warning, I've got $2,000 offered at 2,250. Once, fair warning, twice. $2,000 buys, number 3339. 3339. Two allegorical ink drawings. These are labeled Lafitte, but they are Louis Lafitte, of course. They're ex-William Howgate collection, 4.5 by 9.5 inches. Bidding has to start at 500 and 550. What do you go? 500 I have and 550. 550 now I have 650. What do you go? 700. $700. Anybody else for 700? Now 750. 700 is bidding 750. What do you go? 750. What do you go? $750. Anyone else like them for 750? I've got 700 bidding 750. What do you go? $750. Anybody else like to be in for 750? 700 and 750. Under the money now. It's 700 and 750. Once, twice. $700 buys, number 999. 990. 990. 12-inch circular Chippendale style tray, 23 ounces. Very nice piece of sterling. And someone give me about I should think $500, but I'll take 300 to open. 300 and 350. What do you go? 350 and 400. 350's bidding 4. Got to be 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody else for 400? 400 now 450. 450 now 500. $500 bidding 5. Got to be 5. What do you go? $500. What do you go? 500. $500. Anybody else for 500? 450's bidding 5. You got to be 5. What got to be 5? What do you go? $500. Anybody like it for 500? $450 seated in the back. Number 15, is it, sir? 15. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice to see you. Mark Leavenworth and Son, pillar and scroll clock with an Aigle-Mise panel. Believe the panel to be correct and original. And bidding starts at 300 and 350. What do you go? 300's bidding 3.5. What do you go? 350. Anybody like to be in for 3.5? 3.5 and 400. 3.5 is bidding 4. What do you go? $400. Anyone else for 400? 350's bidding 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody else like this clock for 400? Now 450. Now 500. Back to you for 500. 4.5 is offered and 5. You got to be 5. What do you go? 500. Fair warning. I've got only 450 and 500. Once, twice. $450. Number 2. The buyer, number 2, who is always number 1 in our book, but number 2. Pair of 24-inch Meissen cobalt urns. Are we ready on the phones? Did we get through to them? Okay. Beautiful 24-inch Meissen cobalt urns and gilded handles, cross swords, Meissen mark. First period. And somebody give me about $3,000 for them. $2,000. $1,000 is where? 1,000 is bid, and 1,100. What do you go? 1,000 I have, and $1,100. Anybody like to be in for 11? What do you go? 11 now 12, now 1,300, 1,300, 13, 1,300 now 1,400, 14 now $1,500. Got to be 15. What do you go? 1,500, 15 now 1,600, 16. One of you, $1,600, 16 now 1,700. Back to you for 1,700. Now $1,800. You've got to be 1,800, 1,800 now 1,900, $1,900 now 2,000. 2,000, get it back at 2,000. What do you go to? 2,000, you got to be 2,000. 1,900's bidding 2. What do you go? 2,000, 2,000, now 2,250. 2,250, now 2,500. 2,500, what do you go? 2,500. 2,250's bidding. $2,500, any advance on 2,250 and 2,500? Fair warning, 2,250 is bid and 2,500. Hammers up, once, twice. 2,500 with the hammer. I'll take your bid. 2,750. Back to you, Dan, for 2,750. Now 3,000. $3,000. He calls you. 3,000. You've got to be 3,000. 2,750's bidding 3. What do you go? $3,000. You've got to be 3,000. $3,000. You're bidding 3,000. Fair warning. 2,750 and 3,000, now 3,250. 3,250, what do you go 3,250? 3,000's bid and 3,250, you've got to be 3,250, what do you go 3,250? 3,250 and 3,500. $3,500, what do you go 3,500? 3,250's bid and $3,500, what do you go 3,500? I've got 3,250 bid and 3,500, now 3,750. 3,750, what do you go 3,750? 3,750, now 4,000. Back to you for 4,000. 3,750's bid and 4, got to be 4, what do you go $4,000? You've got to be 4,000. Once, twice, fair warning, 3,750 and 4,000. 4,250. 4,250. What do you go 4,250, Dan? 4,250. 4,500. 4,500 now. 4,250's bid and $4,500. Anybody else for 4,500? 4,250's bid and 4,500. Fair warning. Once, twice. 4,250 buys. Number 545. 545. Thank you. 19th century classical mahogany dressing table with ormolu mounts. We do believe that this one is French. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. A beautiful little table. $1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 500 for it. Anybody like it for 5? Going to be 5. Would you go $300 to start it? $300. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? 250, thank you, and 275. 250's bid and 275. Would you go 275? 250's bid and 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? You got to be 275. And now 300. 300, one of you. 275 is bid and 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else? 300, now 350. 350, would you go $350? Such restraint. 350, would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? Yes, 350. Now 400. 400. $400, would you go 400? 3.5 and 4, got to be 4, would you go 400? Fair warning. $350 buys it. Number 8675. 8675. Box set of 6 Gorham sterling silver tablespoons and a boxed unmarked strainer spoon with a gold wash in the bowl. Kind of nice. And $300 for this lot. $300, $200, $100 for it. 100's bid and a quarter, now a half, and 75, 175. Would you go 175? We got 175, now 200, one of you. $200, you're going to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 and 200. 175, I'm sorry, it's too late. 175, I knocked it down to number 23. Get him in early, and I'll always come back to you. I am sorry, Kenneth. 98, a pair of Grand Tour bronze Neapolitan candelabras, Greco-Roman figures in a dark patina shown over there from the estate of Norman Shepherd Rice. And $1,000 for those two. Anybody like to be in for 500? $500, anybody like to be in for 5? Going to be 5, would you go $300 to start them? $300, anybody like them with $200? You get them going, 200, thank you, 2 1/4, would you go? Anybody want to be in for 2 1/4, now a half? 2 1/2, would you go 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2? If it's going to be 2 1/2, would you go 2 1/2 and 75? 275, now 300, now 300, would you go $300? It's going to be 3, would you go 300, 275 and 300? Now 350, 350, should be going right along. 350, now 400, $400 is going to be 4, would you go 400, 3.5 and 4? Anybody else like them for 4? 350 and 400, fair warning, once, twice. $350, you'll be glad you did. Number 2, the buyer, number 2. 99 is a 800 fine silver Empire coffee pot with an ostrich spout. We believe it to be Italian by the touch marks. 24 ounces, kind of nice. And $500 quick for it. 500, $200 for it. 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, now 300. 300, now 350. 300 and 350, would you go 350? Anyone else for 350? I've got $300 offered and 350, would you go 350? Fair warning, 300 and 350, once, twice, $300, 14 the buyer, 14. 100, an exceptional Philadelphia drum table with a writing desk drawer, original cast. The casters are terrific, the best set of casters I've seen in years. And how much for it? A little bit of interest in this. Bidding has to start at eliminating underbidders. It starts at $1,400 and $1,500. Would you go? 14 is bid and 15. Would you go $1,500? 15, now 16, now 1,700. Back to you for 1,700. 17, now 18. 1,700 is bid and $1,800. Anyone else for 1,800? $1,700's bidding. $1,800. Anybody like to be in for 18? Would you go $1,800? Anybody like to be in for 18? $1,700 buys. Number 505. 505, the buyer. Lot 101, a set of 6 Pot-O-Cream cups with covers and tray. There's a Samson porcelain. And there's some roughage on it. You've got a couple of the stems are off the little berry finials on the lids. And I think one cup has a hairline, another one has an old repaired chip. But a lovely, lovely, beautifully decorated set. $300 quick for it. $100 is where? $100 to start it. Hundreds bidding, 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? Hundreds in and 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1/2? 150. Would you go 150? 150, yes. 150, 175. 150, 175. Now 200. $200. $200. It's a little rough. You're just as well off. $200. Got to be two. Would you go 200? 200. Now 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 225. Fair warning. $200 buys. Number 952. 102. This is a silver 19th century basket with pseudo hallmarks, and $300 quick for it. 300. I think it's plated. I don't think it might be 800 silver plate, but it's not 800 fine silver. So somebody give me about 300 for it. $100 is where? Anybody like to be in for 100 1/4 and a half and 75? 175. Now 200. $200. You've got to be 200. Now 2 1/4. 200. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 225? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Fair warning. 200 and 2 1/4. Down it goes. $200. Your weight number? 3432. 103. You talk about a gutsy mahogany candle stand. This one, beautiful wood, real robust stem, beautifully dark, a deep grooved legs. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think 500, but I'd take 200 to open. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go $200? Anybody like this stand for 200? $200. Got to be 2. Would you go 200? Any interest at 200? Any interest? 150, 175. Now 200. $200. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? Is that all right? I took you for 175, sir. 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? It's a terrific stand. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Got to be 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 has been 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. And 275 now. 275. Back to you for 275. 250 and 275. $250. Down it goes. Number 949. 104. Grand Tour Model Temple of Vespasian. Sorry. Sienna marble on a black marble base, also from the estate of Norman Shepherd Rice. And bidding on this starts at, I should think, 4,000, 3,000, 2,000. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go $2,000? Anybody like it for 2,000? I have 1,000. What? 2,000. 2,000's bidding 2,250. Would you go? 2,250 now. 2,500. $2,500. You got to be 25. Got to be 25. 25 is bidding 2,750. 25 is bidding 2,750 now. $3,000. Would you go 3,000? 2,750 is bidding 3. Would you go $3,000? Anybody like it for 3,000? It's only money. $3,000. 2,750 is bidding 3,000. 3,250. 3,250. Would you go 3,250? 3,000's bid and 3,250. You're bidding 3,250. Anybody else like it for 3,250? 3,000's bid and 3,250. And 3,500. And 3,500. 3,250's bid and $3,500. Would you go 3,500? 3,250's bid and 35. Would you go $3,500? Anybody else for 3,500? Fair warning. 3,500. 3,250 buys. Number 5097. 105. Chinese pierced work silver cricket box. Somebody said they didn't know if it was Chinese or not. They thought it might be Southeast Asian. I bow to their knowledge. It might well be Southeast Asian. Someone give me about, I should think, I don't know, 500 for it? $200 to start it. 200, thank you. 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? Now a half. 2 1/2, we got to be 250. Would you go 250? 250, 275. 275, you're bidding 275, and you're out, Nate, at 250, 275, now 300. Back to you, Kenneth, for 300. $300, you're bidding 3, would you go $300? 275 is bidding $300. Anybody else for 300? Fair warning, 300. 275 buys, number 945. 106. English, 18th century English pastel portrait of a woman. Unsigned, has a 1926 auction tag on the back. And $500 for it. 500, 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in two? Would you go 200, $100 and start it? Anybody like this old dowager for $100? $50 and get it going. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4, John? 1 1/4, down 1 1/2. 175. Back to you for 175, 150, 175. Now 200. Back to you for $200. You've got to be two. Would you go 200? Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? Don't listen to him. Listen to me. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. You got to be 2 1/4. $200. Away it goes. Number 3349. Next lot. 107. I think that this could be Fife. It's New York. Beautifully carved feet. One board leaves of the best mahogany that you could find. Shown over here. Been in a little bit of a coma. So I would think $1,000. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 to start it. $500. Anybody like to be in for $5? Got to be beautifully carved feet. $500. $300 and get it going. Any interest? Or we'll see it another day. Anybody? There's absolutely no interest, and really at $300, I would consider that no interest. Well, that's not much, but I'll take $200 to open and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, sir. You won't be unhappy. 275, 250, and 275. Anyone else for 275? 250's bidding. 275. Would you go $275? Anyone else for 275? 250 buys. Mark that stolen. Number 2, the buyer. 2. 108. Too small. Oh, I love these. This is like an ostrich dish with an abalone shell and 2 snail shells, sea salts. How much for them? Somebody give me about $400 for the lot. $200 for the lot. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? $100 and set them in. 150, thank you, and 175. Anybody like them for 175? 150 and 175. Would you go 175? Anybody want to be in for 175? Now 200. $200. Got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anyone else for 200? 175 is bidding 2. Now 2 1/4. 2 is bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2. Anybody like them for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Fair warning, 2 1/2. I've got 2 1/4 bid and 2 1/2. Once, twice. Down they go. 2 1/4 buys. Number
1,000.
You get that? Yep. Okay. 109, beautiful, tight little oil on canvas by Roger Baker, a still life of garlic and onions in a wicker basket, kind of nice. And somebody give me $500 quick for it. 500, should be hands in the air at 500. $300 for the bacon. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go $200 is where? 2 is bidding, 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? Quarter, now a half. 2 1/2, we got to be 2 1/2 and 275, now 300. 300, would you go 300, 275, and 3, now 350. 350, would you go 350, now 400. Back to you for 400, 350's bidding. 4, got to be 4, would you go 400, now 450. 450, you got to be 450, would you go $450? 450, would you go 450? He says yes, she says no, I can't tell what's going on. 450, would you go $450? 450 on the internet again, another Internet Explorer at 450 and 500. $500, would you go 5? Got to be 500, now 550. 500 and 550, would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? I've got only $500 offered and 550. I really thought it was a better painting than that. 500 and 550, once, twice. $500 buys, number 1002. 110 is a pair of Italian vermeil silver musician figures by Argenteria Saviotti, and a cobalt line silver urn. I love the cobalt line silver urn. It's gorgeous. How much for this lot? Somebody give me $500 for it? $200 for it. 200's bidding, 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bidding, 2 1/4, now a half, would you go 2 1/2? Anybody like them at 2 1/2 and 75? 275, now 300. $300. What do you go? 3, got to be 3. What do you go? 300. 275 is bidden. $300. Anybody like it for 300? Now 350. 300 and 350. What do you go? $350. Anybody like it for 350? 300 and 350. What do you go? $350. Anybody like to be in for 350? $300. Your weight number? 5236. Next lot. Oil line canvas by Roger Baker, same artist. Cypress trees in Italy, and $300 quick for this lot. 300, same artist. 300, $200 for this lot. $200 for the landscape. Anybody like to be in for 2? We've got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 for the landscape and start it. $100. Anybody like it for $150 for the landscape? 50, thank you, and 75, 50 and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 60, now 70, 70, now 80. $80 going to be 80. Sold it to you. $70. Joy number 18, the buyer, 18. 112. Boston mahogany candle stand, 28 and a half inches tall. There's an old crack repair to one leg. It's the original piece. Nothing has been altered. And a stable shrinkage line on the top, but a beautiful little candle stand. I think it's the one shown right here in the center of the room. And someone give me about, very unusual stem on that. Somebody give me about $500 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. What do you go? $300, $200 to start it. Anybody like it for 200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like to be in for 100? What do you go? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody a quarter, now a half of 150? What do you go? $150. Anyone else for 150? 150 now 175. I'm sorry, 175 now. $200 is going to be 200. You're off the hook. $200 is going to be 2. What do you go? $200. Anyone else for 200? 175 is bid, and 200. Down it goes. $175. Buyer's number 4678. 4678. 113. Wilson, Birmingham. The works are marked Wilson, Birmingham, 1805. American case with imported works, $250. Is that the one shown here, Josh? Okay, beautiful clock. Been keeping wonderful time. Original surface. Great mahogany case. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it? $500 for it. Anybody like it for $500? $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? Well, $200 and start it. And 250. I've got 250. Would you go 275? One of you? 275. Now 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go $350? Now 400. Now 450. 450. Oh, please. 450. Now 500. Now 550. 550. And like an arrow in my heart. 550. I've got only 500 offered and 550. Would you go 500? 550. Now 600. Now 650. 650. Would you go 650? 600 and 650. Anyone else for 650? I've got 600 bid and 650. Fair warning. 600 and 650. $600 buys. Number 2, the buyer. 2. Lot 114, Royal Copenhagen, Saxon Flower Service for 8 dinner set. Kind of nice. I think it's shown over there in the corner. And $300 quick for it. 300, 300, thank you, and 350. Now 400. $400. What do you go for? Got to be 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody like it for 400? 350's bidding 4. Got to be 400. Now 450. 400 and 450. What do you go? $450. Anyone else for 450? I've got 400 and 450. Now 500. $500 going to be 5. What do you go? 500. 450's bid at 500. Any advance? 500. Now 550. 500 and 550 now 600. 550's bid at $600. What do you go? 600. 600 now 650. 600's bid in $650. What do you go? $650. Anyone else for $650? I've got 600 and 650. Fair warning. Once, twice. $600 buys. Number 1005. 115. Ebonized and gilt decorated Renaissance pedestal, 36 inches tall. Kind of nice. And $300 for it. 300, 200, $100 and get it going. $100. Anybody like it for $100? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody want for 1 1/4? Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. And 150. You've got to be 150, Nate. Would you go 150? I got 150 now. 175. 175. Are you bidding 175? 150 and 175. Fair warning. Once, twice. $150 buys. Number 952. 116. Marble and alabaster bust of a lady. From the estate of Lawrence Klein again. And $300 for it. $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go $100 and start it? 100's bid, 1 1/4, now 1 1/2. Anybody like it for 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2? Would you go 1 1/2? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175? 175, now $200. You got to be two. Would you go 200? 175 is bidding two. Would you go $200? Anyone else for 200? 175 buys. Number 984, 117. Now these, we believe that these are by Antoine Watteau. They are head studies in black, white, and red chalk. Evidently, Doyle's did an appraisal of the apartment that these came out of, and they consider them to be Watteau's. So somebody give me about, someone give me 5,000 to open. Anybody like to be in for five? You got to be five. Would you go $5,000? Anybody like to be in for 5,000? 2,000? 2,500 and 2,750. Would you go? 2,500 is bidding 2,750. Would you go 2,750? Anybody like them for 2,750? 2,750 now 3,000. $3,000. You've got to be three. Would you go $3,000? You've got to be three. Would you go 3,000? 3,000 now 3,250. 3,250. Would you go 3,250? Now 3,500. 3,500. Would you go 3,500? 3,250 is bidding. $3,500. You got to be 35 now 3,750. 3,750. You're bidding 3,750 and 4,000. $4,000. You've got to be four. What do you go? 4,000 now 4,250. 4,250 now 4,500. 4,500. 4,250 is bidding. $4,500. You're bidding 4,500 now 4,750. 4,750. You're bidding 4,750, Nate. 4,750. Would you go 4,750? 4,500 is bidding. 4,750. You're bidding 4,750. 4,500 is bidding 4,750. Would you go 4,750? Anyone else for 4,750? 4,500 is bidding 4,750. Anybody else for 4,750? Hammer is up. 4,500 is bid, 4,750. There was a group of three of these that sold for over $3 million at Christie's. 4,750. Any interest? 4,500 and 4,750. Once, twice. $4,500 buys. Number 5156. 118. Two 19th century Chinese export celadon glazed dishes. Enamel decorated with birds and butterflies. The one with the hot water reservoir has a crack. You buy it as you see it, and $300 quick for it. $300, $200 for it. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4, 2 1/2? 2 1/2. You've got to be 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 75. 275. Now 300. $300. Would you go three? Got to be three. Now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Now 400. 350. 400. Now 450. 400 is bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anyone at 450? Now 500. $500. Would you go 500? 4 1/2 is bidding five. You got to be five. Would you go $500? 450 is bidding $500. Anybody else for 500? 450 is bidding five. You got to be five. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? Fair warning, I have 450 and 500. Once, twice. Down it goes. $450 buys it. Number 943. 119. Late Federal mahogany window bench with olive-colored velvet upholstery in the back, beautifully tufted. A lovely, lovely window bench in crotch mahogany veneers. And I should think $1,000, but I'll take it 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for five? Got to be five. Would you go 500? $300 to open. Anybody like to be in for 300? $300. Anybody want to be in for three? Got to be three. Would you go 300? $200 is what 200 is bidding. 2 1/4. Would you go? 200 is bidding. 2 1/4. Got to be 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Now 250. 250. 275. 275. You got to be 275. Would you go 275? Now 300. Now 350. Back to you for 350. Would you go 350? 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? I've got $300 offered and 350. Fair warning, 350, now 400. Back to you for 400, 350, 400, now 450. 400 is bid and 450. Would you go $450? You got to be 450. 400 is bid and 450. You're bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got 400 bid and 450. 400 and 450. Once, twice, hammers up. 400 and 450. And down it goes. $400 buys. Number 5, the buyer, 5. 120 fire gilded bronze and art glass astral lamp over here 19th century, original shade. It has been electrified, but kind of nice. Beautifully prisms. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200. 200's bidden, 2 1/4. 200's bidden, 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2 and 275. 275, yes, now 300. Now 300, now 350. Now 400. Now 400. Would you go 400? 350's bidden, 4. Got to be 4. Would you go $400? You've got to be 400. 350's bidden, $400. Anyone else for 400? I've got 3.5 offered and 400. Fair warning. Once, twice. $350 buys. Number 2, the buyer. 2. 121. A set of 6 mahogany Philadelphia dining chairs with carved splats. These are in beautiful condition. A beautiful set of 6 mahogany dining chairs. And how much for those? Someone give me about $1,000 for them. 500 for them. 500's bidden. 550. Would you go? 500's bidden. 550. Would you go 5.5? Anybody like to be in for 5.5? Would you go 5.5? 500's bidden. 550. 500 and 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? I've got 500 and 550. Once, twice. Down they go. $500. Your way number? 1011. Thank you. 122. Isaiah Lewis. View of from Richmond Hill. Nicely framed, shown in the back. 1861 to 1934. The artist dates. Thank you. And someone give me about $1,000 for it. $500 for the view from Richmond Hill. Anybody like to be in for 5? You got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 to get it going. $300. Anybody like to be in for 300? $200 to start it. Now it could be a view from any hill at all. $100. Anybody like it for 100? Passing this lot at 100. Okay, 123. John Thompson, London. The petite grandmother's clock in the back of the room with beautiful inlay. We have not been able to get it running, but we believe that it probably could rather be easily run. Came out of a house in Connecticut. And a little bit of interest in this, it opens at $850 and $900. Would you go? $850's bid at $900. Anybody like to be in for $900? 8.5 is bid. 9. Would you go $900? Anybody like $900? $950. Now $1,000. Back to you for $1,000. You've got to be $1,000. $1,000. Anyone else for $1,000? I've got $950 bid and $1,000. Would you go? Fair warning. Once, twice. $950. Buys number 528. 528. 124. English mahogany Sheraton server with gallery back, about 1830 old. Beautiful condition. And $500 quick for it. $500. $200 for it. Anybody like 200? 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2.5. Would you go to 2.5? You got to be 2. Would you go 2.5 and 275? 275 now. 250 and 275. Anyone else for 275? Now 300. Now $300. Would you go 300? 270. 300. Now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? You got to be 350. Now 400. 350's bid and $400. You're bidding 400. Now 450. 450. Now 500. 450's bid and 5. We're going to be 5. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? I've got 450 offered and 500. 450 and 500. Down it goes. $450. Your weight number? 1013. 125. Lincoln's Chariot to the Heavens. This is a bas-relief allegorical wood carving. 19th century, I believe probably around 1865, 1870 old. And I should think 500 for it. $500. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go $300 to start it? 300 where? $200 and get it going. 200, thank you, and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like it for 225? 200's bidden. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? Now a half. 2.5. You've got to be 250. Would you go 250? 275 now. 250's bidden. 275. You're bidding 275, 250, and 275. Fair warning. 250 and 275. Once. 275. Now 300. Back to you for 300. 300. Now 350. Back to you for 350. 300 and 350. You're bidding 350. 300 and 350. Take care, Ray. Thank you. 350. Would you go 350? Anyone else for 350? $300. Buys number 3339. Next lot. 126 is the mahogany sleigh bed shown over there. And 92.5 inches long, 57 3/4 wide. Mattress size 74 by 53. A beautiful bed. How much for it? It'd be like the honeymoon all over again, folks. Someone give me $1,000 for it. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 1,000 where?
$500 for it. Anybody like to be in for $500? $300 for it. My goodness, $300, beautiful sleigh bed. Would you go $300? Anybody like to be in for $200? 200's bidding 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Now a half, 2 1/2 and 75. 275. It's going to be 275. Now 300. 300. Would you go 300? 275. 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go 300? And 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? I've got only $300 offered and 350. Wow, that doesn't seem right. 350. Now 400. 350's bidding 400. 400 now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got 400 and 450. Internet against internet. 450 now 500. 450's bidding 500 now 550. 500's bidding 550. Would you go 550? Anyone else for 550? Now 600. $600. You've got to be 600 now 650. 650. Would you go 650? I've got 600 bidding 650 now 700. 650's bidding 700. Would you go 700? 700. 650's bidding 700. 650 is bidding 700. We're approaching a fair starting price. 650 and 700. Any advance? Once, twice? $650. Your way, Nate, number? 1014. Thank you. 127. Baccarat, crystal, and bronze 6-light chandelier with Baccarat crystal prisms. We've got the 1989 paperwork with it, the original bill of sale and catalog. Josh has in the cabinet right in front of him. Lot 127, and $1,000 wear for it. 1,000. That's substantially less than they paid for it in 1987 from Baccarat in Paris. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? You got to be 5. Would you go $300 and start it? 300. Any interest at 300? $200 for it, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. 275, Dan. 275. You got to be 275. 250's bidding 275. Now 300. Now 300. You got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 is bidding $300. Anybody like it for 300? 275 and 300. 300 now 350. 300's bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? 300 and 350. Fair warning, 300 and 350. Once, twice. $300 buys number? 975. 128. Maurice Blum, pleading his case. Provenance, Sotheby's, New York, 1832 to 1909. Wonderful genre scene. Pleading his case by Maurice Blum, and it's oil on panel. How much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. Should be hands all over 500. $3,000 picture, 500. $500, you got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 to start it, and 350. Would you go 350? Now 400. 350's bidding 4. Going to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else like it for 400? 350's bidding 4. Would you go $400? Anybody like being for 400? 350's bidding 400. Would you go $400? Anybody like being for 400? 350 and 400. $350. Away it goes. Number 959. 959. 2 19th century New York cheese baskets, 29-inch diameter and a 19-inch diameter. Great color on them. Certainly 19th century. And how much for these? Someone give me about $300 for them. $300 for the 2 cheese baskets. Anybody like being for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go $200 for them? 200. Anybody like them for 2? Got to be 150 and 175. 150's bidding 175. Would you go 175? Now $200. Would you go 200? 175 is on the phones, and $200 now 2 1/4, Dan. 2 1/4 now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2 and 275, Dan? 275 now 300. $300. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. We've got to be 3. Would you go 300? Now 350, Dan. 350. Would you go 350? 350. You're bidding 350. 350 now 400. $400. Would you go 4? Got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 3 1/2 and 4. Got to be 4. Would you go 400? Fair warning, 350 and 400. Once, twice. $350 buys. 506 the buyer. 506. 130. 19th century marble top classical 4-drawer commode. I believe it's Boston, and a beautiful state A great, great original condition. Has never been screwed around with. Wonderful piece of marble on the top, and how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it. $500 and start it. Anybody like to be in for $5? Gonna be $5. We're gonna be $5. We're gonna go $300 and start it. $300 and get it going. Would you go $3? Anybody like to be in for $300? $250, thank you, and $270 and $275. Now $300. Now $350. $350. Would you go $350? Now $400. $400. Now $450. $450. Now $500. $550. $550. Now $600. Now $650. Now $700. $700. Would you go $700? Now $750. Now $800. Back to you for $800. Now $850. $850. $850. Now $900. $900. $900. $950. Now $1,000. $1,000. Would you go $1,000? $950's bidding $1,000. Would you go $1,000? Anybody else for $1,000? $950's bidding $1,000. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? Would you go $1,000? $950 and $1,000. Sold it. $950 number. 1005. Thank you. 131. 6 pieces of 19th century crystal, including a celery vase, a taza, covered compote, 2 decanters, and a biscuit jar. Kind of nice bunch here. A couple of them ring like a bell. They're beautiful, beautiful pieces of wafered early crystal. And how much for them? Somebody give me about $300 for the lot. $300, $200 for all of it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go $200? $100 is where? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, sir. 1 1/2. You got to be 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. Now $200. $200. Would you go 200? 175 and 2. Got to be 2. Would you go $200? That's a money maker. 200. $175 to number 28, the buyer. 28. 132. Oil on board by James C. Nickel, Bald Hill Cliff, Maine, 1846 to 1918, titled and signed in verso. And a little bit of interest in this, but I'll be looking for 400 for it. 400, thank you, and 450. Would you go 450? Now 500. $500. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anyone at 550? 500 now 550. 550 now 600. 550's bid and $600. Anybody else for 600? 600 now 650. You know about those maniacs? They love their art. 650 now 700. 650's bid and 700. 700 now 750. 700 and 750. Would you go $750? Anyone else for 750? Now 800. $800. They're bidding 800. 7.5 and 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else for 800? 7.5 is bidding 800. Fair warning. 750 and 800. 800 with the hammer. 850. Back to you for 850. I've got 800 bid and 850. 850. 900. Undaunted, we go into the night. 850 and 900. $900. You've got to be 9. 8. Would you go 900? 8.5 is bid and 900. Fair warning. 850 and 900. Once, twice. Sold. $850 number. 5254. Lot 133 is a George III mahogany cellaret and a nice one. I mean, beautiful, beautiful wood. It's missing its lead liner. Originally it had a lead liner, I'm sure, but that's often the case. Beautiful piece of furniture. Wonderful crotch mahoganies. And how much for it? About 1810 old. Someone give me about I would think $500 should be easy money for it. 500 where? Anybody like to be in for 5? 300 to start it. $200 and get it going. 200, thank you, and 2 1/4, 2.5, 2.5, 275, 275. Now 300. $300. Would you go 300, 275, and 3? Anybody else for 300, 275, and 300? Now 350. 350. You're bidding 350. 300 and 350. Anybody else? 350. Now 400. 400. Now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? I've got 450. Now 500. $500. Would you go 500? 4.5 and 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? 450's bid and 500. 500 now 550. 500 and 550. Would you go 550? 500 and 550. Once, twice, fair warning. 500 and 550. Down it goes. $500 buys number. Folks, we're going to have pizza at 1:15, so don't run off, okay? I'm sorry, what was that number again? 3863. Thank you. 134. 134 Oil on Canvas American School Adirondack Lake Scene. It's only initialed MEP, and we were not able to identify the artist, I'm sorry, but a nicely rendered Adirondack Lake. And how much for it? Someone give me about $300 for it? $200 for it. And 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4, would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like it for 225? 200's bidding 2 1/4, would you go 2 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 2 1/4, would you go 225? Fair warning, 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bidding 2 1/2. Are you bidding 2 1/2? Any advance on 225? Would you go 250? Fair warning, once, twice, $225. The bid card, 1022. Next lot, 135. Marble bas relief profile of Dante Alighieri, father of Italian language. 11 inches by 7 3/4 overall, shown over here where Jake is, and $300 quick for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100. Somebody went to Venice and came back with that on their lap. $100. Anybody like to be in for 100? Well, $50 then. 50 and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 50's bidding $60. Anybody like to be in for 60? $50 your way. Number 1024. 136. Choice mahogany 5-legged card table, circa 1815. This does not have a veneered top. Those are solid single board leaves. It's a beautiful little table. It's only 36 inches wide. Nicely turned legs. Everything about it is correct. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go 500? Anybody like to be in for 500? Should be hands in the air. $300 and start it. Any interest at 300? Would you go 3? Anybody want to be in for 3? Got to be $200 and get it going. 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/2, 275. Now 300. Now 350. Now 350. 350. Would you go 3? Should be 350. Would you go 350? Anybody else for 350? This used to be a $1,700 table, and they will be again someday. I'm looking for. I've got 300 bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? 350. Now 400. Now 450. 400's bid and 450. Would you go $450? You've got to be 450. I've got 400 and 450. Fair warning, 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 buys. Number 2, the buyer, 2. 137, English mahogany, George III, 4-drawer bureau. That's 2 over 2 with a beautiful flaring French foot and a Cupid's bow apron. And bidding has to start at 500 and 550. Would you go? I've got 500 bidding, 550, now 600. 550's bidding 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else for 600? 600, now 650, now 700. $700, you're going to be 700, now 750. 700 and 750, would you go 750? Anyone else for 750? I've got 700 bid and 750. 700 and 750, once, twice. $700 buys. Number 975. Next lot, 138. Oil on canvas, signed. It's of Lake George. It's signed Rotz. 19th century American School primitive. Just simply entitled Lake George on the back of the canvas. And I should think $1,000, but I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be $300. 400's bid and 450. 450, now 500. 450's bid and 500, now 550. 500 and 550, now 600. 550's bid and $600. Anybody else for 600? 600 on the phones, now 650. 600 on the phones, now 650. Would you go $650? Anybody else for 650? 650, now 700. 700, getting back Lee at 700. I got 650 and 700. Fair warning, 650 and 700. Once, 700, now 750. 750, would you go 750? Would you go $750? Anybody else for 750? I got 700 bid and 750. 700 and 750. Once, twice. $700 buys. Number 539, the buyer. 539. Thank you, Leah, for this. I like the size of your card. It's very good because I can actually read it. All right, what do we have? Two clocks. A Seth Thomas crystal regulator and an Ansonio digital flip clock. Glass is good on both. Both run a little slowly, but they do run. Probably need a cleaning. And I've got a little bit of interest. They open at $200 and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4, gotta be 2 1/4, would you go 225? Anybody like them at 2 1/4? I have 200 bidding 225. 200's bidding 2 1/4, 2 1/2, you've gotta be 275 now. 275, 250, 275, would you go 275, 250 and 275? Fair, 275, now 300. $300. Anyone else for 300? I've got 275 bidding 3, gotta be 3, would you go $300? Anybody like them for 3? 275 buys, number 1029, the buyer, 1029. 140, 2 Taconic baskets, one with a swing handle. Nice color on these. 19th century gathering baskets, apple picking baskets, if you will, from the Taconic, made by the Propers over in Taconic, New York. And $300 for the 2 of them. 300, 200 for the 2 of them. $200. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? $100. Any 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 125. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Now 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. Anybody else like them for 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. Fair warning. Once, twice, hammers up. 1 1/4 buys, number 918. Nice buy. 141, petite cherry Queen Anne 18th century drop leaf table in New England. 27 inches. I never had one as this small. It is a beautiful little table. Bit of interest in this. It opens at 800 and 850. Would you go? 800's bidding 850. Would you go $850? Anybody like it for 850? 850 now 900. You've got to be 950. 950. Would you go 950? Now 1000. You've got to be 1100. 1100. Would you go 1100? Now 1200. You've got to be 1300. $1,300 and the book is out. 1,300 is on the phones and $1,400. Would you go? Anybody like to be in for 14? I've got 13 on Barbara and $1,400. Anybody like to be in for 14? 14 on Ken. Now 1,500. 1,500. Get it back at 15. Would you go $1,500? You got to be 15. I got 14 on Kenneth. Let there be no mistake. Leah, 1,500 on Leah. 1,500. Now back to you, Ken, for 1,600. 1,600. Now 1,700, Leah. $1,700. You're bidding 17. Would you go 1,700? 1,600 is bidding. $1,700. You got to be 17. Fair warning. Once, twice. Beautiful little table. Sold. $1,600 to 512. The buyer 512. Lot 142. Oil on canvas. This is a Washington County farm attributed to Harry Orlick. It is hands down guaranteed Harry Orlick. Okay. A great painting, wonderful luminous sky. How much for it? It opens at $700, eliminating underbidders, and $750. Would you go? 700's bidding $750. Would you go $750? Anybody else for $750? 700's bidding $750. Anybody else for $750? I got 700 bidding $750. Anybody like it for $750? Wow, 700 and $750. Fair warning. Once, twice. $700 buys it. Number 502, the buyer, 502, and he will be a happy man. A pair of embroidered geisha slippers with the bag and a double silk embroidered panel. This is when they used to bind the feet of the girls. Little tiny, you'd fit the entire foot in my mouth. Beautiful, 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 beautiful geisha slippers, and how much for it? Someone give me about $300 on the slippers. Anybody like to be for $100 for them? Anybody like them for $100? Would you go $100 on those geisha slippers? $50, my goodness, 50, thank you, and 60, would you go 50 and 60? Anybody else for 60? 60 now, 70. 70, would you go 70 now, 80? $80, you're gonna be 80 now, 90. $90, 90 now, 100. 100 now, 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4 now, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. 175 now, 200. 200 now, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 now, 2 1/2. This is where we walk into 1,200. 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275 now, 300. 300 now, 350. 300's bidding 350 now, 400. $400. You've got to be 4. Would you go $400? 3 1/2 and 4. Got to be 4. Would you go 400? Fair warning. 400. 400 now, 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 buys, number 1032. 144, 11-inch rose medallion punch bowl with has a tiny little flea bite on the exterior glaze of the rim. A little clear nail polish would probably make it go away. Somebody give me about $300 for it. Anybody like it for $300, $200, $100 for it? $100 for the rose medallion punch bowl. Anybody like to be in for $100? Would you go $100, $50 and get it going? 70 now, 80. Would you go $80? Anybody else for 80? 80 now, 90. 90 now, 100, sir. $100, you're out in the back at 100. Would you go $100? 90 has been 100. You're off the hook. Would you like to stay off, sir? 100. $90 buys number 943. 943. Next lot, 145 is a Philadelphia mahogany dressing table, marble, inset marble, pull-out surfaces. This is hands down the workshop of Anthony Quervell. It is a beautiful, beautiful dressing table. How much for it? Somebody give me about $4,000 for it. $4,000. $3,000. Anybody like to be in for $3,000? Would you go $3,000? It's going to be $3,000. Would you go $3,000? We ready on the phones on this? $3,000. $2,000 for it. Anybody like it for $1,000? $1,000. Anybody like this for $1,000? You got to be $1,000. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? My goodness. No, I would hesitate to sell it for $500. $1,000. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? Fair warning. Once, twice. I've got 8. I've got $800 offered. 900, 850. What do you go? I have $800 bid. 850. What do you go? $850. Anybody? 850 now. 900. 900, 950. 1,000. 1,000. What do you go? 1,000 now. 1,100. $1,100. Would you go 1,100? 1,000's been $1,100. Anybody else for 1,100? 1,000's been $1,100. Would you go 1,100? Anybody like it for 1,100? 1,000 is offered and 1,100. 1,000's bid and 1,100. Once, twice, down it goes. $1,000 buys it. Number 1010. The buyer 1010. 146 English hallmarked sterling silver sugar caster, 9 inches tall, beautiful swirl. Nicely hallmarked, and how much for it? Somebody give me about $100 for it. Should be hands in the air at $100. $100 for a sterling sugar caster. Anybody like it for 100's bid? 1 and 10, 1 and a quarter. Would you go? 100's bid and 1 and a quarter. Would you go 1 and a quarter? Now a half and 75. 175. You're bidding 175. 150. 175. Anyone else for 175? Now 200. 200. Now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. Would you go 2 and a quarter? Now 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. 250 and 275. Anyone else for 275? Now 300. Now 350. 300's bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? 300 and 350. $300 buys. Number 508. Got on the right side of that one. 508. The buyer. Nice buy. Oil and canvas. George Moreland. Figures in a landscape. Signed and titled on the stretcher. It's in the original frame. Beautiful package. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 quick for it. $1,000 for it. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? Would you go $500 to start it? 5, you got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like it for $500? $300 and get it going. How much? 500. Thank you. And 550. Would you go? 500 and 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? 500's been 550. Would you go 550? Now 600. $600. You got to be 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else for 600? 5.5 is bidden 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else like it for 600? 550 and 600. Once, twice, down it goes. $550 buys it. Number 1034. 148. A pair of Richard Klein Dresden porcelain ginger jars, hand painted with florals and courting scenes, shown over here in the cabinet. And I should think $1,000. $500 today. Anybody like to be in for $500? $300. Anybody like to start them for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go $300? $300. $200 and get them on the road. $200. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go to be 2? Would you go $200? Anybody like them for $100? 100's bid. 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter. 1 and a half. Would you go 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter. 1 and a half and 175. 175. You got to be 175. 150. 175. You bidding 175. Fair warning. 150 and 175. Once, twice. $150. Number 2, the buyer, 2. 149. Oil on panel, Parisian street scene, 19th century, unsigned. Pretty nice, though. And somebody give me about 300 quick for it. 300, 200, 100, what? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? Now a half. 2 1/2. You're going to be 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2 on Leah? Now 275. Now 300. Back to you, Leah, for 300. Would you go $300? It's going to be 300. $300, Leah. Would you go 300? 275 is bidding 300. New fire and 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? 300 and 350. Fair warning. $300 your way, Nate. Number 959. 150. Bird's eye maple break front and a beauty. Bird's eye maple, 4 glazed doors, fully mullioned. All the glass is perfect. Over drawers and cabinets below in 2 sections. How much for it? Somebody give me $3,000 for it. $3,000 is going to be 3. Would you go 3,000? $2,000 where? Anybody like it for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go $2,000? Anybody want to be in for 2,000? $1,000. Anybody like it for 1,000? Would you go $1,000? 1,000's bid and 1,100. Would you go 1,000? I have an $1,100. Would you go 11? Now 12. 12 now 13. 14. 15. 1,600. 16. Would you go $1,600? You got to be 16. I got 1,500 seated and 1,600. Would you go 15 and 16? Anyone else for 1,600? 16 now 1,700. 1,700. Beautiful piece of furniture. It's a lot of furniture for that kind of money. 1,700, 1,800. Back to you for 1,800. Would you go 18 now 1,900? $1,900 is going to be 19. Would you go 1,900? Yes. $1,900. Anyone else for 19? I got 18 bid and 1,900. Fair warning. Once, twice, 1,900. Now 2,000. $2,000. $2,000. 2,000. 2,250. 2,000's bidding, 2,250. I got you. 2,000's bidding, 20. We'll find you another one. 2,000's bidding, 2,250. $2,000 to the internet. Number, please. 1018. Thank you for the help. 1018. Gallet cameo glass bud vase, kind of nice. Beautiful, long, striated neck. And opens at $100 and 1 1/4. Would you go? 100's bidding, 125. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Now a half, 175. Back to you for 175. 175. The book is out now. $200. It's got to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 and 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 and 200. 175 and 8. Way number 1036. Next lot 152. Slag glass panel lamp, kind of nice. Lighted base. The column lights up as well as the shade. And I've got, it's got to start at 250 and 275. Would you go? 250's bidding, 275 now 300. Back to you for 350 now 400. 350's bidding, $400. Anybody else for 400? 400 now 450. 450 now 500. 500 now 550. 500's bidding, 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? I got $500 offered and 550. $500 buys. Number 952. 153. Ebonized ladies' desk with hand-painted porcelain panels and $500 quick for it. 500. $200 to start it. 200, 2 1/4. Would you go? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding 225. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. Anybody like 2 1/2 and 275? 275. Would you go 275? 250, 275. Fair warning. 250, 275. 250 buys. Number 1010. The buyer. 1010. 154. Giovanni Piranesi engraving. He lived from 1720 to 1778. And this is a view of the Temple of Sybil in Tivoli. It is an original. It's an old one. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think $1,000, but I'll take 400 to open. How about that? 400, thank you. And 450, would you go? 400's bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like to be in for 450? I've only $400 offered in 450. 450. I've got 450 ahead of you. Would you go 500? 450 has bidden. $500. Would you go 500? I have Kenneth with 450 and 500. $500. The internet is out at $450 and 500. Fair warning. Once, twice. $450. 5, 3, 4. The buyer 534. 155. Mahogany inlaid federal tilt top candle stand. This is the one with the curly feet. Kind of a rare stem. If you could just spin that around, show them that stem. Look at the feet on that. It's a beautiful little table. Sold in got an antique shop, Millbrook, New York sticker on the back of it. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? I have 200 bid and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bid and 2 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 225? Now 250, 275. 275. Would you go 275? You got to be 275, 250, and 275. Anybody else like it for 275? 250's bid and 275. Would you go 275? 275. Now 300. Back to you for 300, 275 and 3. Would you go $300? Anyone else out there for $300? Got to be 3. Would you go 300, 275 and 300? 300. Fair warning. Once, twice. $275 buys. Number 949. 156. 3-panel leather painted screen. Modesty screen. 68 inches tall. Roman Art Screen Company, New York. Probably 1900, 1910. All the panels are complete and in good order. How much for it? Somebody give me 500 for it? I'll take 300 to open. 3 is bid and 350. Would you go? 300 I have and 350. Would you go 3.5? Anybody 3.5 and 400, 4.5? Back to you for 4.5. 4.5. I've got 500. You've got to be 550. 500's here in the book and 550, 550. I've got 600. You've got to be 650. 650. Would you go $650? Going to be 650. I've got 750. Would you go 800? $800. Would you go 800? 7.5 is bidden. 8. Would you go $800? You've got to be 800. The book is out. 800. 850. Would you go $850? Anybody else like it for 850? I've got $800 offered on the phones and 850. Fair warning. Once, twice, $800. Your way, number 505. The buyer, 505. 157, 18th century architectural engravings, one dated 1736 after R. Mosses, and a bridge at the Earl of Pembroke's estate. Yeah, it was over in Wiltshire. Yeah, quite nice. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $400 for the two of them. 400. $400 got to be 4. Would you go 400? $200 for both of them. Anybody like to be in for $200? My goodness, $200, $100 for the both. 100 and 1 1/4, 1.5. You've got to be 1.5 now. I've got 1 1/4 on the floor and 1.5. Would you go? Anybody like 1.5 and 175? Now 200. Back to you for 200. 175 is bidden. We got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else like them for 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning. Once, twice. 175 buys. Number 33, the buyer, 33. Watercolor and gouache by Cy Turner at the beach. Beautiful, beautiful watercolor. And I've got a little bit of interest in this. It opens at $450 and $500 where? Anybody like to be in for $500? Going to be 5. Would you go 500? 4.5 is bidden 5. 500 now 550. Actually, you've got to be 650. I've got 600 in the book. 650 now 700. 650 and 700. Would you go $700? Any advance? 700 now 750. You've got to be 750. Are you bidding 750? Now 800. 800 now 850. Now 900. Back to you for 900. Would you go 900? Now 950. Now 1000. 1008. Would you go 1000? Now 10. Now 1100. Now 1200. Back to you for 1200. 11 is bid and $1,200. Now 1300. Back to you for 13. Would you go 13? 1200 is bid and $1,300. Anyone else for 1300? I've got 1200 bid and 1300. A very privileged little girl. 1200 and 1300 at the beach, having a good time. 12 and 13. Once, twice, down it goes. $1,200 buys it. Number 1017. 159. A pair of New York City Fife School Federal armchairs, and I think they are Fife. Beautifully carved paw feet, beautifully reeded legs and arms. Little rondelles at the termination of those legs and arms. Clearly Fife. And how much for them? Somebody give me about $2,000, $1,000 for the two of them. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 for them both. Anybody like them for 5? Got to be 5. What, got to be $500? Anybody want to be in for 500? $300 and get them going. $300. 300. Thank you. And 350. What do you go? 300 is bidding 350. 350 now 400. Back to you, Dan, for 400. 400 now 450. 450. One of you. 450. What do you go for 450? Now 500, Dan. $500. You've got to be 500 now 550. 500 is bidding 550. What do you go 550 now 600? $600. Got to be 600, Dan. What do you go 600 now 650? 650. What do you go 650 now 700? Back to you, Dan, for 700. 650's bidding $700. Going to be 7. Would he go $700? Anyone else for 700? 650 and 700. Fair warning. Once, twice. $650 buys. Number 3706. 160. Hand-painted Dresden egg plates and a Dresden two-handled pot. Beautifully decorated, nicely marked. I've never seen those egg plates before. I don't know exactly. I'm sure that an Easter commemoration or something like that, but I've never seen these before, this model. And somebody give me about, I haven't the foggiest, $200 for them. $200, $100 for them. Anybody like to be in for $100? Got to be $100. Anybody want for $100? $50 and get them going. 50, thank you. 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, 90, $90. You're bidding 90. Would you go 90? Yes, 90. Now 100, 100, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half. You got to be 1 and a half, 1 and a half, and 175. And now 200. One of you, 200, 350. Now 400. 400. Price of poker just went up. 400. Now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? You've got to be 450. I've got $400 offered and 450. Fair warning. 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 buys. Number 5123. 5123. Pair of full-length silhouettes. Pretty nice. Nice black frames, all in good condition. Gentleman with a top hat and a lady with a fan, I believe. And someone give me about, I don't know. Someone give me $300 for the two of them. $200 for the two of them. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. You've got to be 275 now. 250 and 275. 275 now 300. 300 is with me. You've got to be 350. 300 is with me, and you've got to be 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? 300 and 350. And 400 is with me. You've got to be 450. 400 is with me, and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? Fair warning. $400 to the order bid. Bid card number 10. 10, the buyer. So, 2 6-piece Tiffany sterling silver place settings and a confiture spoon. That means jelly, I think. Another way of saying jelly, confiture. Pretty nice. 18 ounces of Tiffany sterling silver, and how much for it? Someone give me about $400 for it. $200 for it. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Anybody like it for 2 and a half? 2 and a quarter is bidding 2 and a half. Would you go 2 and a half? 2 and a quarter is bidding 2 and a half. You're going to be 250. Would you go $250? Anybody else for 250? Tiffany sterling for 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Fair warning. 2 and a quarter buys. Number 908. 163. Watercolor by John Faulkner. This is a terrific watercolor. Beautifully, beautifully painted. Nice large size. It's an identified location in England. And the English love their watercolors. Beautifully, beautifully rendered. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? You're going to be 5. Would you go 300? Thank you. And 350. Would you go? 300's bidding 350. Would you go 350? Now 400. Now 450. 450. Would you go 450? You've got to be 450. I got 400 bidding 450. Anyone else for 450? I've got $400 offered and 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? Wow, under the money now at 400 and 450. Once, twice, fair warning. $400, 3.6 the buyer, 36. Next lot. 164 is the Grand Tour Florentine Carrara marble bust of Dante with bronze leaf ornaments in Dante's headdress, and $300 quick for it. 300. 400's bidding 450. Would you go? 400's bidding 450. Would you go 4.5? Anybody like 4.5 and 500? 4.5 is bidding 5. You got to be 5. Would you go 500? Now 550. 500 and 550. You're bidding 550. 500's bidding 550. Now 600. Back to you for 600. Now 650. Back to you for 650. I've got 600 bidding. 650. You're bidding 650. 600 and 650. $600. David, you bought it? Your number, please. $959. Thank you. 165. Edwardian inlaid 4-door glazed door bookcase, 13 panels each in 2 sections. Right back here. 19th century old. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, I should think 1,000, but I take 400 to open. Anybody like to be in for 400? 550 to start. 600, where do you go? 550 is bid, and 6, would you go $600? Anybody like it for 600? 5.5 is bid, and 6, you gotta be 6, would you go $600? Anybody like it for 6? 600, fair warning. $550, down it goes, number? 1043. 166 Federal, 2-panel looking glass, original glass and backboard, shown over here. A beautiful Albany mirror, and how much for it? Somebody give me about $1,000 for it? 500 for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like the looking glass for 300? 1820 old. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bid and 2 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. If you're going to be 250, now 275. Now 300. 300. What do you go? 300. 300. Now 350. 350. Now 400. $400 is going to be 400. Now 450. 450, would you go 450, 400 and 450, would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? It's still a pretty good buy. 400 and 450, would you go $450? Anyone else for 450, 400 and 450? $400 buys number? 4886. 4886. Maurice Stern, Still Life of Flowers, signed Stern, 1916, a nice early one, and rather nice still life. You like it, Josh? Pretty nice. Someone give me about, I should think 500 for it. Should be easy money to start. $500. Anybody like 500 for the Stern? $300 for it. 250, thank you, and 275. Anybody like to be? Got to start someplace. 250's bid and 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? 2.5 and 75. Would you go 75? Anybody like to be in for 275? 250, 275. $250. Away it goes. Lunch is being served in the main dining room, folks, in the back corner. All right. Fine pair of Philadelphia side chairs here, 1750 old. Fine pair of beautiful color on these. Good form, pad feet, nicely shaped splats, and $500 quick for those. $500, $300 for them. Anybody like to be in for three? What? 250, 275, would you go? 275, now 300. 300, now 350, now 400, 400, now 450, 450, now 500, now 550, back to you for 550, 550, now 600, $600, would you go 600, 5.5 and 6, would you go 600, now 650, 650, would you go 650, now 700, $700 is going to be 7, would you go $700, 6.5 and 7, anybody else for 700, 700, now 750, 700 and 750, would you go 750, 700 and 750, any advance on 700 and 750? Fair warning, $700, down they go, David, and your number, please. 1042. 169, room-size Chinese carpet with some low areas. That's the blue one underneath. A lovely, lovely carpet, rich, rich indigo. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it? $300 to start it. Anybody like to be? 250 and 275. Anybody like about 275? 250's bidding 275. Anybody? You don't have to worry about wearing it out. It already has low areas. 275. 250's bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? 250 and 275. Now 300. $300. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 300. 275 buys number 2. The buyer number 2. Next lot. The Pakistani rug with birds. This is from the surgeon's home, up in the upstairs office room. Has birds all over the field. Very, very handsome carpet. Somebody give me 300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where? 150 and 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150's bidding 175. Would you go 175? Anybody like 175? Now 200. We got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? 175 and 200. Fair warning. 175 and 200. 175 buys number 171. Room size Ushak carpet shown here in the middle of the room. Nice open field, lovely ivory colored field. And someone give me about 500 for it. Should be hands in the air at 500. I think I told the got 1,300 to start. Okay, 13 and 1,400. Would you go? 13 is bid, and 14, we're gonna be 14, what do you go, $1,400, anybody else for 14? 13 is bid, and 14, now 1,500. $1,500 is gonna be 15. 14 is bid, and 15. You are allowed to bid and eat at the same time. 14 is bid, and $1,500. Anyone else for 1,500, 14, and 15? $1,400, way it goes, number 1046, 172. Persian gallery carpet with cedar trees and spandrels on burgundy field. This is a semi-antique rug. Has the tag that says Persia on it. This was purchased for $13,000. Came out of the West End Avenue apartment in New York City from one New York City rug merchant years ago. Somebody give me about $1,000 for it. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 for it. $600, thank you. And $650, what do you go? $600 is bid, and $650, what do you go? $650. Anybody like to be in for $650? Now $700. $700, you got to be $700. What do you go? $700. Anybody like it for $700? $700, now $750. $700 is bid, and $750. What do you go? $750. Any advance on $700 and $750? $750, now $800. $800 is going to back at $800, Dave. $800, you've got to be $800. $750 is bid, and $800, now $850. $800 is bid, and $850. What do you go? $850. Anyone else for $850? I've got $800 and $850. Fair warning. $800, $850, now $900. $800, $850 is bid, and $900. You're bidding $900. $8.5 and $9. What do you go? $900. Fair. $900, now $950. $900 is bid, and $950. Tell them to bid quick or lose it. $900 and $950. Fair warning. Once, twice. $900 buys, number 959. Next lot, 173, Caucasian semi-antique long rug. This one does have a little minor damage, but boy, what a beautiful, beautiful long rug with wonderful abrash. And how much for it? Someone give me about $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go $200? $100 for it. 100's bid, and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid, and 125. 125, 150. 150, what do you go? 150, 175, 175, 175, 175. You got to be 175. 150's bid, and 175. Anyone else for 175? 150's bid, and 175. Down it goes. $150. Number 26. The buyer. 26. 174. A worn antique Caucasian area rug. Kind of nice. That's shown over here. 174. 105 inches by 43 inches, and I've got a little bit of a bid to open this up. It opens at $100, and 1 1/4 would you go? 100's bid, and 1 1/4, 125, 150. Would you go 150? Anybody else for 150, 175 now? Back to you for 175. 150's bid, and 175. 225 now, 250. 2 1/4 bid, and 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. Fair warning. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Once, twice. Down it goes. 2 1/4 buys, number 1049. Next lot, 175, 20th century Persian long rug with an indigo blue field, shown underneath the one that just sold. A little bit of interest in this. It opens at $300 and $350. What do you go? 300's bid, and $350. What do you go? $350. Anybody else for $350? I've got $300 offered in the book, and $350. What do you go? $350. $350. I've got $400. What do you go? $450. $450 for this one. $450. What do you, $450 and $500. Book is out. $450's on the floor, and $500. What do you go? $500. Anybody else for $500? 4 1/2 and 5. $450 your way. Number 26. The buyer 26. 176 Persian or Kashmiri silk rug. Beautiful rug. Lovely palette. And how much for it? Somebody give me about, I've got not much interest here, but I've got $275 to open, and $300. What do you go? $300, $350, $400. $350's bid, and $4. What do you go? $400. Now I've got $450. What do you go? $500. $500. You got to be $5. What do you go? $500. You got to be $500. Now $550. $550. Now $600. $600. $650. $700. $700. $750. The book is out. $700's bid, and $750. What do you go? $750. Anybody else for $750? $700's bid, and $750. $700. 8675. 309. 8675. The buyer. Semi-antique Persian floral field gallery carpet with a geometric border. This is a rare carpet. This was probably commissioned for the European market. And a nice semi-antique rug and with good pile. I've got 200 bid and 2 1/4, would you go? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 550, 650. Back to you for 700. $700. What do you go? 700 now. 750. 700 and 750. Any advance? 700's bid, 750 now. 800. $800. What do you go? 800, 7 1/2 and 8. What do you go? $800. Anybody else for 800? 800 now. 850. 800's bid, 850. What do you go? $850. Anyone else for 850? 800 and 850. $800 your way, Nate. Number 959. 178. Silk hand knotted Persian or Turkish area rug. This is a beautiful, beautiful rug. This is again silk, again, and $1,000 wear for this one. 1,000 wear. 500 for it. 500. 275 and 300. What do you go? 275 and 3. You got to be 3. What do you go? $300. Anybody else like it for 300? 300 now. 350. 300 and 350 for a silk area rug. 300 and 350. What do you go? $350. Anybody else for 350? 300 and 350. What do you go? $350. 350 now. 400. 350's bid, $400 got to be 4. What do you go? 400. 3 1/2 is bid, and 4 got to be 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody like to be in for 400? 350 and 400. Fair warning. 350 and 400. Once, twice. $350 your way. Number 1037. This is the Guardi. This is Capriccio. Provenance Ashton Langdon. Came out of a wonderful, wonderful collection. Oriental canvas attributed to Giacomo Giardi. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $1,000 is going to be 1,000. What do you go? $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 to start it then. $500 is going to be 5. What do you go? $500. Anybody like it for 5? Going to be 500. $300 to get it going. $300. Any interest? If there's no interest, we'll just pass it by. I've got 300 bid and 350. What do you go? 350 now. 400. 400. 400. Okay. $400 going to be 400. What do you got to be for? What do you go? 400 now. 450. 400 and 450. What do you go? $450. Anybody like it for 450 now? 500. $500 is going to be 5. What do you go? 500. 550. 500 and 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody else for 550? I've got $500 offered and 550. What do you go? 500 is bid and 550. What do you go? 550 now. 600. 550 is bid and 6. What do you go? $600. Anybody else? 600 now. 650. 600 is bid and 650. What do you go? $650. Anybody else like it for 6 1/2? I've got 600 bid and 650. What do you go? 650. I've only $600 offered on this fine oil and 650. Fair warning, 600 and 650. Once, twice, sold. $600. Your way number? 1050. 1050. 180. A pair of bronze and marble candelabras from the house in Oneonta, shown over there next to terrible. Somebody give me about 500 for them. They're very, very nice candelabras. How many branches are there, Jake? 4? 4 light candelabras. And how much for them? Somebody give me about 500. $300. Anybody like them for 300? $200. Anybody like to be in 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? Oh my goodness, $100. Anybody like those marble and bronze candelabras for $100? No interest? How about $50? They're out of an estate. I've got to sell them. 50, 60, 70, 70. 60's bid and 70. 60, all right? $70. You got to be 7. What do you go? $70. Anybody else for $70? 60 and 70, yes? 70 now. 80. $80. You've got to be 80, sir. What do you go? 80. 70's bid and $80. What do you go? 80. Fair warning. 80 now. 90. $90. You've got to be 90. 80 and 90. Everybody bids on these once. $90. $80 buys to the internet. Number 4538. 181. This is the Robert. Hubert Robert. I believe it's absolutely correct. It is initialed on period paper, original, I believe, original matting and frame. That's the Pyramid of Cestius in the distance. Very, very nice. And how much for it? Someone give me about $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where. 1,000's bid and 1,100. 11 now. 1,200. $1,200, what do you go? 12, got to be 12, what do you got to be 12, what do you go? $1,200, got to be 1,200. 12 now, 1,300. 13 now, 1,400. 14, what do you go? $1,400, got to be 14, what do you go? $1,400, got to be 14. 14 now, 1,500. 1,600, one of you. $1,600, got to be 16. 15 is bidden 16. 16 now, 17 now, 1,800. $1,800, what do you go? 18, 18, 1,900, 2,000. $2,000, got to be 2,000. 2,250, 2,500. Back to you for 2,500. 25, 2,750. 2,750, what do you go? 2,750. 25 is bidden, 2,750. Anyone else for 2,750? 25 is bidden, 2,750. What do you go? 2,750. You're bidding 2,750. Last chance. No regrets. 2,500 and 2,750. Fair warning. 2,750. 2,500 buys. Number? 5156. Gave it a good run. Next lot, square back American Hepplewhite side chair. Rather nice, I believe from the collection of Norman Rice. And I've got $100 to open and 1 1/4 would you go? Unless you've got something else to say, David. 100's bidden, 1 1/4 would you go? 1 1/4 now, 1 1/2. You're going to be 175. 175, would you go? 175, 150's bidden, 175. Anyone else for 175? Now I've got 200, would you go? 2 1/4. 200's bidden, 2 1/4, would you go? 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? I got 200 bidden, 2 1/4. Anybody like them for 2 1/4? 200's bidden, 2 1/4. Thank you, Ned. 200's bidden, 2 1/4. Down it goes. $200 buys the number 524. The buyer 524. A Gorham sterling silver chafing dish and a continental flagon of an unknown maker. Chafing dish with a warming frame and burner, approximately 54 ounces. We did not include the weight of the flagon because we're not certain what purity of silver it is. And I've got a little bit of an absentee bid here, and it opens for $300 and $350. What do you go? Anybody like it with $350 and $400 and $450 and $500 and $550? $550, what do you go? $550, I got $550, now $600, the book is out. $550's bidden, what do you go? $600, now $650. $600's bidden, $650, anyone else for $650? $650, now $700. $700, what do you go? $700, 6 1/2 and 7, you've got to be $700, now $750. $750, now $800. $800, you've got to be $800. $800, now $850. $800's bidden, $850, what do you go? $850, anybody else for $850? I've got $800 offered and $850. 800 and 850. Down it goes. $800 your way. Number 3373. 184. Oil on canvas, portrait of a dashing young man. And $500 quick for it. 500, 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be for 200? Thank you. And 2 1/4. 200's bidden, 2 1/4. Would you go? 2 1/4, 2 1/2? You're going to be 2 1/2, Nate. Would you go? 2 1/2. I've got 2 1/2, 275. 275, back to you for 275, now 300. 300, one of you, you've got to be 3, what do you go? $300 to 300, now 350. 350, what do you go? 350, now 400. $400 got to be 4, what do you go? $400, what do you go? 400. I've got 3 1/2 offered and $400, you're bidding 400, 350 and 400. Fair warning, 350 and 400, once, twice, 400, now 450. 450, now 500. 500, now 550. 500 is bid at 550. What do you go? $550. Any advance? 500 and 550. Fair warning. Once, twice, $500 away it goes. Number 3349. Next lot, 185. Sheffield hot water hand urn with lion's head ring handles. About 1810 old. This is first period. Sheffield, quite nice. And $300 quick for it. 300. $200 for it. Anybody like it for $100? 100's bidden, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, what do you go? 1 1/2 and 75. 150's bidden, 175, now 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, what do you go? 2 1/4. Originally from the collection of Zane's student rod. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. 275, 250, 275, you're bidding 275, 250, 275, now 300. 300, yes. $300 got to be 3? No? 3. I have 300 ahead of you. It's going to be 350. One of you has to be 350. I've got 300 bid and 350. What do you go? $350. Anyone else for 350? I've got 300 bid and 350. Fair warning. Once, twice. Fair warning. $300. Number 2. The buyer 2.
$186. I love this little work table. You got a desk compartment, the lift lid with a fully developed interior, beautiful mirror-matched crotch mahogany veneers. Just a beautiful little table. Yeah, show them the interior of that. And somebody give me about, I don't know what to ask here. Someone give me about $500 for it. Should be hands in the air at $500. $300 for it. Anybody like it for $200? $200, get it on the road. You got to be two. What do you go to 200? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Got to be 125. 100's bidding 1 1/4. $100 buys. Number 21. The buyer 21. 187. 9 apothecary jars, 3 glass and 6 porcelain. The tall is 13 inches. That's one of the glass ones. 9 apothecary jars. And how much for this lot? Someone give me $300 for the lot. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. You got to be 2 1/2. Yes, 2 1/2. No, I got 2 1/4 ahead of you. I've got 275. Would you go 300? $300. You got to be 300. The book is out. 300's bid and 3 1/2. Anybody like to be in for 3 1/2? 3 is bid and 3 1/2. 3 is bid and 3 1/2. You got to be 3 1/2. And now 400. $400. Would you go 400? 350's bid and 4. Got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 3 1/2 and 400. Fair warning. 400. $350 buys. Number 5208. 5208. 188. Bronze mug signed P. Richter. P. Richter, the bronze mug. It's a formidable mug, beautifully cast, has a nice sculptural quality. And someone give me about 300 for it. 300. $200 for the mug. Anybody like to be in for 200 on the bronze mug? Selling the bronze mug now at 200. $100 to start it. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Got to be 125. Would you go 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. Anybody else like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. Anybody like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Fair warning. 125 and 150. Down it goes. 100 1/4. 8. You know, 8 number. 952. 189. Oriental blue and white bottle vase with carp decoration. There's an old lip repair, but it's quite nice. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. 500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would it go to be 500? 300. $200 for it. Anybody like it for 2? It's got to be 2. Would it go $200? Anybody like it for 200? $100 and start it. Anybody like it for $100? $100. My goodness. $50. 50. Thank you. And 75. 50 and 60. Would it go $60? Anybody like it for 60? Would it go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? 50's bid 60. Standing now 70. 70. Would you go 70? 60 and 70. Anybody else for $70? 60 and 70. $60. Number 2. 2, the buyer 2, 190. 19th century portrait of a lady in a garden, unsigned, oil on canvas, shown over here. And $500 quick for it. 500. $200 for it. 400's bidding 450. What do you go? 400's bidding 450. What do you go 4 1/2? Anybody like it for 4 1/2? It got to be 4 1/2. What do you go 4 1/2? Anybody want to be in for 4 1/2? $400. Your weight, Nate, number 1040. Next lot. 191, chinoiserie decorated 18th century tall clock. Now this clockmaker made lantern clocks around 1730 in London. It is a tall case model, which is rather unusual for him because he was known for his lantern clocks. But a beautiful chinoiserie decorated original case. I think the chinoiserie decoration is later, but beautiful, beautiful color. And how much for it? Someone give me $3,000 for it. $2,000. Anybody like to be in for $2,000? $1,000 is where? $1,000. Anybody like it? I've got 500 bid and 550. 600 and 650. You've got to be 700. You've got to be $700. Would you go 700? 700, 750. Now you've got to be 800, sir. 800, 850, 900, 950, 950. Would you go 950? I've got 1,100. Would you go 1,200? One of you? 1,200 on Dan. 1,200, 1,300 now. $1,300. Anybody like it for 13? Michael, you're out at 1,300. Would you go 13 now? 1,400. Dan. 14 now. 1,500. Back to you for $1,500. It's going to be 15. Would you go 15? 15 now. 1,600. 16 now. 1,700. $1,700. You're bidding 17.
16 and 17, what do you go, $1,700 and 17 now, $1,800, Dan. $1,800, 18 now, $1,900, you gotta be 19, what do you go, 1,900? $1,900, you've gotta be 19, I've got $1,800 bid and 1,900. Fair warning, 1,800 and 1,900, once, twice, down it goes, $1,800 to 505, the buyer, 505. 192, 19th century fire gilded bronze figural clock, kind of nice, and $1,000 quick for it, 1,000 wear. $500 for that clock, 500's bidding, 550, what do you go? 500's bidding, 5.5, what do you go? 5.5, 5.5, and 600. 600, what do you go? 600, now 650, 650, one of you. 650, what do you go? 650, 650, now 700. 700, now 750. What do you go, 750? Anybody else for 750? I got 700 seated in the back of the room, and 750. What do you go? Anybody like to be in for 750? I've got 700 bid and 750. 700 at 750. Now 800. 800 this way. $800. What do you go? 800. 7.5 and 8. What do you go? $800. You got to be 800. 750's bid and 800. Anybody like to be in for 800? 750 buys. Number 2, the buyer 2. 193. Empire period ottoman with mahogany veneers, very, very nice, clean as a whistle. And I've got a little bit of an opening bid of $100 and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 125. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Now a half, 1.5 and 175. 175 now 200. I've got 200. What do you go? 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2.5. Anybody else for 2.5? 2 1/4's bid and 2.5. Fair warning, 2.5. 2 1/4 buys. Number? I'm sorry. What is it? You did. 2 1/4 for number 9. Number 9, the buyer, 9. 194, the Pharaoh's horses after 19th century George Stubbs engraving. Nice oil on canvas, the Pharaoh's horses, and $1,000 quick for it. 500 for it. Anybody like it for 500? $300 and get it going. $300. Anybody like it for 300? 300's bid and 350. What do you go? 300's bid and 350. What do you go? $350. Anybody like it for 350? What do you go? $350. Anybody like it for 350? I've got 300 bid and 350. Now 400. $400. You've got to be 4. What do you go? 400, 3.5 and 4. You've got to be 400. Sorry, $400. You've got to be 400, 3.5 and 4. Anybody? 400 now 450. 450. What do you go? $450. You got to be 450 now 500. $500. What do you go? 5. Anybody like it for 5? You got to be $500. Anybody like to be in for 500? 450 and 500. $450 buys. Number 537, is it? 537, the buyer, 537. 195, American late Federal diminutive center table. I love the size of this table. Great mahogany, nice little paw feet, gilded paw feet. A beautiful little table in a nice state of preservation. And how much for it? Someone give me 800 for it, 500 for it, $300 to set it in. Anybody like to be in for 3? You got to be 3. Would you go $200 and start it? 200's bid and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 1/4 now 2.5, 275. You got to be 275 now 300 now 350. You got to be 350. Would you go 350? 350 now 400. $400. Would you go 400? 350's bid and 400. $400. 450. 450. Would you go 450? Now 500. $500. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 4.5 and 500. $450 buys. Tell him to, don't forget where he bought that now. Number 505, the buyer. 505. 196. Double panel mirror. Original gilding. Original plates. Attributed to Isaac Platt, New York, about 1820, 1825. A great mirror. And somebody give me $1,000 for it. 500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 500? $300 for it. Giving it away. 300, thank you. And 350, what do you go? 300's bidding 350. What do you go? $350. Anybody else like it for 350? 300 and 350. What do you go? $350. Anybody like to be in for 350? 350, now 400. 400, now 450. 400's bidding 450. What do you go? 450. 400's bidding 450. What do you go? $450. Anybody else for 450? I've got $400 offered and 450. 400 and 450. Once, twice, fair warning. $400 buys. Number 5, the buyer 5. Next lot. 197, inlaid miniature walnut chest shown in the back case, beautifully constructed. Probably Edwardian old again, but beautiful wood, beautiful construction, and $300 quick for it. $300, $200, $100 for it. $150, $175, now $200. You've got to be $200, $175, and $2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for $200? I've got $200, $2 1/4, now $2 1/2. Back to you for $2 1/2. You've got to be $2 1/2. Tell them to bid quicker, lose it. $2 1/4, $2 1/2. Fair warning. Once, twice. $2 1/4 buys. Number 1, the buyer. Number 1. Next lot. Pastel by Jacques Louis David. This is Robespierre's sister, all right? Mademoiselle Herbert. This has provenance from Park Burnett, 1953, New York Park Burnett, from the collection of Charles de Rohan, Shabbat. It was a big sale in New York at the time, a very influential collection, a wonderful example of his work, and how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, let's say $2,000. Anybody like to be in for $2,000? $4,000 and $4,500. Would he go? 4,000's bidding. $4,500 is going to be $4,250. Would he go $4,250? Anybody like to be in for $4,250? 4,000 is bidding. $4,250 and $4,500 now. $4,500. Would he go $4,500? $4,500 and $4,750. $4,750. Would he go $4,750 now and $4,750 and $5,000? $5,000 and $5,500. 5,000's bidding. $5,500 and $6,000. $6,000. Would he go $6,000? Nate, what happened? $6,500 and $7,000. $7,000 and $7,500. Nate, where are you, pal? No, you've got to be $7,500. $7,500. Now $8,000. Back to you for $8,000. They have a little competition themselves, you know. $8,000. Now $8,500. $8,500. 8,000's bidding. $8,500. Now $9,000. $9,000. $9,000. Now $9,500. $9,500. Would he go $9,500? Now $10,000. $10,000. $10,000. $11,000. $11,000. $11,000. $12,000. $12,000. I'm going to open up $12,000. $13,000. $13,000. I'm opening up bidding to the floor now. $13,000. $14,000. $14,000 is going to be $14. Would he go $14? Now $15,000. $15,000. Would he go $15? $15. Now $16,000. $16,000. $15,000's bidding $16. You got to be $16. Would he go $16,000? $15,000 is bidding $16,000. Anybody else for $16? I have $15,000 offered and $16,000. Fair warning. For Robespierre's sister, I bought $15,000 and $16,000. Fair warning. Once, twice. $15,000 buys it. Number? 1060. The buyer, 1060. Bell metal, federal urn-topped andirons. These are bell metal and beautiful condition. Beautiful condition. Peened over on the underside as you'd like to find them. Beautiful, beautiful andirons with wonderful log stops. And how much for them? Somebody give me about $400 for them. $200, $100 for them. Anybody like to be in for $100? $100's bidding $1 1/4. Anybody like them for $1 1/4? Certainly, you've got another fireplace. $1 1/4, $1 1/2, $1 1/2, $175, $175, $150, $175. Now $200. $200. You've got to be two. Would you go $200? $175 and $2. Anybody else for $200? $175 and $2. $175 is bidding $2. Would you go $200? Anyone else for $200? $175 and $200. Fair warning. $175 and $200. Down they go. $175. 4042. 200 now. Lot 200. Cast iron windmill weight in a rooster form. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $500 for it. $500. $500 is going to be $500. It's going to be $500. $300 and start it. Thank you. $350. What do you go? $300 to have and $3.5. $3.5 and $400. $4.5 and $500. $500. $500. Dan. What do you go? $500. $550. Barbara. $550. You've got to be $550. Now $600. Dan. $600. $600. $650. $650. Barb. $650. $650. Now $700. Dan. $700. Now $750. $750. Barbara. $750. Now $800. Dan. 800, 850, 850. What do you go? $850. You've got to be 850. 800 and 850. You're bidding 850. Now 900, Dan. 900. Now 950. 950. What do you go? 950. 900 is bidding 950. What do you go? $950. Anyone else for 950? I've got 900 and 950. Once, twice. Down it goes. $900. 506. The buyer. 506. Lot 201. Ink drawing on paper signed Dietrich. Figures in a classical setting, shown here. And somebody give me about 300 for it. 300 should be hands in the air at 300. $200 for the Dietrich. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two to go. 200. $100. My goodness, $100. Anybody like to be in for $100? Robespierre's sister is actually in the foreground. $50 for it. $50 for that ink drawing. Anybody like it for 50? We got to be 50. What do you go? $50. No interest. $20. I have 20, 30. You've got to be 40, 50, 60, 70, 70. Sold it to you. $60 number. 28. The buyer. 28. 202. Classical dressing table, probably Albany, New York. Where is that shown? Back here. Back where Garrett Platel. Garrett, nice of you to join us. Garrett Platel showing you the Albany dressing table, and $500 quick for it. $500, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be $100 is where. 100, 150, 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150 is bidding. 175. Would you go 175? Anybody like to be in for 175? 150 by 175. Now 200. You've got to be 200. You got to be two. Would you go $200? Anybody 200, two and a quarter, two and a quarter, two and a quarter. Got to be two and a quarter. Two is bidding. Two and a quarter. Anybody else for two and a quarter? $200 buys number 4678. 203. Federal gilded looking glass with the Eglamizé panel. That's shown in the back of the room there. First gilding on that. Kind of nice. Somebody give me $300 quick for it. 300 should be hands in the air. 300, $200. My goodness, 200, $100. $100. How will you know if your hair is combed or not? $100. Anybody like it for 100? What do you go? $100. Anybody like it for 100? $50. 100. One and a quarter. One and a quarter. One and a half. What do you go? One and a half. One and a quarter is bidding. One and a half. You've got to be one and a half. One and a quarter. One and a half. Anybody else for one and a half? Give her a bargain, they say. 100 and a quarter buys. I'm sorry, you're too late. Number two, the buyer, two. 204, 1829 needlework sampler by Mary Burgess. This is the one with the architectural house and the little girl on the horse. Pretty neat. Very, very folky. 1829 old. Little 12 or 13-year-old Mary Burgess did that. And somebody give me about 500 for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? You got to be three. 275 and 300. What do you go? 300 now 350. 300 and 350. What do you go? 350. Anybody? And 350 now 400. 400 now 450. 400 is bidding 450. What do you go? 450 now 500. 500 now 550. 500 and 550 now 600. 600 now 650. 600 and 650 now 700. $700. You're bidding 700. 6.5 and 7. What do you go? $700. Anybody else for 700? 6.5 and 700. 6.5 buys. Number 1064. 1064. Mid-19th century charcoal on sandpaper drawing. River Fantasy in a beautiful gilded frame right there at the end of the pegboard, and some right under the boy with the violin. And someone give me about 500 for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200 and go? 200 is bidding two and a quarter, now a half. Got to be two and a half. What do you go? Two and a half. Anybody like it for two and a half? Two and a quarter is bidding two and a half. Two and a half and 275. 275, 250, 275. Anyone else for 270? Now 300. $300. You've got to be three. What do you go? $300. Anybody else like it for 300? $300. You got to be three. What do you go? 300. 275 buys it. Number 1058. 1058. 206, mahogany valuables chest with a drawer. This is all in mahogany. Beautiful, solid mahogany, a little chest with a drawer. Lift it up. I think it has a little till inside, just like a blanket chest, miniature blanket chest form. And someone give me $300 for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for 100? $100 and started. Anybody like to be in for 100? Where do you go? 50 is bidding, 60 now, 70. 70, you've got to be 70 now, 80. 80, would he go $80? Anybody else for 80? $70 is offered, and 80, would he go $80? Anybody like it for 80? Now 90, 90. $90 is going to be 90, would he go $90? 90 now 100. $100 is going to be 100, would he go $100? 90 and 100, 100 and 1 1/4. 1 1/4 going to be 1 1/4. 100's been 1 1/4. $100 to the internet number 969 207. Pair of 19th century salon chairs in excellent upholstery shown right there. They are comfortable, and I've got a cluster of left bids. I got 450, 500, 550, 600, now 650. I've got 600 bids, 650. The book is now out. 650 and 700, 700, 750. Anybody like them for 750, 750, now 800. $800, you got to be 800 now, 850. 850 now, 900. $900, would it go 900 now, 950. 950 now, 1000. $1,000, you're bidding 1,000 now, 1100. 1100, you've got to be 1100 now. 1100 now, 1200. $1,200, you're bidding 1200. 1200, any 1200 on the phones now. I've got 1200 on the phones. You've got to be 1300. 13 now, 1400. $1,400, you're bidding 14 now. 1500, one of you. 15 now, 1600. 1600 now, 1700. 17 now, 1800. 1800, 18 now, 1900. 19 now, 2000. $2,000, you've got to be 2,000. I've got 1,900 bid and 2. You've got to be 2. Would you go $2,000? Anybody like them for 2,000? 1,900's bid on 2,000. Fair warning, 2,000. $1,900 buys number 1065. 1065. 208 is a 19th century J2 barometer thermometer by P. Intrassi, London maker, I believe. An Italian who had come to London early in the 1820s. Set up shop. And somebody give me about 300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for 100? $50 to get it going. $50, my goodness. Thank you. And 60, 50 and 60, 60, now 70. $70, you've got to be 70, 60's been $70. Anybody like it for 70? Now 80. 80, would you go $80? Anybody like it for 80? Would you go $80? Anybody else like it for 80? $70 buys number 4042. 209, Hamilton and Jones, Greensboro. Stoneware food jar with cobalt blue decoration, kind of nice, and $500 quick for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like it for $100? 200, thank you. 2 1/4. 2 is bidding 2 1/4 now. 2 1/2. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bidding 2 1/2. We're going to be 2 1/2. What do you go 2 1/2? 2 1/2 and 275. 275. Anybody like it for 270 now? 300. 300 now. 350. 300 and 350. What do you go 350? 300. 350 now. 400. 350 is bidding 400. What do you go 400? 3 1/2 and 400. 3 1/2 and 400. Once, twice. $350. You're waiting 8 number. 941, lot 210, oil on canvas, Maxwell Albert, the winter blanket, 1938. This is Bill Maxwell Albert, 1890 to 1955, and bidding has to start at $850 and $900. Would he go? $850's bid at $900. You're going to be 9. Would he go $900? Anybody like it for 900? $850's bid at $900. Anybody like to be in for 9? You got to be 9. Would he go $900? Anybody like to be in for 900? 900. You're bidding 900. Anybody want to be in for 900? $850 and 900. $850. Buys at number 533. The buyer 533. 18th century walnut tea table with a Queen Anne birdcage top. 28 inches tall. The top is nice. 31 inches wide with about a ½ inch of shrinkage. Lovely little table. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 300? 18th century table for $300. My goodness. $200 for it. 200. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100. 150. Thank you. 175. 150's bidding. 175. Furniture remains difficult to sell. 150 and 175. You got to be 175, 150 and 175. Fair warning. Sold at $150. Your way number? 4678. 212. 212. Eagles and Liberty, Palmyra, New York. Coverlet by J. Van S. for Mary Knapp. Signed Palmyra, New York. And I've got 150 to open and 175 would you go? 150's bidding 175, now $200, gonna be 200, now 2 1/4, now 2 1/2, 275, now 300. Back to you for 300, would you go 300, 275 and 3, gotta be 3, would you go $300? Anyone else for 300, 275 and 300? Fair warning, once, twice, $275. Buys number 3182. Next lot. 19th century blue and white eagle and stag coverlet. This one with big eagles all the way around it, and 8-point stags. And how much for this lot? I've got $100 to open and 1 1/4. Would you go? I've got 150. Would you go 175? And now $200. Anybody else for 200? I've got 175, 200. Now 2 1/4. One of you. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? $200 buys, number 529, the buyer, 529. Next lot. Oil on panel, James Giles. This is a Royal Scottish Academy artist. Startled Deer. It's beautiful, beautifully rendered, 7 3/4 by 24 wide. James Giles, a very well-regarded Royal Scottish Academy artist. And how much for it? I've got a little bit of interest in it. It opens at $250 and $275, $650. That's more like it. And $700, $750. Would you go $750? $750. Now $800. Now $850. Now $900. $900. $900. Now $950. Now $1,000. $1,000. Now $1,100. Now $1,200. $1,200. Now $1,300. $1,300. Maggie, did you want to get in? $1,300. $1,300 on the phones. $1,400. One of you. $1,400. Would you go 14, 13, and 14? 14. Now 1,500. Back to you, Leah, for 1,500. 14 is bidding. 15. Now 1,600. Back here for 16. 15 and 16. Got great taste. Look at it that way. 1,600. 15 and 16. Fair warning. 1,600. 1,700. 1,700. Would you go 17, Leah? 17. Now 1,800. $1,800. You're going to be 18. Would you go $1,800? Anyone else for 18? Fair warning. $1,700 buys. Number 548. 548, the buyer. 215. 1840 classical chest with carved columns and paw feet shown over here. A little bit of veneer work has to be done on it to smarten it up, but I'll tell you, it's a lovely chest of drawers. Chimney backsplash. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? You got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 to start it. $100. Let's get it sold. $100. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go 100? 1 1/4. Anybody want for 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? It's the right scale for you. 1 1/4 has been 1 1/2. You got to be 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? Anybody else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 buys. Number 2, the buyer. 2. Next lot. 216 is the Wick Aaron's whale carving, 17 inches long and a beauty. How much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, $1,000, $500 to open. Anybody like the whale for $500? $300 and get it going. $300. Anybody like to be in for 3? You got to be 200's bidding, 2 1/4. Where'd you go? 200 bidding, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 350, 400. 400 to you. $400. Got to be 400, 450, 500, 500. Would you go 500? 550, 550, 600, 600, 600 on the phones. 650, 650. You're both out at 650. Would you go 650? 600's on Ken. 650. Would you go 650? You got to be 650. 600's bidding 650. Would you go $650? Anyone else for 650? I've got 600 and 650. I've got 650. Now 700, Ken. Get it back at 700. Would you go $700? You're going to be 700. Now 750. 750. Would you go 750? I've got 700 bidding 750. Would you go 750? Anyone else for 750? 700 and 750. You didn't have to be so definitive. 700, 750. $700 on Kenneth. Number 503, the buyer. 503. Okay, 219. We're skipping a few lots because we had a couple of things withdrawn. The walnut bed with carved and inlaid head and footboard. Beautiful classical head carved into the headboard. This is a beautiful bed. How much for it? Somebody give me 500 for it. $300 for that bed. Anybody like to be in for three? Got to be three. Would you go 200? $100 for the bed. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. 175, now 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4. You're bidding 225, 250, 275, 275. You're bidding 275. Would you go 275? Now 300, 300. Now 350, 350. Would you go 350? 300 and 350. Any advance? 300 and 350. Fair warning. 300 and 350. 350 with the hammer. Now 400. $400. You got to be four. Would you go 400? Now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody at 450? Now 500. $500. You got to be five. Would you go $500? 4 1/2 and 5. Got to be five. Would you go 500? $450. Buys number 1014. 1014. The buyer. Next lot. Banjo barometer thermometer with an intact tube by B. Biola, Norwich, England. Out there in Flint country, missing the top dial glass, okay? So, but I've got a little bit of a bid. It starts at 50, it's 60. I've got $70. Would you go 80? Anybody like it for 80? 80. Now I've got 100. Would you go 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody else for 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? I have 100 bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Fair warning, 1 1/4. $100 buys, number 547, the buyer, 547. 221 rather, sorry. Oil on canvas, 2 steamers on the river, signed indistinctly. That's over here. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think $500. Anybody like it for 5? Going to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 for it. Anybody like it for 300? I've got 200 bid and 2 1/4. Would you go? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. You got to be 275. Now 300. $300. Would you go 300? 275 is bidding 3. Now 350. 300, 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? 300 and 350. Once, twice. Down it goes. $300 your way. Number 920. Next lot. 222 is the half-hull model with 7 flights, mounted on an oval backboard. Kind of nice. And $300 quick for it. I've got 100 bid and 1 1/4. Would you go? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 125. Anybody like to bid for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Fair warning, 1 1/4. $100 buys, number 5, the buyer, 5. Next lot. Set of 6 Queen Anne walnut chairs with compass seats, including 2 arms and 4 sides. There are old repairs, and there is restoration on these, so you buy them as you see them, but what a great form. And wonderful early chairs. These are on the other side of 1780. These are before America was the United States. So how much for them? Somebody give me about, I should think $500 for them. $500 for the set. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 500. $300 to start them. $300. Got to be 6. We started off with 5. We found another one in the attic. So we do have a set of 6. Would you go $300? 200 where? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. You're going to be 250. Would you go $250? 250, 275. Now 300. Back to you for 300. Now 350. 350. Sold them. $300 to the internet. Number 1073. 224. Sorry. Stenke. Herbert Stenke was an Albany artist, I think. I think the Institute of History and Art did a show for him. And I've got a little bit of interest in this. It opens at 300 and 350. Would you go? 300's bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else like it for 350? I've got 400. Would you go 450? 400's on me and 450. I've got 500. Would you go 550? I've got 500 bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for 550? 500 and 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else like it for 550? 500 and 550. Once, twice. Down it goes. $500. Number 533. The buyer 533. Next lot. 225. 225 is a pair of French plaster cast medallions of royalty and 4 Borghese and a couple of Bombay architectural images. And somebody give me about $300 for this lot. 300, 200. A lot of decoration for $200. My goodness. $100 for it all. $100. Anybody like them for $100? What do you go 100? What do you go $100? Anybody like to be in for $50 from all? $50 is going to be 50. What do you go $50? Anybody? These are rare Bombay images. $50. Anybody like them for 50? 40? I got 40 bid. 50, what do you go? 40's bidding. 50, what do you go? $50. Anybody like them for 50? $40 buys. Number 36, is it? 36, the buyer. 226 saber leg tiger maple chairs. These are about as good as they get. Perfect seats. Wonderful screaming tiger maple. Beautifully carved splats. And how much for these? Now change your tune. Somebody give me about $2,000 for them. $2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 then. $500. Anybody like to be in for $5? Got to be $5. What do you go? $500. 300's bidding. $350. What do you go? $350 and $400. $400 is going to be $400. Now $450. Now $500. $500. Now $550. Now $600. $600. You're going to be $6. What do you go? $600. Anybody else for $600? $600. Now $650. Now $700. $700. What do you go? $700. 6.5 and 7. What do you go? $700, Leah? $700. You're going to be 7. What do you go? $700. 650's bidding $700. Anybody else for $700? 6.5 is bidding 7. What do you go? 700. Now $750. $750. What do you go? $750. Talk it over. $750. What do you go? $750. Anybody else for $750? I got $700 bidding $750. What do you go? $750. Anybody like it for $750? $750. Fair warning. $700 to the phones. Number 540, the buyer, 540. 227, Lalique Crystal, including 2 perfume bottles that are boxed, an eagle head, and a box set of 6 knife rests, all Lalique Crystal. Very lovely. And $300 quick for this lot. 300's bid and 3.5 and 400. $400 got to be 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody else for 400? 3.5 and 4 got to be 4. What do you go? 400. 350's bidding 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody else for 400? 350 and 400. 350 buys. Number 908, the buyer. 908. 228, 18th century Welsh shoefoot pewter cupboard or dresser over 3 drawers. Wonderful old surface. And how much for it? Somebody give me $2,000 for it. $2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? Well, $500 then. $500 got to be 5. What do you go? $500. $300 and get it going. $300. Anybody like it for 3? Got to be 3 with 200. Thank you. And 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2.5. You got to be 2.5. What do you go? 2.5. 275. Now 300. 300. 350. 400. 400. What do you go? 400. 400. 450. 400's bidding $450. What do you go? $450. Anybody else for $450? I've got 400 bidding $450. 400's bidding $450. What do you go? $450. Anyone else for $450? $400 buys. Number 9, the buyer. 9 going to Rhinebeck. Bronze Renaissance Revival clock in working condition. Does have damage to the porcelain face, but a beautiful clock in perfect working condition. And I've got only $60 to open and 70. What do you go? 70 now 80. $80. You got to be 80. What do you go? 80. 80 now 90. Now 100. 1 1/4. One of you. 1 1/4. What do you go? 1 1/4. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. What do you go? 1 1/2. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. 175. 175. 150. 175. Anyone else for 175? Now 200. $200. What do you go? 2. You got to be 2. What do you go? 200. 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 8. Get it back at 2 1/4. What do you go? 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? I've got $200 on the phones and 2 1/4. Fair warning. $200 buys. Number 529. Thank you. 529. Okay, lot 230 is a group of Grand Tour medallions in 7 different frames. 7 different frames of Grand Tour, including one in red. They're kind of unusual and rare. And $300 for this lot. $300. $200 for this lot. What do you go to? $100 is where? Anybody like 100's bidding 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. What do you go? 125. Now 150. 150. 175. 150's bidding 175. It's going to be 175. 150. 175. What do you go? 175. 150. 175. $150 buys. Number 950. 950. 231. Florentine Pietra Dura Still Life of Flowers. Plaque, and rather nice, and $300 quick for it. $300. $200. This is the last remaining lot from the estate of Nino Novellino. 200, $100 is where. Anybody like to be in for a $150 and get it going? $50 and 60, would he go? 50 and 60, would he go? $60. Anybody like it for 60? Anybody want to be in for $60? $50 is bid in 60, now 70. $70, would he go? 70, 60 and $70. Anybody like it for 70? 60 and 70. $60 buys, number 969, 232. Mahogany circa 1825, one draw server. I think shown over here, right? Is that it? Beautiful little server. Perfect for like a TV set or something like that. Somebody give me about $300 for it. $200 and get a 200. Thank you. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like it for 225? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. 275. You're gonna be 275. Now 300. $300. One of you. Three. Gonna be 3. Would you go 300? Now 350. 350. You're bidding 350. Would you go 3 1/2? 3 1/2 and 400. 4 1/2. 400. Would you go 4? Got to be 4. Would you go 400? Now 450. 450. Would you go 450? 450. Now 500. $500. Got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? Fair warning. Once, twice, 450 and 500. Down it goes. $450. 505. The buyer. 505. 18th century Sheffield plate armorial coffee pot and covered vegetable dish. Very classy way to serve your candied yams and decaf. And somebody give me about $500 quick for those. 500. Armorial decorated. 500. $200 for them. $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where, and a quarter. Would you go a half and 175 now? 150's bid and 175. I have you for 150, sir. 175. 175. He's anxious to bid again, so 175. Just kidding. 150 and 175. Anyone else for 175? 150 and 175. 150 buys. Your number, please. That's a great buy. 505 is it or 508? 508. Thank you, sir. 508. 234 cut crystal cheese or butter dish with a silver handle in the top. Kind of nice. And I've got $60 to open and 70. What do you go? 70 and 80. You've got to be 90. 90. Now 100. 90 and 100. Where? Any 100. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. Now 200. $200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. Now 300. 300. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. Got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 300. Fair warning. Once, twice. 275 buys. Number 8675. 8675. 235. Reed and Barton sterling silver flatware. 35 pieces of an it's the 18th century pattern, okay? They're 20th century flatware, but it's the 18th century pattern. And along with that set is a 10 grapefruit spoons, La Marquis pattern. 49 troy ounces altogether, and $500 quick for it. 500. You're going to be 5. Would you go 500? 49 ounces of sterling. 500. Thank you. And 550. Would you go? 500. 550. Now 600. 600. 650. 600 is bidden. 650. Would you go? 650. 650. 700. Thank you. 700. Now 750. 750. 800. 800. Would you go? 800. 750 is bidden. $800. Anybody else for 800? 750 is bidden. $800. Anybody else like it for 8? We've got to be 8. Would you go? $800. Anybody like to be in for 800? 750 and 800. $750. Need a partner in that? Number 15, the buyer. 15. Already got one. Okay. 236 is the Oriental jar fashioned into a lamp, 18 inches tall overall. Quite nice now. And $300 quick for it. 300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? 175 and 2. Would you go? Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go? $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? 175 and 200. Anybody like it for 200? 175 buys. Nate, your number, please. 997. 237. Edwardian satinwood table with classical paint decoration. Beautiful table shown in the back of the room. And $500 quick for it. 500. You're going to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 and get it going. $300. Anybody like it for 3? Got 200. Thank you. 2 1/4. Would you go? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. You got to be 2. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody like it for 2 1/2 and 275? One of you. 275. Satinwood. My goodness. 275. Now 300. 300. Now 350. 300's bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? I've got only $300 offered and 350. 300 and 350. Once, twice. Nice buy. $300. 8675. 8675 the buyer. 238 is the leather bull desk ornament by Dimitri Omersa. And $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? What do you go? 250, 275. Now 300. 300, now 350, now 400. Now 450. 400 and 450. What do you go? $450. Anybody else for 450? I got 400 and 450. What do you go? $450. Anybody else like it for 450? $400 your way number? 5205. 239, 19th century oil on panel English school. Horses watering, I think over there. And $500 quick for it. Beautiful white horse along with a bay, both of them watering in an exterior landscape, and $200 for it. Anybody like 200, 2 1/4? Anybody like it for 2 1/4 and a half? 2 1/2, you've got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid in 2 1/2. Anybody like to be in half? And 75, 75, now 3, now 350, now 400. $400 is going to be 400, now 450. 4 is bid in 450. Would you go 450? Yes. 450, now 500. $500 is going to be 500. 450 is bid in 5. You're going to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? $450 buys it. Number 9 the buyer. 240. 19th century triple bin tea caddy. Triple bin mahogany tea caddy with the original brass on it. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200, 200, $100. My goodness, $100 is where? Anybody like to be in for $100? 50, thank you, and 60. You've got to be 60. I've got 50 ahead of you. You've got to be 60. Would you go $60? Anybody else for 60? Get 60, now 70, now 80. $80, you've got to be 80. Would you go $80? Would you go 80? 80, now 90. 90. You both had your hands up. I don't know who. Okay. 80 and 90. Now 100. $100, would you go 100? 90 and 100. Anybody like it for 100? 90 and 100. Would you go $100? Anybody like to be in for $100? 90 and 100. Fair warning. $90. One of you. I don't know which one. 1042. 1042. The buyer. 1042. 243 is a Newport, Rhode Island mahogany tray top candle stand. Classic Rhode Island squashed ball stem. Lovely little tray top candle stand. Someone give me about 500 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? $200. 200's bid in 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bid in 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? Got to be 2 1/4. Anybody want to be in for 225? 200 and 2 1/4. $200 your way number. 4002. 244 is the 8-tune Swiss music box with the song sheet. Song sheet is intact, beautifully inlaid case. All the teeth are there. It's in perfect working condition. It is missing some bullnose trim around the top, okay, the top panel. But that's pretty easily rectified. And somebody give me $400 for it. 400. $200 for it. 200's bid in 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? It was going to be 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. Now 275. You got to be 275. 250's on the floor. 275. You got to be now 300. 300 now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? You got to be 350 now 400 now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go 450? Any interest at 450? I've got 400 and 450. Fair warning. 400 and 450. $400 buys. Number 2, the buyer 2. Next lot. 245, American School Portrait of a Child and Dog. This is a killer piece of American folk art. That kid and the dog, they're beautifully painted. The painting is in need of serious conservation. And when I say serious, this is not an easy job, but it's a wonderful painting and worthy of restoration. And how much for it? Someone give me 500 for it? 500. $300 for it. And 350, what do you go? 350 now, $400 got to be 4. What do you go? 400, 400 now, 450. 450 now, 500. $500, what do you go? 500 now, 550. 500's bid in 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? 500's bid in 550. Would you go $550? Fair warning, 500 and 550. $500. Tell her I said hello. 500. 512, the buyer. 513? 513, the buyer. Correction, 513. 246, 4 Pennsylvania plank seat chairs in chrome yellow paint. Original decoration. Beautiful little half spindle plank seat chairs, and $1,000 quick for those. $300 for them. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would it go to 300, 200, $100 and get them going? 150's bidding, 175. 150's bidding, 175. You got to be 175. 175 now, 200. $200. Would he go 200? 175 and 2. Got to be 2. Would he go 200? Anybody? 200 now, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, Dan. 2 1/4 now, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would he go 2 1/2? That's for all of them. That's not a piece. 2 1/2. Would he go 2 1/2 and 275? 275 now, 300. $300. You got to be 3. Would he go $300? You've got to be 300. 300 now, 350. 350 now, 400. $400. Would he go 400? 3 1/2 and 4. Would he go $400? You've got to be 400. 3 1/2 is bidding, 4 got to be 4. Would he go $400? Anybody else like him for 400? Fair warning. 350 and 400. Once, twice. 350 buys. 506 the buyer. 506. Next lot. Hudson River, Albany, New York. Maphorn by F. McGraw. 1867. Beautiful, crisp carving in this. Gorgeous, gorgeous Maphorn and legit all the way. Somebody give me about, I don't know, 500 for it. 500's bidding. 550, would he go? 550, 600, sir? 600, 650, now 700. Back to you for 700. Would he go 700, 6 1/2 and 7, $700. Anybody else for 7? $700, you got to be 7, 6 1/2 and 700. Fair warning. Once, twice, 650 buys. Number 1, the buyer, number 1, and I thank you. Exceptional 19th century painted game board, signed Pickett, West End Social Club. Edward Austin Moore is written on the back of it, Bridgeport, Connecticut. It is certainly a 19th century game board, all in original paint, and I think quite special. And $1,000 worth for it. 1,000, 500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would he go 500? $300 to start it, and 400. Would he go 300 and 350? 350, 400, 450. One of you. 450. Would he go 450? I've got 450 now. 500, 500, 550. 600. Back to you for 600. 600 on the phones and 650. Now 700. Back to Leah for 700. 650's bid 700. Now 750. Now 800. Leah, back to you for 800. $800. You're bidding 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else for 800? 800 now 850. 800's bidding 850. Would you go $850? Anybody else like it for 850? 850 now 900. 900. 900, 950. We do not have checkers to go with it. 950. 900's bidding 950. You've got to be 900, 950. Now 1,000, where we should have started $1,000. 1,000's bidding 1,100. $1,100. You're bidding 1,100. $1,100. Would you go 1,100? 1,000's bidding $1,100. Anybody else for 1,100? 1,000 is bid and 1,100. Fair warning. Fair warning. Once, twice. Sold. $1,000. And your number, please. 1077. 1077. Now we have a miniature slant lid desk coming up. A beautiful little miniature American Chippendale slant lid desk. Over 3 drawers with a flat bracket foot. And somebody give me $500 quick for it. Should be all over. 500. $500. It's an 18th century miniature desk. $500. Anybody like to be in for 500? 300. 250. 275. 275. Now 300. 300. Now 350. 350. Now 400. Now 450. Now 450. Would you go 450? 400's bidding 450. Anybody else for 450? Now 500. $500. Would you go 500? 4 1/2 and 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else like it for 500? 4 1/2 and 500. Fair warning. 450 and 500. 450 buys. Number 932. 250. Diminutive silver mounted tea caddy with hallmarked silver mounts and a wonderful object. Like a little jewel, quite honestly. It's probably one of the finest I've ever sold. Somebody give me $1,000 for it. I'll take 500 to open. I've got 600 bid and 650. Would you go 650? Now 700. One of you. 700. Now 750. Now 800. 800. Now 850. Now 900. Now 950. 950. Now 1,000. now 1,100, now 1,200, 1,300. You've got to be 1,400. I've got 1,500. Would you go 1,600? $1,600. That's your money, actually. That's your money, because I thought that he had to be someplace. He left me with that bid. So, okay, so 1,500. You've got to be 16. 1,600. Now you can bid. 1,700 to you. 1,700. Now 1,800. $1,800. Would you go 18? 17 is bid and $1,800. Anybody else for 1,800? 1,800. 1,900. Back to you for 1,900. 1,900. Now 2,000. $2,000. Would you go 2,000? 19 is bid and 2. Would you go $2,000? Got to be 2. Would you go 2,000? Fair warning. 2,000 once. 2,000. 2,250. 2,250. Would you go 2,250? Now 2,500. Back to you for 2,500. 2,250's bid and $2,500. 2,500. 2,750. 2,750. Would you go 2,750? 2,750. 2,750. You've got to be 2,750. Now 3,000. $3,000 is going to be 3. Would you go $3,000 once, twice? 2,750's bid and 3,000. Fair warning. 2,750 buys. Number 505, the buyer. 505. 251, oil line canvas by Elise Macklett. Still life of flowers. And a little bit of interest in this. It opens at 500 and 550. Would you go? 500 is bidden. 550. Would you go 5 and now you've got 600. Would you go 650? I've got 700. Would you go 750? I've got 800. Would you go 8? I've got 900. Would you go 950? I don't have $1,000, so it's on you at 950 and 1,000. Would you go? 1,000's bidden 1,100. I'm sorry, 950's bidden $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 950's bidden $1,000. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? Fair warning. $950. Your way number? 4251. Next lot. You talk about an early piece of furniture. This is the other side of 1730, all right? This is a very early 18th century slant lid walnut desk on frame in New England. 37 inches wide, 2 sections, right as rain, without any situations. How much for it? Somebody give me $3,000 for it? $2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? Would you go $1,000? Anybody like it for 500? 800, thank you, and 850. What do you go? 850 now 900, 950 now 1,000, 1,000 now 1,100, $1,100 now 1,200. 11 is bid and 12. Anybody else for 12? 12 now 1,300. $1,300. What do you go? 13, 12, 13 now 1,400. $1,400. You're bidding 14. You've got to be 14 now 1,500. $1,500. What do you go? 15. 15 now 1,600. 1,500 is 16 now 1,700. $1,700. Would you go 17? 17 now 1,800. $1,800. Get them back in 18 now 1,900. $1,900. You're bidding 19. 1,900 now 2,000. $2,000. You're going to be 2,000. Now 2,250. 2,250. How's your arm? 2,250. Now 2,500. 2,500. 25, 2,750. It's a major league piece of furniture. 2,750. 2,500 is bidden. 2,750. Anybody else for 2,750? I've got 2,500 bidden. 2,750. Would you go 2,750? Any advance on 2,500? 2,750. You're out on the phones. 25 and 2,750. Once, twice. $2,500 buys number 4314. 4314. Mixed media, watercolor and graphite on paper. The blind leading the blind. Initialed AH, 1936. This is kind of like the staff of Carlson Gallery. Someone give me about 300 for it. 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like to be in $50? $20. Anybody like it? 20 and 30. Got to be 30. Would you go $30? Got to be 30. $30. Anybody like it for 30? $30. $40. 40. Now $50. You've got to be 50. Would you go 50? Now 60. 60 would, yes, 60. Now 70. $70, would he go 70, would he go $70, 60 and $70, anybody like it for 70? 60's bidding 70, would he go $70, 70 now, 80, $80, would he go 80, 70 and 80, anybody else for 80? $70 buys, number 921, 921. 254 is an 18th century wooden bowl with handles, 24 inches long, nice big one, and light as a feather, a real early one. And someone give me about, I don't know, $300 for it, $200. Anybody like to be in for two? Would he go 200, $100 and get it going? $50 and 50, 60, 70. $70 got to be 70, 70 now, 80, would he go $80 now, 90, we got to be 90, would he go $90, 90 now, $100, 100, would he go 1 1/4, 1 1/4, would he go 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, would he go 1 1/2, 1 1/4, half, and 175 now. 150's been 175, anybody like it for 175? They love these out in Schoharie. 175, would he go 175 now, 200, $200, you've got to be two, would he go $200, anybody else for two? 175 and two. 175 buys, number 949, and I thank all three of you. A beautiful, you talk about a beautiful piece of furniture, early 19th century red blanket chest over 2 drawers. This is like 1810. I do outside of a shrinkage crack in the lid, which is breadboarded ended and solid without issue. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. Original brass, beautiful original color, wonderful form, and $500 quick for it. Should be hands all over for $500. Well, $300 then. 300's bidding and $350. Would he go? $300 I have and $350. Would he go 3.5, 3.5 and $400 and $4.5. 4.5. You got to be 4. Would he go 4.5, 4.5 and $500 now? $500 going to be 5. Would he go $500? Anybody else for $500? 450's bidding. $500. You're bidding 5. You got to be 5. Would he go $500? Anyone else for $500? Wow. 500. Fair warning. Great buy. $450 to 506. The buyer 506. 256. 2 watercolors. C. Ashton, the old tree, and Leopold Seifert, kind of like a little. He's a very well recognized artist, but this is like a little Merry Christmas, Happy New Year watercolor of some holly berries. And $300 for this lot. $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for 100? Would you go $100? $50 and get it going? 50, thank you. And 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? Would you go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? $50. Buys number 5185. 257. Oil on canvas, 59th Street Bridge, and a beauty. I love this painting. H.A. Weiss in the original frame. 59th Street Bridge from Manhattan. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $1,500 for it. 500 for it. 500's bidding. 550. Would he go? 500's bidding. 550. Would he go? 550 and 600. Now 650. 650. Back to you for 650. I've got 600 here and 650. Would you go? 650 on Leah. Now 700. You've got to be 750, Leah. 750. Would you go? 750. I've got 700 here and 750. You're bidding 750. Now 800. You've got to be 850. 850. You're bidding 850. Would you go? $850. You've got 850. Now I've got 900. Would you go 950, Leah? 950. Would you go $950? You got to be 950. The book is out. 950 and $1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 950's bidding $1,000. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? Would you go $1,000? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 950 and 1,000. Fair warning. 950 buys. Number 540. The buyer 540. Next lot. 258 is a Chippendale Pembroke table in first finish. Beautiful, very, very sophisticated molded leg on this table. Beautiful early first finish. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it? 500 for it. 500. Anybody who likes surface will like this table. $300 and get it going. Would it be 3? Would it go 300? $200 and start it. $200. Anybody? 200. Thank you. And 2 1/4. Would you go? 2 1/4. Now a half. Would you go 2 1/2? You got to be 2 1/2. Would you go 250? 250, you're bidding 250. You've got to be 250 on Barbara. It's ahead of you now. 250. You've got to be 275. 275. Would you go 275? 250 and 275. Yes. 275. Fair warning. 250 and 300. Barb, back to you for 300. Would you go 300 now? 350. 350. You've got to be 350. I've got 300 on Barbara. Would you go 350? 300 and 350. Once, twice. $300, Barb. Nice buy. Number 507, the buyer. 507, 259. Watercolor of an Australian cricketer. Possible ad for Nike, because I think he's wearing Nike sneakers, okay? Nice watercolor. And how much for it? Somebody give me 300 for it? $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where? 100's bidding, 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding, 1 1/4. That's not cricket. 100 1/4. Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding, 125. $100 buys. Number 940. Next lot, 260. 19th century 15 draw mahogany apothecary chest. On a later base, dovetail draws, 42 inches by 50 inches. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 2,000 for it. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 500 is bidding. 550. You've got to be 550. I've got 600. Would you go 650? 650. I've got 600 bidding. 650. Anybody else for 650? 650. 650. Would you go $650? 650. Now 700. You've got to be 750. I've got 700 bidding. I've got 800. Would you go 850? I've got 800 bidding. 850. I've got 900. Would you go 950? I've got 1,000. Actually, I've got 1,100. Would you go 1,200? 1,200. Now 1,300. I'm out. 1,200 is bidding. $1,300. Anybody else for 13? You got to be 13. Would you go $1,300? Anybody else like it for 1,300? 12 and 13. $1,200 away it goes. Number 3863. 261 Portsmouth, New Hampshire side chair. Kind of nice. And I've got 100 to open, and 1 1/4. Would you go? 100's bidding. 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100 and 150. Would you go 150 on Barbara? Now 175. 150's on Barb. 175. Would you go 175? Anybody else? Now 200, Barb. $200. Would you go 200? Now 2 1/4. And now 2 1/2. Back to you for 2 1/2, Barbara. 2 1/2. Now 275. 250's bidding. 275. You're bidding 275. Fair warning. 250 and 275. $250. Number 507, is it, Barb? 507. Thank you. 507, the buyer. Pair of English watercolor portraits in period frames. These are anybody's ancestor, right there. Family wasn't long on looks, but they were very honest people. Someone give me about $300 on the lot. $300, $200. Anybody like it with two? Got to be two. Would you go to $100 and a quarter? 150? 50. Thank you. 60, 50, 150, 175. Anybody like them? 175. 150's bidding 175. Would you go 175? Fair warning. 175. And now 200. And $200 got to be two. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for two? Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Two is bidding 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? Fair warning. Once, twice. 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Scare me again. 2 1/2. You got to be 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Fair warning. Away it goes. 2 1/4 buys. Number 985. 263, 1810 mahogany Hepplewhite chest of drawers. Cupid's bow apron, flaring French feet. Not as nice as you like to find one. Lovely oval brasses, although I believe not original, but still nice brasses. And $500 quick for it. $500. $2,000 chest in 2008. $500. Anybody like to put 300? 300, thank you. And 350, would you go 350, now 400, would you go 4? Got to be 4, would you go $400? Anybody like it for 400, now 450. 400 and 450, would you go 450? 400 and 450, any advance on 400 and 450? $400 buys. Number 48886. 264, chinois decorated coffee table. Maison Janssen astronomer pattern. I looked up Maison Janssen's astronomer, and that's just what it looks like. Somebody asked me, was it stamped or labeled Maison Janssen? No, it's not. But I believe it is. Somebody give me 500 for it. $300 for it. 400, thank you. And 450, would you go? Somebody else looked it up. 400 and 450, would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? I've got 400 bidding 450, would you go $450? Anybody like it for 450? $400. Buys number 3073, 265. Queen Anne table with a one-board top, breadboard ends. Every leg is spliced, all in the same location, okay? But what a tabletop. It's a one-board top, breadboard ends. You pull out the drawer, and it's got a beautiful airline behind it. Always been with that table. Someone give me about $400 for it. Anybody like to be in for four? Got to be four. Would you go 400, 300, 200? 200, thank you. 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 225? 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/2 and 275. 250 and 275, now 300. 300, would you go $300? It got to be three. Would you go $300? Anybody like it for three? Got to be three. Would you go 300? Fair warning. 275 and 300. Down it goes. 275 buys number 941. 266, 3 early, hand blown. Two apothecary jars and a celery vase. And someone give me about $300 on that. $200 on that lot. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be $100 and started. 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? $100 is offered 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. You've got to be 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? And now 175. 175 and now 200. $200. You've got to be 200 now. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2 now. 2 1/2 and 275 and now 300. $300. You got to be 300. 275 and 300. 300 now 350. 350 now 400. $400. Would you go 400? 3 1/2 and 4. Would you go $400? You've got to be 400. 3 1/2 and 400. $350. Nate, you bought them, and your number, please. 908. Very well done. Well done. Architectural Town Hall cutwork framed clock from the estate over in Stuyvesant. Nothing much to do weekends or evenings, so I got out the coping saw and I made this clock. Someone give me, this is pre-TV, guaranteed. Somebody give me about $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 500? $300 for it. Anybody like it for 200? $200. $100 is where? 150 is bidding. 175, would you go? 150 is bidding. 175. Anybody like for 175? 150 and 175. Now 200. $200. Would you go two? Anybody like it for two? Got to be two. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? 175 is all I am offered for this, and 200. Now 2 1/4. We're up to about a nickel an hour for what the amount of time spent on this. I've got $200 offered and 2 1/4. Fair work. 2 1/4 now. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Take care, Sam. Thank you. 2 1/2 now. 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys. Number 920. 920. 268. Two tiny little stoneware whiskey jugs. One is redware dated 1880, and the other one is molded. I'm sure that it's White's Utica, because it's Casey's whiskey. And I've got a little bit of interest in this. It opens at 200 and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. What? 250, 275. Now you've got to be 300. $300. You've got to be three. Would you go $300? Anybody else like it for 300? 275 is bidding three. Would you go $300? Anybody like to be in for three? Would you go $300? Anybody like to be in for 300? Fair warning. 300. 275 buys. Number 531. The buyer 531. 18th century chest-on frame. Pretty nice. I've got 500 to open at 550. Would you go? 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody like it for 550? 500's bidding 550. Would you go 550? I've got 600. Would you go 650? 650. I've got 600 bidding 650. Would you go 650? I've got 700. Would you go 750? 700's bidding 750. Would you go 700? I'm out. 750 is on the floor, and 800. Would you go $800? Anybody else for 8? Fair warning. Once, twice, down it goes. $750. Your way number? 5135. 270. Watercolor, Village Scene, attributed to John Laporte, 1761 to 1839. This is real crisp and clean. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. $200 for the Laporte. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would it go be $100? $100 for the Laporte. Anybody like to be in for $100? Got to be 100. Would you go 100? Well, $50 then. 50. Thank you. It's 60 and 70. Would you go $70? Got to be 70, John. 70 now. 80. $80. You got to be 80. Would you go $80? Anybody like it for 80? 80 now. 90. 90. Would you go 90? 90 now. 100. $100. Would you go 100? 90 is bidding $100. Anybody like it for $100? Would you go 100? 100. 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter. Would you go 1 and a quarter? 100 is bidding 1 and a quarter. $100. Buys number 986. Did you say? Okay. Bennington. This is the 1849 impressed mark in the base of this coachman's flask. Lyman Fenton. He was from Bennington and made flint glazed enamel figural jugs, as well as a lot of other beautiful flint glazed enamel earthenware. And $500 for it. $500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for $200? $100. My goodness. $100. Anybody like it? 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Anybody like to be in for 1 and a quarter? 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Now 1 and a half. Anybody like it for 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter. 1 and a half and 175. 150's bidding 175. Now 200. $200 is going to be two. Would you go 200 now? 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. Anybody like it for 2 and a half? 2 and a half and 75. 275. You got to be and now 300. 300. 275 is bidding 3. Would you go 300 now? 350. 350 now. 400. 350 is bidding 4. Would got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody like it for 4? Got to be 4. Would you go 400? 3 and a half is bidding 4. Got to be 4. Would you go 400? $350. Buys number 1088. 272. Oil on 1830s. Portrait of a violinist. Artist and subject unknown. Handsome young man. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. 500, easy money to start with. $500, got to be 5, got to be 5. Would you go 300? $300 and get it going. 3, got to be 3. Would you go 300? $200 and start it. $200, anybody like it but 2? You got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100, no interest? We'll pass this lot. Next lot, 273, assembled set of 4 Windsor chairs, including a pair of step down and a pair of rod backs. Pretty nice. Nicely refinished and a nice honey color. And how much for those? Somebody give me $100 for all 4 of them. 100's bidding 1 and a quarter, now a half. You got to be 1 and a half. Would you go 1 and a half? Anybody like it for 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter's bidding 1 and a half and 75. 150's bidding 175. It's going to be 175, 150, 175. Would you go 175? Fair warning, 150 and 175. Down they go. $150 your weight number. 1089. 274. Oil on canvas. This is the steamship passing the Palisades. It is initialed and dated 1943. Kind of nice. This was the last of the Hudson River steamers. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000. $500 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. $200 and get it going. $200 on the Hudson River steamboat. Anybody like to be in for 200? Passing the Palisades. 200. $100 for it. My goodness. 100 where? 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Would you go? Anybody like it for 1 and a quarter? 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Would you go 1 and a half? 1 and a half. You got to be 1 and a half and 75. 175 now. 200. $200 got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 and 2. 175 and 200. Once, twice. $175 your weight number. 920 the buyer. 920. 275. 19th century scalloped rimmed Amari Charger. Beautiful 13-inch plate there. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody want to be in for 100? Oh my goodness, $50 for it. 50 where? Anybody want to be in for 50? We're going to be 50. Would you go $50? Anybody like it for 50? I'll pass this lot. Pass this lot at $50. French baker's clock, kind of nice, inlaid, mother of pearl, kind of funky. And somebody give me about $300, $100, $50 to start. 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Anybody like it for 1 and a quarter? Now 1 and a half. You got to be 1 and a half. Would you go 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter's bidding 1 and a half. Anybody else for 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter's bidding 1 and a half. Would you go 1 and a half? Anybody like it for 1 and a half? 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter buys. Number big card number 10. 10 the buyer card. 277, nice sewing bag stand with 2 drawers, probably Isaac Vos, Boston maker. Beautiful mahogany veneers on this. Wonderful crotch mahogany mirror-shaped veneers. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 quick for it. 500. $300 to start it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where, and a quarter and a half. 1.5. Would you go 1.5 and 75 and 200? $200. Got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody 2? Now 2.25. 2.25. Thank you for the help. 2.25. Got to be 2.25. Anybody else for 2.25? 2 is bid in 2.25. 2.25. 2.25. 2.5. 2.5. You've got to be 2.5. 2.25 is bid in 2.5. You got to be 2.5. You got to be 250. Would you go 250? 250. 275. 275. Would you go 275? 250 and 275. 250 buys. Number 1033. 278. Ink on paper. This is Roger Baker. Remember the garlic and onion still life? This is a family on the beach. It's a little ink on paper. Ex-collection Clinton Wilder. And $300 for it. 300, 200 for it, $100 for it. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $50 and get it going? $50 for this. Anybody? Show them the nice label on the back. $50 is going to be 50. Would you go $50? Anybody like it for 50? $20 is 20 and 30 and 40. 40, yes, 40. Now 50. $50. Would you go 50? 40 and 50. Would you go $50? It's going to be 50. Any interest at $50? $40. Number 2, the buyer. 279. Is an 1810 cherry Hepplewhite slant lead disc, solid cherry, French feet, secret draw interior, and $1,000 quick for it. $1,000. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you get $500? Anybody like it for 500? $300 for that desk. Anybody like it for $300? Anybody want to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? $200 for it. 200's bid. 2.25. Would you go? 200's bid. 2.25. Now a half. You got to be 2.5 and 75. 275. Would you go 275, John? 275. 250's bid and 275. Boy, are we getting spoiled. 250 and 275. 300. Thank you. And 350. 300 and 350. Would you go 350? Now 400. $400. 400. Now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like it for 450? 400 and 450. Now 500. $500. Would you go 5? Anybody like it for 500? Now 550. 500 and 550. Would you go $550? Any 550 now 600. $600. Would you go 600? 5.5 and 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else like it for 6? $550 your way. Number 1091. 1091. Engraving of a mongoose after Jacques Eustache. And someone give me about 500 for it. How often do you run into an engraving of a mongoose? I mean, you know, really. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? 100. And there's either Greco or Roman ruins in the background. Kind of nice. So it's an Italian or Greek mongoose. Very rare. $100 where? Anybody like to be in for 100? $50. My goodness. $50 is going to be 50. Would you go $50? Anybody like it for 50? On the mongoose, $50. Well, $30 then. 30 and 40. Would you go $40? Anybody like it for 40? Would you go $40? Anybody like it for 40? 40 now 50. $50 got to be 50. Would you go $50? Anybody like it for 50? 40 and 50. You're out. 40 and 50. Once, twice. $40 your way. Number 4678. Thank you. 4678. 281. Oil on board. John Leslie Bruck. Field study. Inscribed body. Givernet, 91 in verso. And I should think, change your tune on this. I think it's beautifully rendered. Somebody give me $1,000 for it. 500 for it. 500. $300 and get it going. 3, would you go 300? Well, 200's bidden. 2.25, would you go? 200's bidden. 2.25. Now a half. Going to be half. And 275. Now 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go $350? It's going to be 350. Now 400. $400. Would you go for? 3.5 is bidden. 4, would you go 400? Now 450. 450. You've got to be 450. Now 500. $500 is going to be 5. Would you go $500? Is going to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else like it for 500? 450's bid and 500. $450, number 511. 511, the buyer. Next lot. Baltimore card table, about 1805, Hepplewhite, with bellflower inlay, medallion, and draw. Southern pine and chestnut subwoods. That's why we kind of thought it might be Baltimore. And let's see, $500 quick for it. Should be hands in the air at $500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for $3? Would he go $300? Going to be $3. Would he go $200? His bid and $250. Would he, $2 1/4? $250. $275. Now $300. You got to be $300. Would he go $3? You got to be $3. Would he go $300? Anybody else for $300? $300. Now $350. $300 and $350. Would he go $350? Anybody else for $350? I got $300 bid and $350. $300's bid and $350. Once, twice. $300 your way. Number $949. $283. A pair of rosewood laminated parlor chairs. These are probably Meeks. Somebody else came up with another idea that they were another New York maker, but they were laminated rosewood in as-found condition, but kind of nice. How much for them? Somebody give me about $500 for the pair. $500. You got to be $5. Would you go $500? $300 for the pair. Anybody like them for $3? Got to be $300. $200. $200's bidding $2 1/4. $200's bidding $2 1/4. Would you go $2 1/4? Anybody like them for $2 1/4? Now a half. $2 1/2. I got to be $2. Would you go $2 1/2? $2 1/4's bidding $2 1/2. $2 1/2 and $75. $275. Now $300. $300. Now $350. $350. Would you go $350? Anybody like them for $350? $300 and $350. $300 and $350. Now $400. $350's bidding $400. Going to be $4. Would you go $400? $3.5 and $4. $3.5 is bidding $4. Would you go $400? $450. $400 and $450. Would you go $450? Anybody like them for $450? I got $400 bidding $450. $400 and $450. $400 your way. Nate, number 923. 923. Thank you. Oil on canvas, still life of vegetables, signed Little John. This is Hugh Littlejohn. Beautiful, beautiful painting. Has all kinds of labels on the back of it where it was exhibited in California. He's a California artist. And I should think $500 quick for it. $500 where? Anybody like to be in for $500? $300 then. $300. Well, $200 and start it, and $2 1/4. $2 1/4. $2.5. Anybody like it for $2.5? $2.5 and $275. $250 and $275. Would you go $275? $250's bidding $275. Anybody else like it for $275? $2.5 and $275. Fair warning. $250 and $275. $250. Buys number 1092. 285. Bronze Art Nouveau two-handle Jardiniere, signed. A beautiful Art Nouveau Jardiniere, and how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. $300 to start it. Anybody like to be in for $3? Would you go $300? Anybody like to be in for $300? $200 is where? $2 1/4, $2.5, $275. Now $300. $300. Would you go $300? $275 and $300. Now $350. $350. Now $400. Back to you for $400. $3.5 and $4. Would you go $400? You've got to be $400. $3.5 and $4. Got to be $400. Anybody else for $400? $3.5 and $400. $400. Now $450. $450. Would you go $450? Now $500. $500. Against the internet. $450. Seated and $500. Once, twice. $450. 8675. 8675. 286 is a 19th century English mahogany leather top library table with 4 drawers. A beautiful table. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $1,000 for it. I would take $500 to open. $500, thank you, and $550. Now $600. $600. Would you go $600? Anybody like it for $600? You gotta be $600. Would you go $600? $550's bidding $600. Would you go $600? $600. Now $650. $650 is bid and $700. Back to you for $700. $650's bid and $700. Anybody like it for $700? $6.5 and $7. Would you go $700? Anybody? $700. Now $750. $700's bid and $750. Would you go $750? Anybody like it for $750? I've got $700 bid and $750. Fair warning. $700 and $750. Once, twice. $700 buys. Number 957. 287. 2 watercolors. These are almost, they look, I thought they were hand-colored photographs. They are fantastic watercolors. English school watercolors, 20th century. beautifully labeled on the back. Provenance Chris Beatles Gallery in, I think, London. And how much for them? Somebody give me, I hesitate to guess. Somebody give me 300 for the two of them. That should be cheap enough. 300 where? Anybody like to be in for three? Got to be three. Would you go 300? $200 for them. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 200? $100 is where? $100 for the two of them. Anybody like to be in for 100? $50 is where? 50 and 70, 60, 60 and 70, 70 now 80. $80, you got to be 80. Would you go $80? Anybody? 90 now 100. $100. Would you go 100? Did you hear about the raise? $100. $100. $90 buys number. What is it? 4029. Well, there's a mahogany tall case clock by J.J. Elliott, London, in the back of the room. It's been keeping very good time. Silvered moon phase dial working. The chimes have been disabled, but I'm sure that they could be returned to working order if you wanted them. The surgeon from the house that they came from in Albany didn't like all that dinging all the time, so he had them disabled. But I've got a little bit of interest in this. Bidding starts at 500 and 550. Would you go? 500 is bidding 550 and 600. Now 650. Now 700. 650 is on 700. Now 750. Now 800. 800. 850. Now 900. 900. 950. 1,000. $1,000. You got to be 10. Would you go $1,000? Anybody else for 1,000? 1,000. Now 1,100. 11. Now 1,200. $1,200, you've got to be 12. Would you go $1,200? Anybody else for 1,200? 11 is bid and $1,200. 1,200 now 1,300. $1,300, you've got to be 13. Would you go 1,300? 12 and 13. You've got to be 13. 13 and now 1,400. $1,400. Would you go 14? 13 and 14. 13 is bid and 14. Would you go $1,400? Anybody else for 14? Fair warning. 14 now 1,500. $1,500, you got to be 15. Would you go 1,500? Any interest at 1,500? 15 now 1,600. $1,600, would you go 1,600? 15 is bid in 16. Any advance? 15 is bid in 1,600. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,500. Your way number? 1095. 1095. 289. Painted spade foot oval top candle stand. Repair to one leg, but it is the original leg. But a lovely painted candle stand, red top and black base, and $400 quick for it. 400. Beautiful spider leg, high arching spider leg, terminating in a spade foot. Someone give me $100 for it. $100 to open. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like to be in for 100? Would you go $100? $50 is where? 50 and 60. 60, John. 60 now 70. 70, would you go $70? 60 and 70 now 80. $80 and 90. $90, would you go 90, 80 and 90, 90 now 100 and 1 1/4. 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/4? You've got to be quarter now a half. 1 1/2, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys number 941. 290. Sailor's Valentine wreath. This is all made out of seashells in a shadow box frame. 24 by 26 inches by 4 inches deep, beautifully organized and put together, and $500 quick for it. 500. You got to be 5. We got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 to get it going. 3. Would you go 300? $200 and start it. 200. Thank you. And 2 1/4. Now a half. 2 1/2. If you got to be 2 1/2, would you go 250? Anybody else like it for 250? Now 275. One of you. 275, would you go 275? 250's bid in 275. Anybody like it for 275? 250's bid in 275. Now 300. 300 now 350. 350, would you go 350? I've got 300 bid in 350. Any advance on 300 and 350? Fair warning. Once, twice, $300. 8675. 8675. 291 is a signed 18th century New York copper gooseneck tea kettle by John Dunn, shown in the back of the room there. Beautiful early finish on it. Has not been polished in over 100 years, I assure you. And how much for it? Someone give me about $300 for it. Should be hands in the air at $300. $300 going to be 3. Would you go $300? $200 and start it. $100 is where? $100. Anybody like it for 100? Well, $50 then. Everybody. Okay. I got 50, 60, 70, 80. $80, would you go 80? Now 90, 90, 90, now 100, 100, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, what do you go, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter is bidden, 1 and a half, you gotta be 150, what do you go, 150, 150, 175, 175, what do you go, 175, 150 is bidden, 175, yes? 175, sir? 175, anyone else for 175, 150 and 175? Fair warning. Once, twice, I've got 150 on the phones, 175, fair warning, 150 buys, number? 517, 517. 292 is a fine Hepplewhite Pembroke table with shaped leaves. This is collection of Christopher Monkhouse, bought from his estate shortly after he passed away. A beautiful table with beautiful leaves. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it. 300, 200, 100 is bid, 1 and a quarter. 100 is bid, 1 and a quarter. Would you go 1 and a quarter? Anybody like about 125? 125, 150, 175, 175, 200, 200, 2 and a quarter. You've got to be 2 and a quarter, Barb. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter on Leah. 2 and a half, one of you. 2 and a half, 2 and a quarters, 2 and a half, 275 now. 275, would you go 275? 275 on Barbara, now 300. 300, Leah. $300, would you go 300? Now 350, Barb. 350, now 400, Leah. $400, back to you for 400. 400, you bidding 400? I've got 350 bid on Barbara. 400, now 450, Barb. 450 to you. 450. Are you bidding 450? Now 500, Leah. $500, you're bidding 500. 500, now 550. 550. Now 600, Leah. $600, would he go 600? 5 and a half is bid and 6, would he go 600? 550 is bid and 600. $550 to 511. 511 the buyer. 293, a lot of 17 Wedgwood blue and white transferware plates. Historic Albany in the Hudson Valley. And how much for these? Someone give me $300 for them. $200, thank you. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 275. Now 300, now 350. 350, you're bidding 350. I've got 300 here in the book and 350. Would you go 350? Anybody else for 350? Yes. I've got 400. Would you go 450? 400 is bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got 400 and 450. 400 and 450. $400 buys, number 525, the buyer, 525. Oil on canvas by Robert Phillips, portrait of a young girl. And how much for it? Someone give me $300 for it. 400, thank you, and 450, would you go? 400 is bidding, 450, would you go 4 and a half? Anybody like it for 4 and a half? 400 is bidding, 4 and a half, we're gonna be 450, would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? $400 your way, number? 968. 295. Pair of hand-painted 20th century porcelain jars. They are enormous. They really make a statement. And $500 quick for those. $500. Anybody like to be in for 5? Going to be 5. Would you go 500? 300. 300 is bidding. 350. Would you go? 300 is bidding. 3 and a half. Anybody like it for 3 and a half? And now 400. Now 4 and a half. 4 and a half and 500. $500 is going to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else like them for 500? 450. 500. Now 550. 550. Now 600. Back to you for 600. Dan, $600 going to be 6. Would you go 600? Now 650. 650. Would you go $650? 600 is bidding. 650. Now 700. Back to you, Dan, for 700. 650 is bidding. $700. You're bidding 700. 6 and a half and 7. Would you go 700? Fair one. 700. Now 750. 700 is bidding. 750. We're going to be 750. Would you go $750? Anybody else for 750? 700 and 750. $700. Away they go. Number 904. Thank you. Okay, Burlwood 3-level walnut etagere with shaped shelves. Kind of nice over here. And $500 quick for it. 500. $300 is bidding. 350. Would you go? 300 I have and 350. Would you go 3 and a half? Anybody like it for 3 and a half? Going to be 3. Would you go 3 and a half? Anybody want to be in for 3 and a half? 300 is bidding. 3 and a half. You're going to be 3 and would you go 3 and a half? Anybody like to be in for 3.5? $300 buys. Number 5, the buyer, 5. $297. Pastel on paper, Santa della Salute, Venice. This is by Robert Phillips. Titled and signed in verso, also signed on the front. A great pastel. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 and get it going. 3. Would you go 300? 200. My goodness, $200. $100 is where? $100. Anybody even remotely interested in this? $100 is going to be $50. $50 is going to be 50. Would you go $50? Anybody like it for 50? No interest? Passing this lot. Lack of interest. $298. 8 figural napkin rings. 4 are silver plate and 4 are pewter. They might have been silver plated. This might be down to the base metal. But they're 8 figural napkin rings. Somebody give me a couple of $100 for them. $200, $100 for them. 100's bid 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid 125. Would it go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid 1 1/4. $100 buys. Number 1099. 299. Maison Janssen style marble top sideboard, shown over here. Gilded and ebonized surface. Beautiful thing, actually. And $500 down low for it. $1,500, like I said, and $1,600. Would you go? 16, now $1,700. 16, 17. Would you go $1,700? Anybody else like it for 17? Now $1,800. 18. Would you go $1,800? Anybody like it for 18? 17 and 18. You got to be $1,800. Anybody like to be in for 18? 1,700's bid and 1,800. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,700 your way. Number 1,100 the buyer. 1,100. 300, lot 300 are 2 cast iron mechanical frog banks. One is 1872 and the other one is 1882. They're pretty cool. Somebody give me $500 for the 2 of them. 500's bid and 550. Would you go? 500 and 550. Would you go 550? Now 600. Now 650. 650. Would you go 650? Now 700. 700. I've got 650 on Nate. 700. 700. Now 750. 750. Now 800. $800. Would you go 800? 7.5 and 8. Would you go $800? Anybody like it for 800? 7.5 is bid and 8. Would you go $800? Anybody like it for 800? 7.5 and 800. Now 8.5. 8.5. You've got to be 8.5. Would you go 8.5? 800's bid and 8.5. Fair warning. 8.5. $800. Away it goes. Number 1102. Lot 301. 2 cast iron mechanical banks. There's the Jolly one and the Boss Tweed. Boss Tweed nods as he puts the money in his vest pocket. And somebody give me about $300 on this lot. 300, 200, 200, $100 for the boat. 150 and 175. 175, now 200, now 2 1/4, now 2.5, now 275, now 300. 300, 275, and 300. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300, 275, and 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? Fair warning. Once, twice. 275 buys. Number 1104. 302. 2 cast iron mechanical banks, including the little black boy coming out of the outhouse. He jumps up and kicks the penny into the roof. And the doghouse bank. Doghouse, that's where I usually end up. Doghouse, particularly after a sale. Somebody give me about 300 for it. 600's bid and 700. Would you go? 600's bid and 650. Would you go $650? Anybody like it for 650? I've got $600 on the internet and 650. Would you go 650? Now 700. $700. You're bidding 7. Would you go $700? Anybody? Any interest at 700? 650's bid at 700. Fair warning. 650 is on Dan on the phone, so there be no mistake. And 700, fair warning, down it goes, $650 to 505, the buyer, 505. Okay, 3 cast iron banks, including the Elephant Bank, which doesn't work, and the Time Savings Bank that we can't get open, and a Red Safe Bank, which doesn't have a key. Somebody give me about $300 on this lot. 450 and 500. Would you go? 450's bid and 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? 450 and 500. $450 your way. Number 5184. 304. reeded leg Pembroke table with plumb bob feet, 35 inches long, shown over here in the back. And this is also from the estate of Norman Shepherd Rice, and $500 quick for it. $500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for $3? Got to be $3. Would you go $200 and start it? $200, $200, $100, $100. Thank you, and $1 1/4, $1 1/4. My last hope. $1 1/4. Would you go $1 1/4? 100's bidden. $1 1/4. Got to be $125. Anybody else for $1 1/4? 100's bidden. $1 1/4. Now $1 1/2. $1 1/2. What a guy. $1 1/2. $1 1/4. $150. $175. Any advance on $150? $175. Fair warning. $150 buys, number 4678. 305. Group of 4 antler trophies. These are kind of cool because they have the fabric on them. They're very Ralph Lauren-ish, you know. Somebody give me about $300 for this lot. $300, thank you, and $350. What do you go? $300 and $350. What do you go? $350. Anybody like them at $350? $300's bidden. $350. What do you go? $350. Anybody like to be in for $350? $300 buys, number 908. 306. Corlier's Hook, Thomas Comeraw pottery. This beautiful swag and tassel 2-gallon crock with, it does have restoration. By that I mean the handles, a masterful job in restoring those handles. And it was drilled at one time, so there's a plug in the bottom. Somebody give me about, I don't know, $500 for the restored? 800's bid, and $850, would he go? 800's bid, and $850, would he go? $850. Anybody like it for $850? I've got $850 now. $900. $900, would he go? $900. Anybody like to be in for $900? I've got $850 bid, and $9. Would he go? $900. Anybody like it for $9? Fair. $900 now. $950. 900's bid, and $950. Would he go? $950. Anybody like it for $950? I've got $900 bid, and $950. $900 and $950. Once, twice. $900 and $950, the black potter from Manhattan in the 18th century, Thomas Comeraw. Down it goes. $900 buys, number 1106. 1106, the buyer. Now we have 6 deer trophy. 1 is a thermometer, and 5 are antlers. And the thermometer is mounted on a hoof. Somebody give me $300 for the lot. $200. Have to get some fabric and cover them up. Cover up the $100 for 100's bid. 1 1/4. Anybody like them for 1 1/4? 100's bid. 1 1/4. We're going to be $125. Anybody like to be for 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2, and now $175. And now $200. You got to be 200 now. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go? 2 1/4. 2 is bidden. 2 1/4. Anybody like them for 2 1/4? 2 is bidden. 2 1/4. $200 your way, number 908. 308. 19th century marble top, burl walnut continental chest, alterations to the top drawer. You buy it as you see it, but wow, what a nice chest. And I've got a little bit of interest in this. It opens at $300 and $350. Would you go? 300's bid, and $350. Would you go? 350, 350, now $400. $400 got to be 4. Would you go? 400. Now I have 450. Would you go? 500? 500 is bid, and 550. The book is out. 500 and 550. Would you go? $550. Anybody else for 550? I've got 500 and 550. 500 and 550. Once, twice. $500 buys, number 1108. Next lot. 309. Watercolor by J.C. Nichols. This is the same main artist and beautifully rendered. This is very sensitively painted watercolor. J.C. Nichols. It's a Maine coastal scene highlighted in white. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200, 100 is bid. 1 1/4. You got to be 1 1/4. I have 100 ahead of you. 1 1/4. Now 1 1/2. You've got to be 175. 150 is bid, and 175. 150 is here in the book, and 175. Would you go? Anybody like it for 175, 150, and 175? $150 buys, number 502. 502, the buyer. Early Staffordshire Toby mug, 10 1/4 inches tall. He has his hat. They don't usually come along with the hat. And $300 for it. 300, 200 for it. $100 for the Toby mug. Anybody like to be in for 100 and 1 1/4? Anybody like them for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody want to be in for 125? $100 buys number 997. Next lot, 311. Oil on board with cows, unsigned. Kind of nice, though. And bidding has to start at 200 and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. We're going to be 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Going to be 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? Once, twice. $200 buys it. Bid card 445. 445. 2 silver metal frames, one with a clock and thermometer, or 3 silver metal frames, one with a clock and thermometer. I think one is marked sterling, and $300 on this lot. $100 for this lot. $100. Anybody like it for $100? $100. Anybody like it for $100? $50 where? 50 and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? 50 and 60. $50 your way, Nate. Number 1087. 313. Mahogany reeded leg Pembroke table with shaped leaves. Kind of nice, shown right here. Jake is right next to it. And somebody give me about $300 for it. $200 for a solid mahogany table. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? A reasonable facsimile of this in IKEA made out of particle board is probably about $750 or $800. $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 for it. 100, thank you. 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2. What do you go? 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is bidding. 1 1/2. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/2? This will be nice for your collection. Collection of drop leaf tables. I mean, 1 1/4 buys. Number 2, the buyer too. I had to quit. 314. The brass Boulat lamp with toll shade, kind of nice. Bidding has to start, eliminating underbidders, it has to start at $275 and $300. Where do you go? Anybody like to be in for 300? 275 and 3, got to be 3. What do you go? 300, thank you. And 350, anybody advance it? 300 and 350. What do you go? 350. Anyone else for 350? 300 and 350. $300. Away it goes. Number 3073. Thank you. 3073. 315 is a figural cast iron snuff cutter. It's the kind of thing that you might see around a country home, a snuff cutter. Kind of nice because it is figural. And how much for it? Someone give me about 300 for it, 200, 100 for it. 50 is bid, and 60, would you go? 50 I have, and 60, would you go? $60. Anybody like it for 60? $50 buys. Number 21, the buyer, 21. 316 Lord William racing print after W.J. Shaver, and $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. Anybody like it for 50? $50 for that racing print. Anybody want to be in for 50? $20 for it then. 20 and 30. Got to be 30. Would you go $30? Anybody like it for 30? 20 is bid and $30. Anybody like it for 30? 30. Now 40. Now 50. 50. You've got to be 50. Are you bidding $50? Would you go 50? 40 and 50. Fair warning. Sold it. $40. Number 28. The buyer 28. 317. Gouache by Warden Wood. USS Androscoggin in 1917, and $500 for it. $500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where and a quarter. Would you go? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Anybody like the gouache for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bid in 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Under the money. 1 1/4 buys it. Number 1110. 318. 150. Mark that 150 to eliminate underbidders. Brass-bound mahogany writing box on a later stand. Pretty nice. Ready to go. Very clean condition, and I've got $200 to open and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like it for 225? 200's bidding 2 1/4. 2 1/2. You've got to be 275. 275. You're bidding 275. I've got 300. Would you go 350? I've got 300. Would you go 350? You've got 350 now. 400. The book is out. 350's bidding 4. Got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? $350. 505. The buyer 505. 319. 1820 4-draw chest on a nice high turned leg. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. 500. 400. $200 for it. Anybody? What? 200, thank you, and 2 and a quarter, would you go? 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. Anybody like a Sheraton chest for $225? 200's bidding 2 and a quarter, would you go? 2 and a quarter. Anybody like to be in for 2 and a quarter? 2 is bidding 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. 2 and a half, would you go? 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter is bidding 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter buys. Number 21, the buyer, 21. Next lot, 320. Gilded 19th century looking glass with an Eglamise panel. Which one is this now? Shown next to the back door, the front door. Right there, lot 320. That's a nice mirror and a nice panel. Early glass. How much for it? Somebody give me about $400 for it? $400. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go 300? Well, $200 then. $200 for that looking glass. Anybody? 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. Got to be 2 and a quarter. Would you go 225? Anybody like it for 2 and a quarter? 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. You got to be 2 and a half. Would you go 250? 250, 250, 275 now. 275, would you go 275, 250's bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? $250. Buys number 537. The buyer 537. That's a bargain. 2 Chinese blue and white ginger jars. Pretty nice. Bidding has to. These are probably 20th century, but they're very decorative. 17 and a quarter inches tall. Nice big ones. No damage. And bidding has to start at $350 and $400. Would you go? $350 bidding $400. Now $450. You've got to be $500. $500. Yes. $500. Now $550. $500's bidding $550. Now $600. $550's bidding $600. Now $650. $600's bidding $650. Would you go? $650. Now $700. $700 now $750. $700's bidding $750. Now $800. $800 now $850. $850 now $900. It's going to be 9. Would you go $900? Anybody else for $900? $850's bidding $900. You bidding $900. $850's bidding $900. $850's bid at $900. Any interest in on the phones? $850 and $900. $850 to the internet. Number, please. 1111. Thank you. 322 are the pair of life-size composition entranceway dogs. Kind of nice. These are not meant for outside. They're composition. They're not meant for outside, but they're great decorative dogs. And somebody give me $500 for them. $500, $300 for them. 300's bidding, 350. What do you go? 300's bidding, 350. Anybody? 350 now 400. 400 and 450. 450 to you. You got to be 450 now. 500. 500, Dan. $500 got to be 5. What do you go? 500 now. 550. 550, what do you go? 550. 500's bidding 550. Now 600. Back to you, Dan, for 600. 600 now 650. 650, what do you go? 650. I've got 600 bidding 650. Anyone else on the internet for 650? 600 and 650. $600. Away they go to 505. The buyer 505. 323. Pair of cast iron 19th century boot scrapers. These are elegant entranceway boot scrapers for a large Georgian home. And how much for those? Someone give me about $300 for the pair. 300. 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. Now a half. You got to be 2 and a half and 75. 275. 275 and $300. You got to be 3. Would you go? 300. 300 now 350. You've got to be 350. Would you go? 350? One of you. 300. 350 on Dan. $400. Would you go? 400. 3 and a half and 4. Would you go? $400? Anybody else for 400? 3 and a half and 4. 400 now 450. Back to you, Dan, for 450. Now 500. $500. You got to be 5. Would you go? $500? 4 and a half and 5. Fair warning. 4 and a half and 500. Now 550. 500 and 550. Dan, would you go? 550. 550. Now 600. $600. Would you go? 600. 5 and a half and 6. 5 and a half is bidding 6. Would you go? $600? Anybody else for 600? 550 and 600. Once, twice. $550 to 505. The buyer 505. 324. 5 busts, including Milton, Roman emperors, Cowper, and Napoleon. The Roman emperors are just composition, okay? They're nothing to get excited about. I think they were at one time, they were lamps. But the other 3 are nice. I think Napoleon is probably the best of the bunch, although Milton is pretty cool too. Anyway, I've got a little bit of a bid here. It's going to open at 200, and I'm looking for 2 and a quarter. 200's bidding 2 1/4. I've got 250. Would you go 275? 250's bidding 275. 275. Now 300. The book is out. $300. Anybody else for 3? You got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like them for 300? 275 and 300. Fair warning. 275 buys. Nate, your number, please. 1027. 326. 325. Sorry. Early 20th century eagle-crested convex mirror. I think this might be earlier, but it's just that it's been re-gilded, okay? It looks so fresh. Somebody give me about 500 quick for it. 500 for the convex mirror. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? You got to be 3. Would you go 300? Well, $200 then. $200. Anybody like it for 200? $100. My goodness. Yep. 100. 1 1/4. You've got to be 1 1/2. Half and 175. And now I'm 2 1/4. Would you go 250? 250. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 275. 2 1/2 is bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? 250's bidding 275. Got to be 275. 250's bidding 275. Fair warning. 275. $250. 505 the buyer. 505 to an old friend. Kate Adams, a miniature patchwork quilt, 4 stars. 19th century fabrics. This was a fairly contemporary artisan who did miniature pieced quilts. Kind of nice. $300 quick for it. $100 for it. And $225 and $250. Would he go? 2 1/4 bidding 2 1/2. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Would he go 2 1/2? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 buys. Number 3168. Near pair of Philadelphia ribbonback chairs shown over here. Gentleman sitting in one. How are they? Comfortable? They pretty nice? Yeah, nice chair. Somebody give me a $500 on those. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go to $100 where? $100 on a pair of period 18th century chairs. $100, $50 to get them going. $50 got to be 50. Would you go $50? Anybody like them for 50? $50 got to be 50. Would you go $20 for them? 20 and 30. Anybody like them for 30? $20 before he changes his mind. Number 2, the buyer 2. Next lot, 328. Oil on board, Catskill Scenery. This is by Jeffrey. That's Richard Jeffrey, 1919. He had a Woodstock gallery right in Woodstock, purchased directly from him. And $300 for it. 3, would you go 300, 200, $100 for it? 100's been 1 1/4. Anybody? And now I have half and 75, 175, 150, 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150, 175. 150 buys. 175, now 200. 200, now 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anyone else for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Fair warning. 200 and 2 1/4. $200 buys. Number 4,500. 4500. Okay. A group of KPM porcelain, including a wonderful condiment dish, a divided dish, candlesticks. The candlesticks are really rare, and a dresser piece. Lovely, lovely bunch of KPM porcelain. Used to be very, very collectible. And I would think $500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 300, 200, $200? Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200, $100 and get it going? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. $100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. You got to be 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys. Number 908. 330. George III armchair, a beauty. A lovely George III armchair shown in the center of the room here. And I should think $500, but I'll take $300 to open. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? Well, 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Now I have 2 1/2 and 275. 275. You've got to be 275. Would you go 275? 250's bidding 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? Fair warning. 275, Dan? 275? Any interest at 275? $250 to 537, the buyer, 537. Chinese chrysanthemum stone, This is a naturally occurring stone that it's not painted and it's not a fossil. It's just a naturally occurring mineral where two minerals actually are fusing together. And they call them chrysanthemum stone. Generally they come from China. I think they're also found in Australia. And I've got 500 to open and 550. Where you go? 500's bid and 550. Would you go 5.5? Anybody like to be in for 550? 550. Now 600. You've got to be 600. 600. Now 650. 650 and 700 and 700. Would you go 750? 750. 750 and $800. 800. Now 850. 850. 900. 900. 950. 900's bid and 950. Would you go $950? Anybody else for 950? I've got 900 bid at 950. 900 and 950. $900 buys. Number 522, the buyer. 522. Two mineral specimens. We thought it was malachite. We don't know what it is. And the other one looks like quartz, except somebody came in who seems like they know a lot more than I do, and they said, that's not quartz. So two mineral specimens anyway, that much we do know. And $300 for that lot. $300. $200 for it. $100 for both. 100's bid, 1.25. Anybody like to be in for 1.25? 100's bid, 125, 150. 150. Would you go 1.5? Anybody like it for 1.5? Would you go 1.5? 1.5. Anybody want it for 1.5? 1.5. Now 200. 175. 150 is behind you. 175. Yes. 175. 150. 175. $150. Number 35. The buyer. 35. 333 is a walnut armchair, probably Jelliff, shown right there. Garrett Platel enjoying a leisurely sit. Somebody give me a $50 bill down low for it. $50 to open that chair up. Anybody like being for 50? $50 to start it. 100 is bid. 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? 100, 1.25, 1.5. Anybody want to be in for 1.5? 1.25, 1.5. 1.5. 175. 175. 150, 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150's bid and 175. Fair warning. 150 and 175. 150 buys. Number 923. 334. Two desserts, coffee set, one hand-painted cobalt Lindner service for 6, and one service for 4, Wedgwood bone china. The green tiger set is a Wedgwood set. And $200 for this lot. Anybody like to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go 200? $100 is where? $100 for this lot. Anybody like to be in for $150 and start it? 70. Thank you. And 80. 70 and 80. Would you go $80? Anybody like it for 80? Would you go $80? Anybody like it for 80? $70 your way. Number 908. 335 French marble top 3-drawer stand in walnut. Kind of nice. And $500 for it. 300, 200, $200. Anybody like it for $100? $100. 100's bid. 1.25, 1.5. 1.5. What do you go? 1.5. 1.25's bid and 1.5. What do you go? 150, 175 now. Get them back at 175. Now 200, Leah. 200. Now it's going to be 2.25, Leah. 2.25, 2.5. Anybody like it? 2.5, 275. 275. You got to be 275, 250, 275. 275, now 300. $300 is going to be 3. Would you go 300, 275, and 3? Would you go $300? Anybody else for 3? 275 buys. Number 4678. 336 is the massive copper apple butter cauldron, wrought iron handle and base. Does look good with firewood in it next to the hearth. Someone give me about 400 for it. $400. Anybody like bid for 400? 300. $200 for it. 200's bid and 2.25. Would you go? 2.25. Got to be 2.25. Anybody 2.25 now? A half. Would you go 2.5? Anybody like it for 2.5? 2.5 and 75. 275. Got to be 275. Even 275 now. 300. $300. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. $300. Would you go 3? Anybody like it for 3? Would you go 300? Now 350. 350 now. 400. 350's bid and 4. Got to be 4. Would you go 400 now? 450 now. 450 now. 500. 450 and $500. You've got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like it? Yes. 500 now. 550. 500 and 550, what do you go, $550? 500 and 550, fair warning, 500 and 550, once, twice, $500 buys, number 1087, 1087. 339, folks, if you haven't bought anything today, you don't have many chances left. A nice little Hamadan scatter rug, 337, $300 quick for it. 300, 200. It's a nice rug. $200. Anybody like it for two? Got to be two to go. $200, $100 for it. 100 and a quarter and a half, 1 and a half, 1 and a half and 75, 175. Anybody like it for 175, 150, 175? 150 buys. Number 8675. 8675. Next lot. Harry's area rug. In the back of the room, I think it is. And I've got a little bit of a left bid on this. It opens at, it has to open at $350 and $400 would he go. 350's bidding for, would he go $400? Anybody else for 400? 3.5 is bidding for, got to be 4, would he go $400? Anybody else like it for 4? Got to be 4, would he go 400? 3.5 and 400, now 4.5. 400 is bidding 450, would he go $450? Anybody else for 450? $400 your way, Nate, number? 969 on that Harry's, 969. This is a wonderful set of china. It's Royal Crown Derby, Royal St. James pattern. Service for 12. You're missing one saucer, and I think there's a hairline on one cup, and there's a chip on a salad plate. But it's a pretty clean set. And $500 quick for it. 500. 500, thank you. And 550, would he go? 500, 550, now 600. 550's bidding 6, would he go $600? Anybody else like it for 600? 650. 600 and 650, would he go $650? Anybody like it for 650? I've got $600 offered and $650. Fair warning. $600 and $650. Once, twice. $600 buys. Number 1004. 343 modern hanging clear glass fixtures. Those up there, very chic. And how much for those? Someone give me about 500 for them. $200 for the 3 hanging fixtures. Anybody like to be for 2? Got to be 2 to go to $100 is where. $100 for those hanging fixtures. Very nice mid-century modern design. $100, $50 for them. Josh, $50, $20, thank you, and 30. 20 and 30, we got to be 30. Would he go 30? Now 40. We got to be 40. Now 50. Got to be 50. Would he go $50? Got to be 50. 40 and 50. $40 buys. Number 21. The buyer 21. Next lot. Tabletop wooden display easel. That's the painting is on it. The painting does not go with it. It's just a tabletop easel. And 50 is bid, and 60. Would he go? 50. I haven't 60. Now 70. You've got to be 80. Now I've got 100. Would he go 1 1/4? 1 1/4. 1 1/2. Anybody else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 175. Now 200. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys. Number 8675. 342. Marble top. White marble top, 3-column side table with black and gold base, and $300 for it. 300. That was underneath the bronze in the back. 300, 200, $100 is where. $100, $50. 50, thank you, and 60. Would he go? 50 and 60. 60 now 70. 70 now 80. $80. You got to be 80. Would he go $80? Anybody like it for 80? Now $90. Would he go 90? 80 and 90. Anybody else for 90? 80's bid at 90. $80 buys. Number 1087. 343 is 7 pieces of silver plate Tupperware, including covered vegetable dishes, a well and tree platter, and a bowl, etc. And $300 for this lot. $100 for this lot. Gorgeous material. It's all in good order. Nothing is pitted or anything like that. It's all very nice. $50 for it. $50. Thank you. And 60. 50 and 60. Anybody else for $60? 60 now 70. Would he go 70 now 80? $80. You've got to be 80. Would he go 80 now? $90. Going to be 90. Would he go 90 now? $100 now 110. I'm sorry, 1 1/4. 100's been 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody else for 1 1/4? $100 buys. Number 989. 344. 2 heavily carved Gothic armchairs. upholstered in a similar manner, although we've examined them and they're not a pair. Somebody give me $300 for those, $200, $100 for them. Anybody like to be in for $100? What do you go, $100? $150 and $175, now $200. $200, anybody like them for $200? $200, now $2 1/4. $200's bidden, $2 1/4. Anybody else for $2 1/4? Now $2 1/2. $2 1/4's bidden, $2 1/2 and $275. $275, would you go $275, $250 and $275, now $300. $300 and now $350. $350, that's for both of them. $350, would you go $350, $300 and $350. $300 buys, number, you weren't betting, no, okay. What is it? 1087, thank you. 5 pieces of glass, including 2 frosted line compotes, gilt decorated stem bowl, and a coronation goblet. Coronation goblet is signed. Famous English glassmaker, I can't think of the name right now. Somebody give me $300, no, I can't think of it. $100 for all of it, $100. Coronation, we're having another coronation, you know, coming right up. $50 for all of it, $50. Nice air twist stem on the coronation goblet. Whitehead, I think. $50, $30. Any Anglophiles out there? 20, thank you, and 30, where do you go? 20, I haven't, 30, got to be 30, would you go $30? Anybody, 30, now 40. $40, got to be 40, would you go 40, 50? $50, got to be 50, would you go $50? Anybody else for 50, 40, and 50? Fair warning, $50. $40 buys, number 21, the buyer, 21. 346 is the mahogany 2-drawer work table, kind of nice, and $300 quick for it, $300. $200 for it. Anybody like for 2? You got to be 2. Would you go $200? $100 and get it on the road. $50. $50. Thank you. And 60. 50 and 60. Would you go $60? $60. Anybody like it for 60? Now 70. You got to be 70. Would you go $70? 70 now 80. $80. You got to be 80. Would you go $80? 80 now 90. $90. Got to be 90. Would you go $90? Anybody like it for 90? Now 100. 100 and 1 1/4. You're off the hook. 1 1/4. I got somebody else. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 has been in 1 1/2. Anybody else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys, number 4042. Pair of KPM urns with cavalier courting scenes, cobalt, peach, and gilding. One handle has been restored, so you buy them as you see them. But $300 for those. 300, 200. 275 and 3, would you go? 275 and 3, would you go? $300. Anybody else like them for 300? 275 has been 3, would you go? $300. Anybody else like them for 300? 275 buys, number 3001. 348 Chippendale style chair with an 1880 with ball and claw feet and a carved back, and $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like it for 100? Well, $50 and get it going. 50, thank you. And 60, we're going to be 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 50 and 60. $50 buys, number 3005. 349 is an 18th century Connecticut highboy with fan carvings that is missing the bottom drawer in the top section. They clipped it to lower it so that she could reach the top drawers, okay? And $300 for it. Down low and cheap for a period. I'll tell you, if you just take the base and put a top on it, you got a hell of a nice little server there for next to nothing. Somebody give me $200 to open it. $200. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go $200? Anybody like it for $100? $100. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like it for 100? $50. 50, thank you. And 75, would you go? 50 and 75. Anybody like it for 75? 50 and 60, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, 90, 90, 90, you sure? 90, now 100, 100, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody else for 1 1/4? 1 1/4, John? Yes? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 1 1/4's bid, and 1 1/2. Anybody else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys. Number 2, the buyer 2. Congratulations. Okay, lot 350 to Charlie. Best wishes, Mickey Mantle. Autographed baseball, kind of neat. And somebody give me about $500 for it. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go? 200 I have and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? I've got 2 bid. How much? 225, 250. I've got 250 here. Would you go 275? One of you? 275. 250's bidding 275. Anybody? 270. I've got 300. Would you go 350? I've got 300 bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody? 350 now. Now the book is out. $400. Would you go 400? 3.5 and 4. 3.5 is on the computer, and $400 you've got to be for. Would you go 400? Once, twice. $350. Buys number 1090. 351. Over 40 football trading cards, including Y.A. Tittle, Johnny Unitas, Bart Starr, and other heroes of our past. And $300 for this lot. 300, 200, $100 for them all. $100 for all the football cards. Anybody like them for $100? $50 for all of them. $50 for all those football cards. Anybody like them for $50? 60 is bid and 70. Would you go? 60 and 70. Anybody like to be in for $70? 60's bid and $70. Anybody like to be in for 70? $60. Your way, number 1117. 352. Baseball cards. Considerable interest in this lot. Bidding starts at $550 and $600. $1,300 and $1,400. Would you go? $1,600, he says. He calls you. $1,600, you've got to be $1,700. $1,700, would he go 17? 16 and 1,700. 16 and 17. Oh, Ron, I've got to give you something from the office, too. 1,600 is bidding. $1,700. Anybody else for 17? 16 and 17. Fair warning, 17. $1,600. Buys number 1118. 1118. Marble top iron-based pub table shown over here. $300 quick for it. $300. $100 for it. 50 is bid and 60. Would he go? 50 was bidding. 60. Would he go? 60 now. 70 now. $70 now. 80 now. 90. $90 is going to be $100. 1 1/4. 100's bid. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 175. 175 now. 200. 200 now. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/4. 2 1/2 and 275. 275 now. 300. $300. Would he go 3? Got to be 3. Would he go 300? 275 and 3. Would he go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 buys number 1058. 254. 354. Single cast iron classical urn. And I've got a little bit of interest in this. It opens at $350, shown here next to Jake. $350 and $400. $400 and $450. $450. Now $500. $550. Now $600. $600 is on the floor, and $650. Would he go? $600 has been $650. Would he go $650? Anybody else for $650? $600. I'm sorry, it's gone. $600. I sold it to Brian. You bought it. Number 38. The buyer. 38. Thank you. 355. The pair of cast iron urns with handles. The pair in dark green. And I've got $750 to open, and $800. Would he go? 1,000, he says, and 1,100. Would he go? 1,100, 1,100 now. 12. Got to be 12. Would he go? $1,200. Anybody else for 12? 11 is bid, and $1,200. Would he go 12? 12 now. 1,300. $1,300. You got to be 13. We got to be 13. Would he go $1,300? Anybody else for 13? Now 1,400. $1,400. You got to be 14. Leah, do you want to be in at 14? I've got 13 on the internet. 14. Now 1,500. Back to you for 1,500. $1,500. Would he go 15? 14 and 15. $1,400 on Leah. 537. The buyer. 537. 356. Cast stone putti on pedestal base, and $500 quick for it. 500. 300 for it. $300 for the cast stone putti. Anybody like to be in for 300? $200 for the little cherub. $200. Anybody like it for 2? Got to be 2. Would he go 200? $100 for it. 150, 175. Now 200. $200. One of you. 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 200's been 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Do you like 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2. Leah, get him back at 2 1/2 if they'd like to be in. 2 1/2. Fair warning. 2 1/2. Now 275. Back to you for 275. Last call. 250 and 275. $250. Buys number 1120. $357 is the green double-handled cast iron urn, and bidding has to start at $400 and $450. Would he go? 400 is bidding, 450. Would he go? $450. Anybody else for 450? Now 500. $500. You got to be five. Would he go? 500. 500 now 550. 550. You've got to be five. I've got 500 on the phones. You've got to be 550. 600, she says, and 650. Back to you, Kenneth, for 650. 650 on Nate. Now 700. $700, one of you. Anybody like to be in for 700? 6.5 and 700. 650's bid and 700 once, twice. Fair warning. $650 buys. 1119. 358 is the Currier and Ives reprint, Massachusetts and Rhode Island, large format reprint, but a beauty, and an early one. Somebody give me $300 for it, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go $200? $100 and get it going. $100. Anybody like to be in for $100? $50 and start it. 70 is bid and 80. Would you go? 70 and 80. Anybody like it for $80? $70 is offered and 80. Would you go? $80? $80. Fair warning. Sold it. $70 buys. Number 1042. 359 is a pair of cast iron urns on bases. The bases are not original to the urns, but the urns are antique and the bases are not. And I've got considerable interest in this. It opens at 700 and 750. Would you go? 750 and 800, 850, 950. Anybody want to go 1,000? 1,000 I have, and 1,100. 1,100, 1,200. 11 is bid, and 12, you got to be 12. Would you go $1,200? Anybody else for 1,200? 11 is bid, and 1,200. $1,100 and 1,200. $1,100. Nate, nice job today, everyone. You should all be congratulated. Lot 360 is the last lot of the sale. I think that's the 34-inch Spelter figure. It does have arm damage, but it looks great in the garden. $300 for it, $100 for it. Anybody like it for $100? Would you go $100? Anybody want to be in for $50 to start it? And 60, would you go? 50 and 60, would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? Got to be 60, would you go $60? 60 now 70. 60's bidding. 70, would you go $70? Anybody like it for 70? 70 now 80. 80, would you go $80? Anybody like it for 80? 80 now 90. You've got to be $90. Anybody like it for 90? 90 with the hammer. $100. Put me back on even money at 100. Would you go $100? 90 and 100. Fair warning. $90 and 100. And I thank everybody involved today. It was a lovely day. Thank you so much for your help. $90 buys. 921. 921.